Everything sports betting, every stat, matchup, breakdown, even live odds and spreads to bet on during games. With the largest catalog of odds on everything from football, MLB playoffs, NHL, NBA to political props. When the game's over, head on over to our online casino and get in on a game of blackjack or poker or unwind with over 150 slot games. Head to the website today to get on the action with America's most trusted site for online wagering. Bet online. The game starts here.
Thank you for making Saints Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right. Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the live. Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fam. We up in this thing, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the live today, man. We're gonna do this thing, man. We're gonna keep the rhythm of Sunday going, man. Of course, the Saints, unfortunately, took an L on Denver's the Thursday night matchup against Denver, as they look to kind of regroup and try to stir the season on the right, direction. Injuries, ineffective defense, ineffective offense. Hey, you pick it. I mean, it ain't one thing that the Saints that's afflicting the Saints right now. So big ups to you guys. Appreciate y'all being at the stream. Pelicans, Noel, I see you, fam. Brian Lane, much love. Brian's flat power guy. Zoe, what's up, Zoe? Good to see you in the building as well. Carlton, Cap, Manny, big ups, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the live, man. Listen, do me a service and hit the like button. I will drop the link for family members to chime in today, because I want to hear from you guys. It's supposed to be a chime in stream as well, as we kind of take a look at what's going on with the Falcons. So we'll see, man. I mean, the Falcons and Seahawks matchup is supposed to happen today. And listen, man, you gotta get above it, regardless of what it is. We gotta get above it. So anyway, you look at this depth chart right here. You see all the O's and everything else that's going on. Derek Carr, we should get Chris Olave back. It'll be a mini bye here as the Saints get back to business on Monday. But they're trying to make moves right now to try to help out the wide receiver position. And this is something that came out yesterday, or rather, was reported early this morning or late yesterday. NFL report veteran wide receiver scheduled for workout with the black and gold. And that is a guy that the Saints looked at before, but he kind of shunned him to go to Green Bay. Saints are looking to bring in some help at one of several positions battered by injuries, according to Ian Rappaport Sunday morning, reporting that the Saints are bringing in for a workout veteran wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, MVS, this evening for a visit and workout. Most recently with the Bills, Scantling had 188 catches for over 3,100 yards, 16 touchdowns over 7 years. He had just 2 catches and 9 targets for 26 yards through 6 games this year. Now, Buffalo released him last week after completing a trade that brought Amari Cooper there. And wide receivers one of several spots that the Saints roster depleted by injuries. Starting receivers Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed both missed Thursday's games with the Broncos. Shaheed will miss the rest of the season. Olave will be back from the concussion. The Saints added veteran wide receiver Dante Pettis to the practice squad last week, and he joined Kevin Austin Jr. and Equimia St. Brown along with Jermaine Jackson on the practice squad. St. Brown and Jackson were both elevated to the active roster last week, but did not record a catch. Jackson was the kickoff and punt returner in Shaheed's absence in a role that will probably continue. Without Olave and Shaheed, the Saints roll with rookie 5th-round pick Bub Means, undrafted Mason Tipton, and veteran wide receiver along with St. Brown. Against the Broncos, they combined for 15 catches, $139 on Thursday. So Scantling, now 30, was a 5th-round selection by the Packers in 2018 out of South Florida. He caught 38 passes for over 500 yards as a rookie. In Green Bay, 123 catches, over 2,100 yards and 13 touchdowns. His best season was in 2020 when he had 33 catches for 690 and 6 touchdowns. KC would then sign Scantling as a free agent in 2022. He beat the Chiefs for the last couple of years, contributing to 2 Super Bowl championships over that span. He caught 63 passes for over 1,000 yards and 3 touchdowns. So there you go. 6'4", 206 will provide a big body target that the Saints lack at the wide receiver, even when healthy. New Orleans currently ranked 22nd in passing production and also has QB Derek Carr along with 3 starting offensive linemen out with injuries. The Saints are mired in a 5-game losing streak after winning their first 2 the start of the year. They'll play next Sunday at the Chargers. So shout out to Bob. Very detailed report as usual. Big ups to Brother Bob and Brother Kyle T. Mosley, Brother Ross, and Brother John Hendricks at the Saints News Network. Always dropping the facts. All right, so big ups to you guys as well in this thing. Big ups, big ups, big ups, big ups. Fam, listen, and this is a very solid move. Like if they can get MBS and bring him in as a member of the team, that is something that ultimately the Saints, they really have missed. Like they wanted Cedric Wilson to be that component, and Cedric Wilson has not been anything positive for the Saints. Now he had more production last game than any game, but it wasn't enough. Now Scantling, 6'4", can catch the ball, high point the ball, good 50-50 jumper, has championship experience. It can only help. Now, he's not a star wide receiver, but at this point of the year, seeing 2 really solid trades for solid star type wide receivers, whether it was Buffalo getting Cooper from the Browns or the Jets getting Adams from the Packers. There's a few other guys out there, but like I said, the Saints will have to work with some stuff because they ain't got their cap situation is pretty crappy. You know, shout out to Mickey Loomis on that. You know, he's the mastermind of our cap madness. It's all on Mickey Loomis, so they will have to kind of maneuver around because this is what the cap look like according to over the cap, no cap. This is what it is, 2.3 plus in team cap space for the Saints right now. So we'll see what that looks like moving forward. But listen, the Saints want to salvage the season. They got to mash on. And also there are other things to consider too. In terms of the black and gold on the depth chart, they got to get some offensive linemen in there that can block. Now you wait for, we don't know the timeline on guys like Cesar Ruiz, who has that bum knee. We know Lucas Patrick was hurt and banged up. We know McCoy is still weeks away, games away from being ready to actually get out there and perform for the Saints at the center position. So the Saints need to be really proactive in moving around and make sure they get proper talent there. All right. Thank you, Brent. He says, fire DA. Yes, sir. Come on, man.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. Fuck too kind.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. All right. So, and like we talked about before, man, it's one of those situations where as a team, man, you have these things that occur. And then the complexity is the fact that you can say injuries all you want, and we're going to know that's what the brass are going to come out and say, injuries, and it's true. But at the same time, that's what depth charts are for. You will get no quarter for that. You have to win, especially in the third year when you got a compressed timeline and you got older players on your team that's getting older by the day. You got to mash on it. And the fact that the cap is tied up to this, they made all of these moves in the cumulative effort to get the Saints to the big dance or get them into a deep playoff run, where they're heading in the opposite direction right now. 5-game losing streaks are not how you get to the playoffs. You are burying a hole. You're digging a hole rather for yourself. So, it's a tough situation, but at the end of the day, you will get no quarter. You will get no quarter. Why? Because this is the NFL. It stands for not for long, unless you're a head coach that's picked by Mickey Loomis, and he will then do everything he can to try to protect you. But in the end, he will lose because he's one old guy against a bunch of people who are giving money to the team, and that won't work. This is not going to work. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. Let's keep it moving, man. We get into this article right here. Shout out to Niles, one of our contributors on the whothatdaily.com. Dropping it. Saints running back Alvin Kamara shuts down trade rumors, saying it's a lie. A lot of rumors come out after this. And this is the kind of stuff that you're going to see during the season. You're going to see crap like this happen when you're losing and you're stinking. You're going to see stuff like this happen all the time. So as a team, you have to be able to kind of go against it. You're going to have to buck it. You're going to have to win. And unfortunately, it is what it is. You have to be able to get above it. But the Saints star running back Alvin Kamara took to social media on Saturday to refute claims that he had requested a trade in response to a post on X suggesting he sought a move from the Saints. Kamara was quick to call the rumor incorrect and labeled the report as a lie. Kamara, 5-time Pro Bowler, one of NFL's most versatile backs, emphasizes commitment to the Saints and even expressed interest in spending the remainder of his career in New Orleans. Recent reports had added fuel to the speculation that, in this course, Nick Underhill was dropping some science. Trade discussions involving Kamara had recently reopened. Initially, Kamara tabled those talks at the start of the regular season, expressing that he didn't want contract or trade discussions to become a distraction. However, it seems either Kamara changed his stance on the team's strong interest in talking shop, prompted him to give his agent the green light to revisit those conversations. Even with this development, Kamara's public stance suggests that he is not pushing for a move. While the Saints continue to navigate a challenging year, Kamara's response sends a clear message. He's fully committed to the team. Despite speculation about his future and the Saints' offensive struggles, Kamara is not seeking an exit. With his current contract running through 25, a salary cap hit that could make him difficult to move. Kamara remains a key part of Saints' plans as they look to turn the season around. So like I said, man, it's one of those things, man, where as a team, or as a squad, when you're losing, you're going to face all these things and then some. You're going to face them all. And ultimately, what the Saints need to do is, they need to they gotta look at everything, because everything, there is a solution to everything, and everywhere they need to look at everything. They need to look everywhere. Anyway, let's hear from AK-41. This interview the Saints dropped the other day. Just a little talking on AK-41, where he was dropping some science. Let's hear moments from him.
Man, I don't know. We got to be better. And I'm gonna get away from your question for a second and just say it's a couple of unacceptable things going on. One, our play is unacceptable, and two, the dome being empty or emptying out. I think I saw some fans leaving the second quarter. That's unacceptable, but I don't blame the fans. It's on us because they come to see us play and perform, and when we don't perform, that's the results you get. But I've never experienced that. And if I was a fan, I'd leave too. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just not good enough right now. For whatever reason, we gotta figure it out.
I know y'all are in the excuse making business, but I mean quarterback, wide receiver, watching through how tough is it without all this?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's tough to play with injuries like that. It's tough to play like that. But I mean, it's the NFL. Next man up. So whoever the next men up are, they got to play. I mean, there's a certain standard that you got to play up to, and it just is what it is. That's the reality of this business. And the other reality of this business is when you start losing too much, everybody get on the hot seat, right? Coaches, when the coach leaves, then players leave, and person that it just is what it is, and that's something that I definitely understand and I realize, and it just sucks. Because there's people that aren't in as good as a spot as me that are, they putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this. And, like I said, when you do too much, when you get too many L's and you don't produce enough wins, then everybody's jobs on it. And that's affecting people's families. So it's things bigger than football that are affected by football.
With Charles being on the line, do you feel like the team is still supporting you guys out there?
That's not a question for me to answer. I don't got nothing for that. You said the team, like as in the locker room. I mean, we're here. We go to work every day. We got to work. We just got to keep working and figure out what we got to do to put string wins together.
How much does this team need to get away, reset, refresh?
I think this is a. To your point, yeah, I think guys need to kind of just be around some family and just reset and recharge and come back ready to attack the rest of the season. It's like a little mini bye right now, so we get a chance to kind of get our minds right, get our heads clear, and then come back and get to it, see what's going on.
Does getting healthy fix what's wrong with this team?
I think getting healthy makes us feel better. I don't think it's gonna be just the ultimate fix. Because there's things that we got to do better. We shoot ourselves in the foot. I don't think we're playing with a lot of detail. I don't think we're playing with a lot of energy. Like Thursday night football is one of those, more than any other Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night football. You got to come out with energy. The team that comes out with energy and the team that comes out with, because we both played on Sunday. We got 3 days to recover and you got a game. The team that comes out with and just puts their mind in a place where, it's Thursday. We know it's a short week. We just got to go play. The team that could do that, I mean, that's the team that's really that's the team that's going to win. And we ain't do. I don't think we did it today. I think we came out flat. I think we came out. I think we just came out and it was a Thursday. It was a Thursday and we had a game. It wasn't Thursday night football.
Tyron was talking about recommitting and kind of keep your mind right and focusing.
Yeah.
Is that necessary right now?
100%. 100%. Because what is that? How many losses is that in a row? 5? Shit. That should say it all right there.
Is this as disappointing a stretch as you can remember going through?
Yeah, I ain't never been through that. Especially, the dome. I've been here 8 years and I've never seen that dome clear out like that. And like I said, if I was a fan, I'd leave too. Just being honest, because it's just people fed up.
Damn right they fed up. You goddamn right they fed up. Yeah, they fed up. And the thing is, they clear out, and there's many people that are dedicated because they believe in the team. And in my opinion, a little more than what they should. Because you got to have something. They got to give you something back in return. Not a bunch of excuses, but make some goddamn moves when you got this mini buy going on. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So anyway, man, listen, man, let's hear a little bit more from Alvin Kamara. Hold on. First of all, let me give shout out to the fan. Appreciate y'all for being here. Brent, shout out. He says, hi, brother. This ain't for Alvin. This is more for Mickey and more for Dennis Alley.
The problem is you trying to talk with your shit and you don't know nothing instead of listening. Huh?
I'm listening.
Okay? No. I get $40,000 and I dare motherfucker to pop.
Pop. All right. Shout out, man. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. Fuck too kind.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Carlton, big ups to you, man. Says we just gotta look behind. Oh man, hey man, you gotta look beyond the results, Carlton. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Fuck too kind.
Yeah. He said that prior to that ass whooping. So I mean, at some point, people gotta understand, man, that Mickey Loomis, man, is a guy that is ultimately out of his mind, man. I've been saying this to people for a while, man. Mickey needs to be committed, man. He need to be committed, man. He need to lose the GM job, man, because they're not gonna fire him. But he is a VP and GM. They need to strip him of the GM title, let him keep his VP title, and give somebody else a chance to rule the team. It's time to move the team into the next era of football, man. We don't need all this crap. And then finally, man, let's go to the Saints are allowing a league high. Shout out to Jeff Duncan. Says the Saints are allowing a league high 5.4 yards to carry. It's the highest average allowed in franchise history. There's a lot more going on here than just tackling and Pete Werner being hurt. So shout out to Jeff Duncan as the game gets started for the Falcons and the Seahawks, as we are going to be watching that game here. But this is the thing, man, to kind of notice about this whole situation with the black and gold and with Mickey Loomis and all this other nonsense is that, yeah, the defense was supposed to be the staple in which we operate on. But to be honest with you, they're not doing it. The defense is falling apart, and they're soft. They're allowing all of these rush yards. And we was talking about this during the season where, man, we've seen this happen during the year. You draw or you give a dive or a delayed draw or just a regular draw on the Saints. Their interior defense is soft as shaman tissue, man. Softer than shaman tissue. Just what it is. 5.4. Them people averaging 5.4 yards per. That's beyond 2 rushes first down. I mean, every time I run the ball on the Saints, it's half a first down. Every time. So 2 rushes equal more than first down if it's 5.4. Crazy, man. So they got a lot of stuff they got to do. And this very 5-game losing streak, you got a little time against the Chargers. Chargers not going to be pushovers either way. But anyway, back to the matchup. Seattle and Atlanta going at it in Atlanta right now. You got Kenneth Walker running the ball off to the right side, and he gets about 8 yards. So if you're a black and gold guy like myself, every time you're looking for Atlanta to lose the game because you don't want them to gain. If Atlanta beats Seattle, and this could very well be, they'll climb to 5-2, put the Saints further in the hole. And it's on them for the stupidness that they do. So shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button. Morning to you. Also, shout out, a good evening rather, to all the family members as Seattle Walker is able to pick up the first down off to the right side. Seattle moving the ball. Kenneth Walker, 2 carries for 13 yards right now as the Seahawks are marching. Game just starting there. They're dealing with injuries as well, but at the end of the day, we have to understand, man, that injuries is a part of the game. We might be dealing with more than those, but at the same time, we still have to get wins. We got to still be able to beat teams. So you got offensive injuries, but at the same time, defense has to be able to. And they've done some positive things, but it's just not sinking right now. And that's why they get paid the big bucks to figure it out. All right, here we go with the the Seahawks with the throw. And Geno finds his wide receivers. That Metcalf. Yep, Metcalf off down and deep in the Falcon territory with that throw to Metcalf off to the left side there. And like I said, man, you want this matchup, you kind of want the Seahawks to beat the Falcons. But I gotta give Geno Smith some credit, man. He's been doing a really good job since he's been there with Seattle, getting that contract and all. And there, the Falcons kind of tied up right there. They don't not much of a. They look like they lost a yard on the run to the left side. So Troy Anderson, who gave the Saints some problems when we played them last time, and Lorenzo Carter and inactive. But the thing that's crazy, like when you watch this, and we'll see the Falcons again in 3 weeks. It is. I mean, the next 4 games are Chargers. Who's that second game? I forgot who the second game is. Y'all help me out there. I might have to pull it up. But I know we got the Falcons in there. We got the Falcons in week 10, and then the Browns, and then the bye. So it's like over the next 4 games. And even though it's not a more difficult stretch than the stretch that we seen early in the year, but it's with the injuries and the dysfunction, the pressure, it's gonna mount. And that's what I was saying about being in the hole. Like, you got to have a certain mentality when your team is losing 5 games in a row. It is very difficult for you to turn, like, even if the Saints, they're sitting at 2-4, but if Atlanta wins, Tampa wins, that changes everything, man. That keeps the pressure on you. You have to fight from behind for much of the year, and that's tough. And there's the throw right there. It's a completion to number 16, and he's inside the 15, maybe actually to the 13-yard line. Lockett makes the grab, and they're in the red zone against Atlanta marching. Atlanta letting them march on them now, man. Atlanta defense and Seattle doing a good job of kind of keeping Geno Smith's pocket clean, man, so he could be able to make these throws. And Lockett made a really good catch to get inside for that first down right there. So they're in the red zone and marching. Shotgun Seattle, 3 to the right, 1 left. Running back next to Smith. He motions to the right side of Smith in the shotgun. There's the snap. He gives him the draw. Geno Smith's out front where he looks like he's blocking. He throws a block, and that's a touchdown. He goes in on the right side behind Geno Smith through a block. The free his running back. And then he does the Jamal, what's his face? The Atlanta back, Jamal Anderson, I want to say the man name is. Did that, and that might be coming back. That's too bad, man. That was a good run, and that's going to be a penalty that's going to come back. All right, big ups to the fam, man. I'm going to open up these lines of communication for you guys to chime in. What's up, T-Mama? Good to see T-Mama, the Queen's in the building. Much love to y'all. Appreciate the fellas as well. All right, Big Sean, much love, man. He says, this tough for a diehard. It says, we suck and sorry, but still who that? Indeed, bro. Because we know why the team is bad. That's the whole point. The team has talent. And I've been told, and I get all my communication, my DMs and everything. And there's the little, set up the running back screen and not much on it, maybe about a gain of 4 yards after the penalty, bringing up 2nd down and 17 for Seattle. But I've been told that, I've been told that that I need to be, I'm at fault too here. I was told that I was at fault too. Like, what you mean? What you talking about? You at fault? I was told that the Saints, I said, and sometimes you gotta remind people what you say, man. It's just what it is. There's a lot going on in the world. So sometimes people, then that goes a throw toward the end zone right off the hands of the receiver, Metcalf, incomplete, 3rd and 17. Penalty kind of messed them up, man. But I got to give Atlanta credit. Their guys are hanging on with Metcalf, and nice play. Number 24 was on him. Turn around, and he got a little, he swiped at it and got a little hand on it there that might have saved a touchdown. So good play by the cornerback. Third and 17 now. Is Terrell is the guy that he gets barbecued and shikabob, but at the same time, he did a good job on that play. 3 to the left there for Seattle wide receivers there. There's a snap out the shotgun. Pressure coming. Geno Smith throwing off his back foot, and he throws it out of bounds. They'll settle for a field goal on the play. So the Falcons bring the pressure, and they save themselves from a score. As he was trying to go to number 16, lock it toward the left side, and Smith with the pressure in his face, that wasn't going to work. So they'll just settle for the field goal. All right. But anyway, big ups to y'all, man, for being in the stream, man. What's interesting, man, like I said, to go back to me, what I was saying is that I was told that that I have my part. And then I was like, really? Q, what you talking about? Well, this is what people tell me. And they say, well, Q, you said that this could be a Super Bowl team. What I said was, yeah, it could be. It could be. We have Super Bowl talent here. You can't deny the talent we have. We have really good players here. But I've always said if, because I'm not crazy enough to say that the Saints are going to the Super Bowl. It takes certain factors for the Saints to iron out to get there. Like coaching. The coaching has to be on code. And if you got an offensive coordinator that like Clint Kubiak, and he's failing and he's not handling the business, then what the hell you want him to do? The head coach got to go over there and talk to him and say, hey, man, what you need? Do you need some more help here? And then again, if the only time you kind of lead a guy along is if you see he got it. But if you see he's over there and he's having some issues, what we need to do is we need to kind of figure out what we need to do to improve the situation. Now, if I'm sitting up here and I'm practicing against these offensive linemen and I see these offensive linemen, because they got to look like that in practice. You can't tell me that they look like all-stars in practice, but they look like trash in the game. Whatever they look like in practice is what they look like in the game. I promise you, I assure you that. So if I'm practicing and I'm the coach and I'm watching what they're doing at practice, then I say, man, this ain't good enough. We got to get some more guys. These guys are not going to cut it. We need to get better backups. There's such a thing as better backups. Yes, there are levels to starters. There's also levels to backups. We need better backups at the offensive line position than these guys, preferably guys that have the skill set to be able to run block. We need better run blocking backups. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts about it. If you don't have your starters in there, you got to find better backups that can run the ball. Simple as that. Go out there and find them. Go to the practice squads. Go to free agency. If you have to make a trade prior to the deadline, go do something. There are 3 different ways we can improve the team, as opposed to sit up here and believing we're going to sit here and wait till the starters get back. That's a dumb move, man. That's a move that if a guy telling you you got to look beyond the results and another guy that's interviewing you is giving the statistics telling you why you shouldn't look beyond the results, then that guy who said beyond results needs to be removed from that job, because he's totally an idiot. He's blind, and he's not governing or operating with logic. That's emotion, and he doesn't need to be the general manager anymore. But you got people that don't know football that are his bosses. That's the problem. You got to have there's what you call fail safes, or devices that are in place that if you have things that go on, a guy got to be able to have the ability to be able to then say, okay, listen, this is a problem. We need to fix this problem. Maybe you can't see it, but you got one person that's sitting with his hands on the mechanisms, and that's not going to work. That's a dumbass move, a dumb philosophy, a dumbass organization setup. That's antiquated, old, and stupid, and it's going to fail, especially if the guy that got his hands on the mechanisms, on the handles and the controls is out of his mind, talking crazy or looking beyond the facts, because he doesn't like to be criticized when he does bad, but want on the accolades when he's doing fine. So it's just one of those crazy things that we have to deal with, But the bottom line is the Falcons kind of pushing faster. My little screen here is a little slower. But yeah, we got issues, man, no doubt about it. Falcons moving the ball right now. They're showing their lineups: Matthews, Bergeron, Newsel, Lickstrom, and McCary is there. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Ray McLeod, and Kyle Pitts. They got to keep it moving. So when you dealing with all of this, while everybody else is moving, doing their thing, trying to do it, and you falling through the flow, that can't happen. That has to change. All right. So anyway, there's a throw right there. Nice throw by Kurt Nobody Cousins. Finds his target near midfield. It's Pitts. So not bad play there by them. All right. So anyway, let's look at some of the Phantoms. If you see, the Falcons are marching 3-0 Seattle as of right now. Chris says, I say nobody gets time away with their family players and staff got serious work to do. Dennis Allen is over his head, bro. When he said what he said, that he was going to go see his son, to many degrees, he done checked out. See, it's only so long fake thugs can pretend. It's only so long. When these things present themselves, then the true person, what you have inside of you, will then rise up for that particular occasion. No pun intended to the Falcon family members. But this is somebody that was handed the job, that didn't deserve to have the head coaching job, that got it the wrong way. So the universe will correct itself. All errors shall be corrected. All injustices will eventually be corrected, even at this level. So, like I said, man, it's only a matter of time before we see some of this stuff. It's definitely correcting itself now. All right, Falcons keep marching. They get near to 50. Another pass to Kyle Pitts. Falcons on the move. 2nd and 5. All right. Sean says, how are you at fault? I guess whoever told you that thinks you're the GM. Now let me finish that story. Now, the reason why I'm at fault is because I said that the Saints could be a Super Bowl team. They could. Now, when I said it, also, if you go back and listen to the many times I said it, always says if. Now, if is the key word, that if, because they have the talent. They have the talent to compete at a very high level. We know this. But it's if certain things or certain movements or people are in line. And I guess he was just messing with me about the whole situation, because we keep saying, hey man, we need to reset all this kind of stuff. Like, they're not going to reset right now, bro. They're not. When you have a window and you locked into the window, they are locked into a 2-year window. I said this. And why? Because the 2-year window coincides with money. They need to free up money so they can make moves on the other side. They can't make the kind of moves that's necessarily needed to be moved because they're locked into a window. I've said that because this is Mickey Loomis, the same guy that's telling you to look beyond the results. It's the same guy that screwed up the cap situation. It is what it is. Hell, I didn't do it. I would never make some of the stupid ass moves that Mickey Loomis made. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? The guy has jumped off side there for Seattle, and they'll give him some yardage. So it's flag against Seattle. He got a little antsy. And no, actually, they say it's a false start against the false start Falcons. So there you go. They'll back him up a little bit. All right. So yeah, that's what he was saying. But I know the Saints have talent, man, a Super Bowl talent. But the thing is, if it's a lot of parts. If Dennis Allen makes the right decisions, and I've known from watching Dennis Allen's game over the last couple of years that he's not good at making in-season adjustments. Like, if things start happening in season, the Saints not good at doing that. They're not good at making in season. They do good adjustments out season. But when the season is here and you have to make adjustments in season, it's difficult because it requires a lot of imagination of what I need to do. Like, as opposed to watch these guys, I wouldn't have waited weeks looking at these offensive linemen stink. Like, these backups. These backups are garbage. They can't even run block. And I need to run the ball to have success. This is directly hurting us from winning games. That's what is coming down, right? We need to run. Well, guess what? We're not able to run. If you can't run, that puts the pressure on the quarterback, and we have issues there. So the punt off there by the Falcons. So the Falcons punt the ball after an unsuccessful drive, and Seahawks up by 3 right now and looking to get the ball after the commercial break. So shout out to y'all for being here. But yeah, this is a part of it. You can't sit here and wait for 2 or 3 weeks. And the thing is, why the reporters asked Dennis Allen, are you afraid of your job? He said fast no, because Mickey Loomis was telling him, hey, don't worry about it. I got you. I got you, big guy, which is a slap in your face, because when people walked out of the building, like I said, the same thing happened last year in the Detroit game. Y'all remember the Detroit game when the Saints stanked it up? And people was, prior to the game, people were selling their tickets, and Mickey Loomis got up there and lied, talking about the people needed the money. No. People ain't sell their goddamn. If that was the case, then there wouldn't be too many people at the Saints games. It was that bad enough where the economy was that bad where they needed a massive amount of people needed the money. Then you would be getting your ticket sales would be through the floor. You wouldn't have the type of financial support you have now or then, if that was the case. But he got up there and lied about it. Well, yeah, you understand. Only, some people just need the money. No. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Where would you pull? But he does these weird reaches to justify stupidity that he does. He can't even protect himself at this point, and he over relying on. That's why I said the biggest thing is, this is the play that I've been saying is to get beyond him, because he's stonewalling you. He's stonewalling you. He's going to force his change, his decision. He's not going to let you run his team. In his mind, you're not going to run my team. I run my team. You could be telling him 100% facts. He's going to stonewall you. It's my team. I'm going to do whatever I want, even if it's screwing up the team losing 5-game losing streak. Stupid. He's going to stand up there and talk about injuries. Dennis Allen, we still have faith in Dennis Allen, even though Dennis Allen's team is in many cases of quitting in front of him. Even Richard Sherman got up there and said that. Oh, it don't look what's going on here. The New Orleans Saints look like they quitting on their coach. Well, God damn it, guess what? Welcome to the show. We've been watching this happen because Dennis Allen, just like he did his boy, I ain't have nothing to do with that timeout before halftime because he did. This is a weasel. He threw his guy in front. Clint Kubiak was like, okay, why would you call a timeout to take a kneel down? They asked him about that. Well, I had nothing to do with that. You know, such as bro, you can't even take that for your team. This dude is not a guy that you stand up for, man. This ain't that type of guy, man. He will throw you in front because he's a weasel. This guy, this so long these guys can pretend, man. Get this guy out of here. You got a ignorant, stupid general manager VP guy out here who refuses to bend even if the facts are in front of him. So the play is, I'm telling you how this goes. When you got a guy that stonewall you, the next thing it is, don't go down there and give him no more money. That's what it comes down to. That's all it is. Don't go down there anymore. As simple as that. What good would that do, Q? It'll do a lot of good. That'll drop them concessions. That'll drop that parking. That'll drop that merchandise that's too high. All that stuff is too high, man. All that shit's too high. And they'll go to pass to Seattle. It gets about 7-8 yards on the pickup toward the left side. This is the play. The play is drop your fine. It's called economic boycotts, man. Not everybody gonna participate in because you're gonna still have those people that's undisciplined that's still gonna go down there and do it. But it's just enough people to say enough is enough to bottom out the money. And once you do that, once you didn't bottom out the money, then the people that like the money, like Gale and Lauscher, they sit up and take notice when it's affecting their bottom line. That's how you get the change. That's how you win. That's the answer. The answer is don't give them your money. Stop giving your money, and because they want the money, they need the money. They're counting on your financial support to be there. So cut the stream off, wither the stream on their ass, and watch how they behave after that. You'll get them right. See, we've been pumping them full of money and resources for years now, so they big, fat, and happy and not listening to you. This happened even in society, man. When you look at history, when people start doing real good, they get all decadent and shit. They start looking all lazy, out of shape. They get decadent and all comfortable and all that, and then a aggressive horde of people that's not not comfortable coming in and slaughter them and push them on out and take them over. You caught that? Did you catch that? That happened. That's happened all throughout history. It's happening right now in many cases. Yeah, so they were run by the Chickens, man. I mean, the Seahawks, rather, my bad. And to Walker off to the right side for a gain of a few. But yes, indeed, man, you can see other teams around. I'm really surprised by the Minnesota Vikings, man. The Minnesota Vikings got some players there, and the Vikings are 5-0. They're up 7-0 on the Lions right now. And they're trying to push to 6-0, man. All right, there's the run by Seattle. They get the first down, a new set of downs. So they're just marching down on that Falcon defense there. All right, so big ups to y'all, man. Greg says some people are just stupid, too stupid to understand stuff, Big Q. I don't know. It's different levels of understanding, but it's discipline, man. It didn't take not everybody was involved in the bus boycotts back in the day when the civil rights did it. They were so cold with it that the bus company wanted to sell the company to them. But they was like, oh, no, we don't want you. We just want to sit where we want to sit. They could have put money together and bought the damn bus company. You see? But it's levels of understanding here. You control everything. In many cases, if you understand that and you have discipline and you have just some intelligence, a modicum of intelligence or brains, you don't have to be way up in the stratosphere with it. But if you understand how economics work, that's an easy fix. Mickey Loomis can't compete with people that's giving him the money. You just got to teach them a lesson. That's why I got to tell you, you got to spank their ass. They're out of control. You got to spank them. All right. Yeah. Sean says we have talent everywhere except for QB. Indeed. Brother Lyon says, well, who do you think would be a good candidate for the next coach? I don't know, bro. I got to look at the field of people that's out there, but then, to see, who would be the right fit for us. I don't think it's Clint Kubiak. That's for certain. He can't even handle his offense right now. Everything got to be perfect for him to operate the offense. I mean, you throw a few people and you take a few people away from him, boy, he looked totally different. And to me, that's like, man, that's a telling thing. Well, how he looked, like how the team looked. And then, of course, I'm not a guy to sit up here and play games, man. If the offensive linemen are not doing what they're supposed to do, I get you out of here and I'm going to get somebody else. Like to me, and there go a sack there by the Falcons. They take Geno Smith down on the blitz. That'll bring up 4th down. So the Falcons did enough to get him off the field. Grady Jarrett. This is the whole thing, too. You taking, I'll get you up out of here. Especially Ali Udo shouldn't even be on this team. How is Ali Udo still a member of this team? How is he still on this team? How is he still on this team? Absolutely not, man. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hell no. How is he still on this team? That's my question. How is Ali Udo still on this team? But yeah, bro, as an interim coach, when they finally do get rid of him, off the team, I will look at guys like Joe Woods because I like Joe Woods. He's a good communicator of talent. I think Joe Woods knows how to communicate to people. He's smart. And then on top of that, maybe the other guy on the offensive side would be Rick Dennison to me, because that's another guy that knows the system better than Kubiak. And Kubiak can still be as an offensive coordinator, but you got those guys for interim. And then eventually when you get into offseason, you look at Ben Johnson and others. But, we got to look at the field to see who would be the next good one, bro. But once again, who would be conducting the search for a head coach? Would it be Mickey Loomis? Mickey Loomis is a big part of the problem, man. So even if you fire Dennis Allen, you do realize your problems ain't over with. The top problem maker for the Saints is Mickey Loomis. He's the one that created the cap hell. He's the one that made the decision on Dennis Allen. The problem, even though Dennis Allen is the guy you put out front, that's almost blaming whoever the president is of the corporation, putting him out here and say that dude's the problem. Don't you understand that dude work for other people, for rich people you don't even know their names? Well, his main job is to sell you and say, oh, he was the problem. No, he's not the problem. This is a figurehead. They do this shit all the time. They'll put a figurehead out there to blame, and then when you get enough of him, they pull him back and they give you another one. Here you go. You'll change it around. No, he worked for the same interests. See, it's a circle. You haven't realized the cycle. You haven't seen the glitz in the matrix yet. Those are figureheads. They designed to be ripped down. And then you tear them down and put another one up there. That's how it goes. It's the same damn thing. These are figureheads. That whole thing is designed by the people that run it. You don't even know their names. It ain't Gates and all these clowns. You don't know the real people names. So that's what I'm saying. Too much information out here for us not to know. The great majority of the doesn't know this and still participating in this shit like this. That you're supposed to bring that thinking into it. When you do it, every 4 years, you hear them saying the same stuff, no matter what color they repping, whatever gang affiliation. They say the same shit. It's time for a change. And there's no change. It's the same shit or very minimal change. You see? So, at the end of the day, man, it won't change until you do, until you get more intelligent to know that the game being ran on you. It's simple as that. It's too much information out here for that. For us to still be collectively as lost, I ain't gonna say it's lost, but unintelligent to how things actually work. And it's all based on your money and your energy. That's how it goes. That's the game. Chantel says, Q, the Cleveland Stadium is rocking, as sad as this team is. Yeah, they love their football, man. Yeah, I know. Deshaun Watson, man, boy, I'm glad we dodged that bullet. If we have to look beyond the results, what is there actually to see beyond the results? Is it like a mystical land that is better than winning? No, it's his term. Look beyond the results. Is look behind the F-ups that he created. He's trying to say, okay, we're going to be fine. We just have to get some of these injured players back. Some of these guys you're not going to get back for weeks. And Cesar Ruiz wasn't all that before he got hurt anyway. Like I told y'all, if you go back and look at Cesar Ruiz's his whole little situation as they draw the ball to Atlanta, running, they get close for their 25-yard line, trying to get something going. But this is the thing with man, it's not look beyond the results, because that statement didn't make any sense. It didn't, because you can't look beyond the results of a 5-game losing streak. He's trying to say look beyond what's going on, because there's going to be a clearing. We know we're in the middle of the forest, but there will be a clearing coming up real soon, and this clearing will be all right. The problem is Cesar Ruiz wasn't looking like all of that anyway. We know Cesar Ruiz had one good year in which he really balled out, right? One good year when he balled. The rest of the years were like, yeah, serious. Take a look. And Eric McCoy is weeks away from coming back having an impact. So what that's what he's talking about. Once we get some of these injured players back, you're going to see. Well, we look really good in week 1 and 2. You guys are going to see. I'll tell you, you're going to see some stuff. No, we're not. No, you can't do that. You can't sit there and wait for injured players that's weeks out from coming in there, because it's not just the injury situation. The Saints defense is soft up the middle. Their guys can be ran on. The interior guys get pushed out of the way too easy. Yeah, and like Jeff Duncan put the stat up there, man, they're averaging 5.4 yards rushing on the Saints defense, man. That's 2 rushes first down. That's more than 2 rushes first down. So it got to change, man. Mickey Loomis just making excuses, bro. That's what it is. What's up, JT? Yeah, it's a part of the philosophy, man. You gotta. It's a matrix, man. They told you that. Matter of fact, it was a sister that came up with that. She be online saying how them people stole her stuff. Sister came up. She wrote all about that, because the matrix is a term for for the womb. It makes mention of that. It's not some sciencey term. And she had information. She wrote a book. I think she was talking about that. And, this whole thing, this computer generated reality, because a lot of it is tied to information that they are trying to interwoven, because it's a control thing. It's a control thing. But you have to participate in it for it to make sense. You get what I'm saying? You got to participate in it. But it's gangs. It's gangs of people making deals with each other. It's like you have the people that run the church, that over there in the Vatican. You got all these other people, and they come together, and you see them make groups. There's like there was operations that was going on, people not even aware of, that was happening in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, like Operation Underworld, Operation Gladio, where they had all these groups working with each other to hide money and all this kind of stuff. You had the mob working with the government. You had the church working with them, and all this. All this was operations that's declassified right now, man. They work together. That's up to you to know that, so that you don't get caught up with the BS, man. All that's declassified, man. That's how I go, man. You got to get it. That's why I tell my sons, man, we're not getting caught up in all this madness. If you want to change stuff for the better, then don't go vote for them people. You go up there and be the change that you want. And when you get there, don't listen to them goddamn people. If you join a party that don't act like a hive mind. Like, you got to think like this. All of them got to think the same. None of them can get up there and do something different. They'll snatch them down. Oh, he the problem. Nah, I ain't the problem, man. That shit been going on for years, because we got to get smarter than that to understand. It's very easy to understand too. It is so simple. I assure you, it really is. Jonathan says, to be honest, feel like we giving Dennis Allen enough rope to take his own demise. As defensive coordinator, he has been elite, but as a head coach, he's been a big failure. Quick to apologize. Yes, indeed, bro. Jonathan says, as well as make excuses and never initially fixing the problem. That's what's wrong with the team. Thank you, Jonathan. Brother Carlton says we're losing when most of them were healthy. All right, Crusher says you're gonna see some stuff. Okay, Mickey. Oh, you're gonna see some stuff. Let me tell you. Pete says, Q, I don't think they kept the right 53 players. It's showing. No, it was kind of ironic. Like when I talk about Clint Kubiak in large part picked some of the guys on his offense. And man, he didn't even use a lot of those guys. He was basically using 4 or 5 guys. Like actually, Olave, he overused Olave. Like in the last several games, they were force feeding not Olave, Rashid Shaheed. They were force feeding Shaheed. They were literally force feeding Rashid Shaheed. It wasn't flowing. They was trying to force the ball to him. Chris Olave then they wasn't getting Chris Olave the ball. That's why his brother started speaking out. His brother started speaking out. Like they force feeding Rashid Shaheed and was trying to make him like the number one receiver. I'm like, Rashid Shaheed's good, but he's not the best guy on his team. That's Chris Olave. And then, of course, Tyler Algieri running. He picks up the first down for the for the Falcons. But yeah, that's one of the crazy things that I kind of recognize about the whole process, fam, to be quite honest with you, about that he didn't want to use Jordan Mims. He did not want to use when Kendre Miller was activated for and off the injury list and was ready to go for like 2 weeks in a row. They didn't even use him. They did not use Jamal Williams. Jamal Williams averaged like 4 carries over the last 2 games. They didn't want to use him. And I'm like, how are you somebody's offensive coordinator, but you can only coach when you got your starters in there? That's why I made up the little saying, when Taysom's away, Clint Kubiak can't call a play. Because when Taysom's in there, boy, it makes everything, he over relies on him. But it really did reveal very glaringly and nastily. It revealed a major flaw in Clint Kubiak's non-ability to adjust and doing the same thing. Lack of imagination, can't get other guys involved. Over reliance on stars that are hurting people. Can't, in game after game, he kept doing the same thing over and over again. What's wrong with this dude? Adjust. He can't adjust. He doesn't know how to. That's why I say when they get rid of this, say, hell no, I'm not going to put him as I'm not giving that guy no promotion. Hell no, that's an incomplete pass right there. Forces the 3rd and 7. It's crazy, man. Yeah, Sean says where was he saying look beyond the results after the first 2 games? No, he wasn't. And that's what I was saying. He blamed the injuries on the NFL. This guy is the guy is unfit to be a general manager. Just be honest. He pulled out of his backside. You think it was one of many stupid things that Mickey Loomis has said when his teams are failing. He blamed the injuries he blamed the bad tackling. He blamed the bad tackle. I go to shot and is overthrown. Cousins overthrown the running back on the play, and that brings the 4th and 7. But he blamed the bad tackling that the Saints had accumulated over the last several weeks of football on the fact that the NFL changed the practice schedule. They changed the practice schedule where they didn't have as many reps. That's why, in his mind, the Saints were tackling so bad in the last couple of weeks. Now, if you listen to what I just said, that is absolutely ridiculous. That is massively ridiculous. Why is it ridiculous? Because that's not a problem to teams that are winning. That's not a problem in Minnesota. They 5-0. That's not a problem to the 4-2 teams, the whole NFC North. And there go the miss. There go actually. There's the Falcons missed the field goal there to the left, and Young Hoku's usually money on it, but he missed out. Seahawks still up. He blamed it on that, but that doesn't even translate. And that was such a stretch because that's ridiculous. What about the 4-2 teams and the teams that are winning? It's only a problem if the Saints are losing. That's when it becomes indicative. He wasn't talking about lack of tackling in weeks 1 and weeks 2. Didn't have an effect. Not even in 3 and 4, but over the last couple of weeks, the tackles the Saints are missing as a team. Oh, that's because such. Then, not even several paragraphs later, in the same comment, he says we have to practice more. If the NFL cut the practices down, then how is more practice, being that you are already capped on practices according to your logic? How is more practice going to cure it because you can't practice according to your logic? You're capped. We have to practice more. So that's just bullshit. So you're not going to get any answers from Mickey Loomis. You're not going to get any answers because he's the problem. Bottom line, what can I tell you? He is the problem. I've been telling y'all this for a very long time. When I exposed Making Loomis, when Sean Payton left, I was telling y'all that. I was like, man, listen, this dude is not who you think he is. Sean Payton was the glue, was the driving force for why the Saints looked like that for so long. How do you know? Because when Sean Payton was taken out of the matrix, and you put Dennis Allen in there, every last one of these people were exposed. That Making Loomis was nothing but an expensive gopher that went and did whatever Sean Payton told him to do. It was all Sean's vision. It was all his approach and everything he told him what to do, and he went and did it. There was no vision. There was nothing without Sean Payton. He was the driving motivation force. So a lot of what success happened was because of Sean Payton. Now you see Dennis Allen, a guy who's is less than a beta or whatever. He's in there, and you see what the team looks like. And this guy, Loomis, picked him. No real general manager that knows a head coach would pick a guy like that. Even watch him throw his team under the bus and apologize to the Falcons last year. You don't do that. And will not take blame for stuff like when they asked him about the timeout before the kneel down last week. I mean, in the Denver game. I didn't do that. I had nothing to do with that. Drew his guy under the bus, Clint Kubiak, just like that. Like, this dude is not. I said that. You don't have no coach like that, man. You're not gonna get anywhere with a guy like that. So I mean, eventually they'll just have enough Saints family members to get frustrated enough for a change to happen. I've been saying it for a while, man. Hard to tell. Ain't nobody gonna respect no coach like that, bro. You're not going to play for no guy like that. I don't care what the hell Tyrann Mathieu saying about Dennis Allen being a cool coach. He the only goddamn dude saying that stupid shit. And so is Demario Davis sitting up here champion for this dude. The rest of the guys like Marshawn Lattimore is saying, man, hell no, man. Oh, Dennis Allen, this, that, and the third. Let me get the hell out of here, man. Dennis Allen is not a head coach. He got the job out of some BS bullshit that happened with Sean Payton. That's what happened. Okay, Atlanta cuts down the running back. It's 3rd and 7 off to the right side there. Nothing popping. All right, so anyway, big ups to you guys as we watching the Seattle matchup. And Seattle and the Falcons go at it right now. It's in 11:50 in the second quarter right now. Seattle up 3-0. It's 3rd and 7 on the play. And we'll see what happens, man. So big ups to you guys for being there. Of course, if you're the Saints, you want to watch. If you're Saints family members, you want the Falcons to lose because that gives you an opportunity to kind of catch them when you start winning, right? A win here as they climb the 5-2 puts the Saints in a deeper hole. And that's Geno Smith stepping up and making a throw down. And Noah Fant, he gets way down deep in their territory, already down to the 25-yard line. Good grief. Nice pickup of 28 yards down to the Falcons 25. That was pretty good. Geno Smith navigated that, man. Got out of a sack and everything. Kept his eyes downfield and found his tight end. So Seattle's marching to try to put some more points on the board, man, against the Falcons. All right. Big ups. Sean says, my point is he uses every excuse in the book to protect. Of course he does. That's what it is. Yeah, DA is a pretender. He is. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Chantel says, Q, maybe the Saints can get Kevin Stefanski. He's about to get. Nah, we good all day. Yeah, we out of there. That's another completion to the right side by Geno Smith, man. About 4 yards off the first down. But the thing is just competency. Like, if you can't run the ball, you need to be proactive. Like, if we got injuries, and injuries is part of the game, you got to go out and get players. And you have to go out and get better backups. And that's a big part of it. As the Seahawks get a touchdown there, they get the lead in there. So it's Seattle marching, man, to get the score. As he finds Walker off to the right for 20 yards, pick up the touchdown. The Seahawks are now up 9-0. So there you go. Walker doing his thing. And Seattle putting it on, man. Early on the second. 9:52. Seahawks up 9-0 on the Falcons. So there you go. And that's the extra point is good. And it makes it 10-0. So the Seahawks up 10-0 on the Falcons. They got to get right. Or get left. All right. But anyway, man. Yeah. He said he got 2-time coaches year better. Yeah, but we don't need Kevin Stefanski. I don't think he's He's not the guy we need. You know what? What do we need? We need an accountable guy with a respectable resume that has results, like a good resume, a person that's well liked, that's a good communicator, that has a good offensive system, but yet understands defense. I know that's a lot, but there are those type of guys out there. There's some people out there that can be those type of coaches. We need somebody that's serious. Like, we need a leader at the helm. We need somebody that knows how to build, because that's what Sean Payton was pretty good at. He would build. He focused on keeping that offensive line together. Like, Sean Payton would build up his offensive line. Our line had questions from the get-go. The backups came on. There was questions all throughout training camp about them. The media was asking them. People like the offensive line coach, John Benton, was saying, "Oh yeah, we're fine." I'm like, man. So we drafted Tali Fuaga, which I like. Trevor Penning has been better, right? I ain't gonna give him all that, but he's been better. He's getting the reps and he will improve. But Cesar never was high on Cesar Ruiz. To me, he had one good year. The rest of them was like average years. The left guard position is a position. Nick Saldivera is basically a rookie. He's in his second year, but he didn't play anything last year, and he looks disjointed. He doesn't look strong. He looks out of it, and it's just what it is. The center position with McCoy is one of the stronger veteran guys, but McCoy, losing him really hurt the Saints because they didn't have a backup plan. If they had a bona fide center backup that can come in and do something, that would help. But the Saints did not have a bona fide backup center that they can roll in. They took the left guard and made him the center. And I'm like, what? It didn't make any sense. Like, if you make sure you have a backup center, like if you're going to have three or four reserve offensive linemen, you got to have a center, and you got to have guys that can play either tackle position, and you got to have guards that could play either guard position or a little center. And they didn't have a backup center. And when McCoy went down, they were in scramble mode, and it didn't look good. Now, with most of those guys hurt, because Lucas Patrick did a pretty decent job, not to be, no disrespect, but he was basically supposed to be a backup. There's no way, shape, and form Lucas Patrick should be starting that guard for you. I'm just keeping it real. He's a backup guy. He shouldn't be starting for us. I'm just going to be honest with you. But he is. And then Ali Udo is here, and Ali Udo is trash. I don't know what language that is, but whatever language it is, the guy's garbage. He shouldn't be on this team. I'm sorry. He's sorry. I'm sorry that he's sorry, and I want him gone. But this is what we do. We keeping all these these not good players, and it's not good. All right, John says, I wonder, Q, if Kubiak's hands are tied and they only wanted to allow him to only play with certain plays out of the playbook to disguise poor leadership. I don't think his hands are tied. I don't think none of it's like, I don't think Dennis Allen is that Machiavellian. I'm going to just be honest with you. I really don't. I really do. I really believe that. I ain't going to lie to you. I really believe that shit. I don't think Dennis Allen is tying nobody's hand. Why? Because Dennis Allen is over his head, and all he does is pay attention to the defense. I think he leaves pretty much the offense in the hands of other people. I really do think that. I'm not going to lie to you. But because Clint Kubiak is on his ineptness, and there's Bijan Robinson, man, he about to take it. He battle ramming them now. They're getting a little Bijan. The Falcons need to find a way to get him going, man. They still haven't gotten him going enough. Tyler Algier is the truth, but they have not been able to get Bijan Robinson going like they really wanted to, because he's a star right there for him. Guy's awesome, man. He's awesome. They got to get him going. And when they get him going, man, they're gonna really climb if they can get him going. But anyway, man, the bottom line for the Saints is, man, we got to do what we got to do, man. We got to get better backups, and we got to keep it moving. And like I said, we showed the report of Maldaz Scantling having an opportunity. The Saints looking at him to bring him in there. That is an improvement. I like that, because you bring him in here, get rid of Cedric Wilson Jr., get him out of here, get Wilson out of here. He hadn't done anything since he's been here. All right. Anyway, Yeah, Chase said Dennis. Indeed. What's up, BP? Says Jamal he says collecting dust on the bench. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Jamal Williams is huge. That's the huge problem. Like he had 4 carries in 2 games. It's just ridiculous, man. That's Clint Kubiak's play calling, man. You got to get guys involved. Falcons starting to run the ball on the Seahawks here, cutting up. It looked like they got another first down. Bijan Robinson doing his thing, man. Picked up 4 yards there. But that's the whole point of the other thing. Is Seattle up 10-0 right now. Bijan Robinson 7 carries, 60 yards right now. For the Falcons starting to get going, they're going to rely on him, to get that play action game going. And Seattle got to rally to the ball to stop him, man. The Falcons trying to get that play action going. All right. Anyway, Jonathan says even though Carmichael was great offensive coordinator, definitely looks the same as years prior. Although Kubiak's explosive play calling, offensive play for the first 2 regular season games. Yeah, when he has everybody, that's. When he has everybody, bro, it's a different game. When he has everybody, it's a whole nother. When he has all his players, he's good to go. But that's the problem. You're not going to always have the same guys. So at some point, you got to switch it up. You know what I mean? Anyway, shout out to the family members. Appreciate y'all for being on the live. Please feel free to hit the like button as we kind of keeping this thing going, man. Kind of keeping it going on Sunday, man. A lot of people kind of looking at it like, man, this is not good. It's not, But anyway, if you want to talk about it, man, please feel free to chime in. We got the links. We're putting the link is in the chat for the family members who want to chime in, man. Y'all can feel free to chime in. The lines of communications are open. You can punch in the link. Come on in and let's talk about it. Let me know what you guys think about what needs to happen in terms of the black and gold, man. And like I said, the link is, I think it's in the chat. Yeah, it is. There you go. You post it again just to make sure. There we go. All right. So anyway, big ups to the fam. Big ups to the fam. Big ups to the fam. Yeah, this is interesting, man. Very interesting. We're interesting times right now. But like I said, very necessary. These are necessary times right now for the fam. These are necessary times. These are necessary times. We have to go through this because we got to get it right. We got to get it right. We got to get it right. All right. Yeah. All right. Louisiana Dog says only the Saints would have fall for the fake punts against the Falcons. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing is, like I said, I'm not, to a degree, you look at it and like, okay, in order for us to succeed, this has to happen. I understand you're going to lose games. Like if you look at the situation that occurred with the Saints over the last couple of weeks, it was a slow slide into hell. Like you've seen the loss to Philly. The Saints should have won that game. They let it get beyond them. The Falcons game, they spotted them 2 touchdowns, came back, took the lead. Paulson Adebo, pass interference to guy. Young Ho Koo kicks him, used a long field goal to kick him into a loss. Then they kept going. You got even the Kansas City game. The Saints had an opportunity to do something in the Kansas City game. That wasn't mid-season form Kansas City. They're good, but they were nowhere near shape or form at mid-season form. The Saints could have won that game. And then the last game, you had the Tampa Bay matchup. The Saints were right at the line right there between it. And then the second half came out there and they just fell through the floor. And then, of course, the Thursday game, they didn't even show up. They didn't show up at all. So I understand the 3 games in 10 days is tough, but at the same time, you had the schedule like I had the schedule months ago. So we knew that game was a pinch. It's going to be a stretch of games, which you had to prepare for. It took preparation for that, which means using your depth, stuff like that. They knew the schedule just like we knew it months out. So it's very interesting to see how it goes. But then right now, Seattle up on the Falcons with 6:58 in the second quarter, 10-0. That's good news for us because every loss the Falcons mount or put together is it potentially can help the Saints, who we will face the Chargers in the upcoming Sunday. So then we got Marley Mall chiming. If y'all want to pop in, man, the link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. We'll be going. Let's see, we'll be doing. I guess we'll be. I got that pinned in the chat. Matter of fact, it's pinned in the chat for the family members to chime in. Marley Mall, what's popping, brother? How you doing?
What's up, BQ? Yo, yo.
How you doing, sir?
Okay, so let me start this thing off, bro. Mickey Loomis don't know what the hell he doing. That's all what it comes down to. He don't know what he doing. He don't want fire Dennis Allen. He making stupid comments that making him look stupid. Like I'm saying, the BQ, this is embarrassing, bro. We got a GM that's overstepping his bounds. Don't know what he doing. Dennis Allen don't know what he doing. The players, like they mentioned, gave up on him, and he's still sticking with this bum. All I gotta say is, Q, this organization gonna be a setback for the next 3 or 4 years. That's all I'm saying, Q, bro. We in embarrassing state, like we're hopelessness right now.
Indeed, bro. As Falcons getting Bijan Robinson gets the touchdown for them, they kind of get the lead down here. They're 10-7 now in Atlanta, but you got a point on that, brother. I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on, man. With it's a lot of stuff going on there. You know, I don't know how. Well, I do know how you fix it, but Dennis Allen is only like a portion of the problem, bro. You know, it's Mickey Loomis is the creator of the problem. Our cap situation. The decision to make him a head coach, and of course you get rid of Dennis Allen. Do you have faith Mickey Loomis makes the right call for the next coach? So I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. See, it's a lot of stuff going on. So it ain't automatically let's fire Dennis Allen.
But Q, let me tell you this, bro. Say Mickey do have, as we all know, a part ownership in the Saints. Shouldn't he be proud of having his organization, you know, like be on top, like the Chiefs, like the 49ers? They have good organizations that keep rolling. Like if a player goes down or something like that, they got a coach that always could fill other players in. But shouldn't he be proud as being a part owner to have the Saints be proud and like the fans be proud of the organization? That's what I'm saying. Like Mickey just seemed like he's just trying to tank the organization for some reason. And I don't understand why. And it's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is embarrassing. I give you that, bro. I don't know if Loomis is trying to tank the organization. I think he believes he's making the right decisions. That's what I think.
And at the same time, he's looking stupid, trying to do it, missing his words, looking past the results, chewing gum like a side chick. Man, it don't look good, bro. It don't look good. But I ain't gonna tie you up, Q. Like I just wanted to start off and give my assessment of what I think is a train wreck for the next 3 or 4 years. It don't look good, and I don't trust Mickey. Back at you, Q.
All right, thank you, Marley. Appreciate you, brother, and who that to you. All right, that's brother Marley, man. There, man. Appreciate him chiming in, man, and dropping a little game there. As always, shout out to Marley Mall. Man, listen, you're right, brother. I don't know if Mickey Loomis is trying to tank it, but I just think he believes deep down inside that he's making the right decisions. He believes that he has the answer to how you build an organization and how you win. And I just think that Mickey Loomis is kind of revision history, is changing the history here, because Sean Payton is not, Dennis Allen is not Sean Payton. That's the big problem that he's having. He thinking Dennis Allen is a Sean Payton type on the defensive side. Now, Dennis Allen's good at calling defenses when he's right, but his defense is failing right now. We sit here and watch 2 games ago, the Saints defense give up on them in the fourth quarter of the Tampa Bay game. So, I mean, and then of course you see his behaviors. People are not going to stand. Like I said, man, I wouldn't want to play for Dennis Allen. I wouldn't want to play for him. He's a joke. He's a laughing stock. He's not even a head coach. He's that entitled, but he doesn't control a demand a winning organization. He's up and down. He's iffy. You see him get up on these press conferences. It's not popping, man. We can do a lot better than that. And like I said, the issue is when you finally do get rid of Dennis Allen, are you confident with who Mickey Loomis will bring in next? Are we confident on his decision making going forward? So it's only a part of what needs to happen for the Saints to improve. And like I said, it's not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of losses for him to get for the pressure to mount, so much so where he ends up firing Dennis Allen. Because right now, Dennis Allen should be removed right now after 5 games, so we can kind of salvage the season. But I don't think so. And this could be another couple of games before we see a change happen. And they'll mess around and win one more game, and that will take the pressure off for additional 2 more games. So I mean, they're wasting away a good season because he has this thought process. And Gail Benson or Dennis Lauscher is a big problem. I don't expect. We know about Gail. There's no change in that. She's not going to learn more about football or whatever. It's not going to happen. Let's be real. But Dennis Lauscher, he shouldn't even have the president job of over the Saints. He shouldn't. He's not the guy to be the president of football operations. He's not. That's not supposed to be him. If he's the top businessman, you create a position separate, like I said, an assistant CFO underneath Gail, but strip him of the president title and put a actual football guy there. That guy over Mickey. Then you add a new general manager. That changes things for the Saints. So I've been saying that fixes everything. It really does, because it brings more IQ, more football IQ within the higher echelon of the Saints organization, as opposed to leaving it all to one dude. And if he starts ego tripping like what he's doing, it just jumbles up everything, and it just makes everything looks terrible. So Falcons get the touchdown. They make it a game here, man. Falcons trying to get back into this contest against the Seahawks here. And they're trying to steal the game away. Falcons win this game, they'll improve to 5-2. Saints will see this team, I think, in 3 weeks from now. The Saints will see the Falcons in 3 weeks. And it could look a hell of a lot different by that time. All right, so big ups to you. Brother Maul, he says, Lauscher only concerned is stuffing his face at the butt. That guy should not have that job. I'm going to just keep it real with you, fam. I'm not saying get rid of taking him and firing him. I'm saying give him the proper title for his job and the proper position for his job, which is make him somebody, the assistant chief financial officer, because the chief financial officer is Gail. That's how they built on their site. And for preference, while the game is going on, let me see if I can pull up. Give me a second. Let me pull this up for you guys, because I can pull this up. All right, and let me put this on screen while they're on commercial break right quick, so I can kind of illustrate a point. And also for the family members, shout out to them all. If you want to chime in, man, hit the link is in the chat. So you could hit that link. You could pop up. We got the lines open for you guys to kind of chime in. And this is what I'm talking about. This is straight from their website. As you can see, the NewOrleansSaints.com website. You can see how their front office is set up. They got Gail on top. She's the owner and chief executive officer. The late, great Tom Benson is there. And of course, you can see where the executives are set up. You can see the senior executives of Dennis Lauscher as the president, the top dude here behind Gail, top man, right hand to the throne is this gentleman. And if you look at all of his stuff, very well educated, but this guy is not, he's more like an accountant. He's a businessman. This doesn't have anything to do. And there's Tyler Algieri just running his ass off, man. And he gets a big gain on them. Good run by Tyler, man, getting upfield for Atlanta. Yeah, but you can see the guy is got a lot of education, an MBA from Loyola. He started his career as a CPA for a major global financial service firm. Joined the Saints '98 as a treasurer. He's basically an accountant who worked his way up to the position. And I'm not going to get into how he got up there because I know how he got up there because it was a lot of stuff that happened. He climbed when the Randy Mueller thing went down. When the Randy Mueller thing now, Dennis Lauscher was elevated, like he was able to climb with that. And a lot of people believe that he was the one that went to Tom Benson to report the moves that had happened with Mueller, who they say were making moves without Tom Benson's consent. A lot of people believe he was one of the guys that informed Tom Benson about what was going on there. And as a result, he gained a promotion. He went up when Randy Mueller went out. But ever since then, he's been sitting up there as the top guy in the organization. You look at this, none of this stuff is anything about football on the field. It's not. None of it is tied to anything that is football related. You know, none of it is. And that's the issue. Then this is his bio. Then you get out of it, and then it's Mickey Loomis here. And none of these other gentlemen have nothing to do with it. It's the football on the field. It's Dennis Lauscher and Mickey Loomis. Then when you get beyond that, as you can see the list right here, Mickey Loomis is general manager. There's Kai Hartley, who is the assistant general manager, vice president of football operation. This man here should be actually your general manager. This man should be the general manager, not Mickey Loomis, who has two jobs, as you can see. Mickey Loomis is the executive vice president and general manager. He needs to be removed from the general manager tag, and it needs to be given to Kai Hartley. Mickey Loomis is a veteran of 37 years in the NFL. It's time, man. It's time, bro, because these decisions are bad. And of course, you see the rest of them. You see the director of football administration and all this, and they kind of run down a list of some of these guys to this show, Jeff Ireland, and then you have other guys here as well. Now, they did add a bunch of other, they hired the former general manager of the Raiders. He is here. They hired Randy Mueller, even though I don't see their names here. They hadn't updated the pecking order where those guys are, but they're supposed to be there as well. So what I'm just showing you is how their organization is constructed. Gail, there's no change in where she is as a chief financial officer. Dennis Lauscher doesn't need to be the president. You create a assistant chief financial officer to Gail, which is what Lauscher would be, which is what he would be. And then you find yourself a new president, which is a football guy who will be over Mickey Loomis. Now, the new president would be a guy that would have football knowledge. He would be a part of the NFL executive program. And that's who you would look to make your new football president. This will be the biggest brain, the highest brain below Gail in your administration. Keep Mickey Loomis there, strip him of the general manager position, give it to Kai Hartley, like I said. And right there, that right there modernizes your entire organization in three moves. Giving Lauscher the correct term, making him the assistant chief financial officer, finding a new president and bringing him in, taking the general manager position away from Mickey Loomis, let him keep his VP and make Kai the new general manager. Easy. Three moves 3 moves to modernization, 3 moves to monetize. You can't get any better than that. That gives you football IQ. That rings Mickey Loomis's control over the team in, because you got a guy hired than him who knows football on the field, and you got a new general manager that is in tune with today's game. That will be the person that can run that organization. With just those moves, man, we done turn around and fix what they got going on there. But anyway, like I said, I've been saying it for a while. That's the answer right there. 3 moves to modernization. All right, big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. We got Pammy Whammy, baby. Welcome to the show. How you doing, Pammy? Are you there?
Oh, wait a minute. Hello.
There she go. What's up, Pammy?
Hey, Q. What's going on?
Good to hear from you. How you doing today?
Here. I'm doing good. I'm cooking some chili for me and my mom, and about to cook some cornbread and some rice. So we gonna eat good over here.
All right, now come on now. Don't call. Hey, look here. Don't you call up here talking about no food now. Come on now. Come on now.
Okay, look, we're gonna get serious now here for a second though.
All right.
No, you know what? I'm be truthful with you, Q. I don't see Dennis moving off this team until next year.
Okay.
I don't see it. I honestly do not think that Mickey Loomis is firing him after this year. It's gonna have to be something next year. Just from the tone of Mickey Loomis's press conference that he had, he thinks he's the smartest person in the room.
Yeah.
And a person like that, it will take, and we think we're rock bottom now. We hadn't even begun to scratch the surface of how low it can go. So I honestly don't think that he will do it. Now, my personal choice, and people may not agree with what I'm about to say, but I would love to see Peyton Manning come in here and be general manager. He has an excellent football IQ. His family is close to the team, so he's going to take it personal to make this team out to be something great for his dad. And so I see what John Lynch is doing over at the 49ers, and I think we can replicate that with someone that has been that smart and also knows the game, the insides and the outsides of the game. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's the first time I heard that thought. That'll because you can't deny the fact that he has a high football IQ. And that he's definitely tied to the area and the city, and to have Peyton Manning connected to the Saints in that way, man, brings respectability, as a good resume. The only thing is, him as an executive, he would probably does he have an interest in doing? I know Drew Brees doesn't, but would Peyton Manning have an interest in wanting to become an executive of the Saints team? That would be something I'd be looking forward to seeing. But yeah, in terms of resume, is impeccable. He's a winner.
Right.
I mean, he was winning. I mean, what was it when he was at Newman? He's been a winner, ain't no doubt about that. He's won. So to be able to have him connected in the team in that kind of regard would be absolutely positive. But I don't know if he wants to be an executive. That's the only thing.
Right. I get you on that. I honestly think he would. I think he would be excellent as a general manager. But I don't see any of this coming to fruition anyway, because Mickey Loomis is not going to demote himself. I don't see that. I don't think he's going to step away from the general manager position. I don't think he's going to fire Dennis Allen after this year. I think he's going to try to run it back with Derek Carr and Dennis Allen for next year. And we just in purgatory right now, y'all. We are in purgatory. Just put it all out there, Pammy. Just tell them we in hell right now, man. We done skip purgatory. We sitting up in hell right now with these damn people. We can't get rid of them. We can't. We cannot. I I hadn't felt like this since. Okay, yeah, it was pre Katrina, but I want to say even before that. I mean, you know how it was with like when Bum Phillips was was. I mean, it just felt like you cared, but you didn't care. I mean, you
Right.
loved them, but you. It was like, okay, I already know what's gonna happen today. We're gonna get blew out. You know, Bum gonna come out with his cowboy hat on and his leisure suit or whatever the little polyester suits he used to wear. I I
Yeah, that
just
street had the more farmer John outfits on. Something was going on. I was like, what is this? What is Bum Phillips wearing here, man? I remember that.
I'm
Did
serious.
he?
Go ahead, Q. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No, I don't. It's like I don't have a feeling anymore. It's like I don't. I care, but I don't care. I hate to feel like this.
Yeah, yeah, me too. It's unfortunate, man, that we're here in this
Yeah.
this hell right now, and yeah, a lot of people a lot of people feel like you though, Pam. And there are a lot of people thinking that he won't do it. And the thing
Mm-mm.
is, there's a pressure to it. Like it depends. The only way it happens is if the Saints fight back to, now it really, let's not forget what it's supposed to be. If the Saints don't make the playoffs, he's supposed to be gone. We all understand that.
Right,
No
right,
playoffs, no job. So that's
right.
first and foremost. So I can see him attempting to give Dennis Allen as much room to be able to right the ship as possible. I
Hmm.
see Mickey Loomis trying to do that. But if it's a lose, it depends on how bad they lose. Because hey, listen, if they lose 3 of the next 4 before the bye, then Dennis Allen is gone. There's no way you can keep that. Because if
You
you
think
think of
so?
because look at what we are right now. We 2-4, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we lose, because the next 4 games, hold on, let me see if I can do this. Let
Okay.
me put this schedule up here so everybody
Okay.
can understand what I'm saying. Because the next 4 games, hold on here, let me see, where is my schedule at? The next 4 games are imperative to success, man. I'm telling you. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up here so family members can see. All right, here it is.
But you
This is
know, Q, what
mhm.
he's gonna use these injuries as the excuse for Dennis. I just feel it. I feel it in my bones.
Yeah, he using it now. He was saying
He
it now,
gonna
Pam.
use
So
it
you
all the way through, Q. I'm telling you, he gonna say, "Well, we gonna get much better, and we gonna draft better, and Dennis is gonna come back, and it's gonna be better next year because we're not gonna have all these injuries." Watch.
it won't work because unless Dennis Allen gets this team to the playoffs, it's already understood that if he doesn't get them to the playoffs, he's fired. That's the understanding
Okay.
coming into the season. He can't change that midstream. And the next
Okay.
4 contests, he got 2 on the road. The Saints should beat the Panthers in week number 9. We got the Chargers next. That could be a loss based on what we have. You should have
Hmm.
Taysom. You should have Chris Olave back some of the time. It might be a more of a competitive game. Then you go to Carolina in week 9. So that should be a win. So you win 1. So you're 2-4 right now. I say the Chargers game. We'll see how that goes. You could
Okay.
possibly kind of even it up a bit. But Atlanta's a game in week 10. And then you have the Browns, who are not all that by week 11. So it's a little bit softer. Still in all, the injuries is something else. So depending on how we look here over the next 4 games, will be telling because if he lose 3 or 4, it's hard to say because you would be what? You'll be 3 of
Eight.
losing 3 or 4 will put you at what? 3-7.
Hmm.
It'll be you put you at 3-7. 3-7 at the bye is no, it's no way he survives that. And then on top of that, the support base would be cut in half because you would you would have at that point 6 games left to go in the year, would mean you basically would have to win all of the games to qualify for the playoffs. You would have to finish out the
That's
regular
true.
season on the winning streak. There's no way Dennis Allen's going to do that. So, like I said, the team gets in a hole and they're 3-7 at the bye. I find it hard to believe that now that's what Mickey Loomis wants to do, but at the end of the day, it's all about you. When
Hmm.
the stands are empty and
Absolutely.
pressure's on, that changes everything, man. That's hard. You
It
can't spin
does.
that.
It
So we
does.
so we're gonna see what's going on. It's gonna be fun watching it though, Pammy. But
I
we're getting
know.
But yeah, don't feel like that. Listen, you got some good eating going on there. I cooked yesterday. So, you do.
What you
So
cook?
I had done me some wings. I made me some
Okay.
dirty. I put a bunch of stuff together. I just say, because my boys could eat. So I just say,
Okay.
man, listen, we're gonna do all this. I just put it together. I say, listen, we're gonna eat this today and eat this. I mean, tomorrow, which was Saturday, and today, which is Sunday. I
I
was like,
know
yeah,
that's real.
you see what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna be sitting up in there like that all the time. Y'all eating up all this stuff over.
Sit your ass down, eat these wings in the dirt.
God damn it, you eat up all this shit up in here, man. What's wrong with y'all? Shit high nowadays. What y'all doing? Oh yeah, that's how I used to do. I never understood that. That's my mom used to tell me that back in the day, man. I had to call my mom. I had to call her and apologize to her. She said, "Why don't you call and apologize?" I used to eat up all that stuff up in there. You used to say, "What you doing up in here? You just left out of here. What you?" I didn't understand. It's free food in there, mama. It's free food. I don't need to pay for it. I have to swipe nothing. I'm just going in there. Free food up in there. Oh my goodness, boy. We
now
got it
you
now.
see it ain't free.
Oh yeah. I had to call and apologize on it, man. I was like, Mom, I'm sorry for eating up all that free food you had. She said, boy, you crazy.
Oh my God. Yes, sir. Well, I did want to call Big Q. You know what? Just thank you. I don't know if you get as many thank yous as you deserve for just keeping us going because, honey, it's rough in these parts, right? Oh my God.
Pam, it's rough out here on these YouTube Saint streets. Let me tell you something, man. It's rough out here. But yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for that as well, and I appreciate you for your support and thank you for all that you do and all of the greatness that you represent. I'll be seeing you up in there, be getting them people together and letting them know. So I appreciate you as well.
I try to, Q. I try to that. Anytime you want to make me a monitor, you just go right ahead.
Girl, you mean to tell me? I thought you not one.
Nope. So I can snipe some of these folks. I don't mind.
What?
I'm like Jared G.
Oh, Jared firing at everything, talking crap. Like, oh, gee, let him make it. And if they can, let him make it. OG say he got free bullets. He making it work. Pam, listen, go ahead. Hold on here. Wait, comment in there, and I'm gonna make you one.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you, sweetheart.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you. All right, you have a blessed evening, afternoon, and we love you. And who that? And y'all hang on, hold on. Change is coming eventually.
Thank you, Pam. Appreciate you.
All right, Q. Thank you.
Bye. All right, that's Pammy, man. She's so sweet, man. Appreciate her. I'm like, what? She ain't no mind. Pammy, come on, girl. Come on here. I am so sorry. I didn't, but see, I'll just be so busy, man. I don't know. Hold on, Pammy. Just say something in there and I'm a mod you up, sweetheart. All right, big ups to y'all, man. If y'all want to chime in, shout out to Pammy and Molly Mall for chiming in, man. This is a chime in stream, man. Even though we watching the Falcons in the Seahawks 17-7 right now. Of course, we want the Falcons to lose the game, obviously, because it gives us an opportunity to be able to get a little closer, perhaps. I don't know. But there's a link pinned to the chat for you guys to chime in. There's your opportunity to be heard. So if you want to be heard, pop on in, man. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. So shout out to Pam. Appreciate her and my dog Molly Mall for stopping by, dropping some game there. I can't believe Pam ain't no mod, man. Where is she at in the chat? I'm trying to find where she at. Comment in the chat, Pam, so I can see. I don't see you in there, sweetheart. Say something in the chat now. Okay, there you go. I see you now. All right, my baby. I got you. All right, we're gonna have to mod her up. Give her a wrench. There you go, Pammy. You got your wrench, sweetheart. All right, but big ups, man. Listen, man. Right now, the Falcons are trailing 17-7 at halftime. Right now, Seattle's DK Metcalf got that 31-yard pass from Geno Smith. They go up 17-7 at halftime. So the Falcons right now doing Falcon type stuff. They doing what they do. All right. So big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream as well. Yeah, and a lot of people, they do that. A lot of people believe that even credit, shout out to Nick Underhill. He was saying that too. Nick Underhill was saying that he's been around. I was like, Nick, listen, bro. You speaking 1,000% facts, because these people live on a reality in the NFL world that nobody else is. There's pressure to win, and the Saints organization they're sitting up there like, this is not the NFL. It's like they running it like it's a college club or something. Like, man, are you crazy? So it shouldn't even have to be that. The results should be ever seen. If you see a team in the midst of a 5-game losing streak, changes have to be made, because it's something wrong. When you're losing 5 games in a row, something is madly wrong with your team. And the defense, they put it all on the offense because the offense is ghastly. The offense can't block. You put the tape on, we did all 22. That offense, every time they tried to run the ball inside, somebody ended up losing a matchup. Like, it'll be Penny and the right guard would win their matchup and the left guard would lose his matchup. He would not block somebody. It happened every time. Every time there was a run situation, somebody would lose there, and that can't be the case. And you like their backups, fam. Think about it like this. You have guys that backups who are now starters right now because the starters are gone, who are practicing every day. Not only that, but they've been on the team for months now. They've been practicing in the off season when it was OTAs, and they've been running on the scout unit or the second string unit, running the same running plays and the same running plays, same offense as the starters. So it's not think like we just pulling them off the street and say, hey, you got a job. No. These players, the majority of them have been on the team for months, and they're running the same plays. It is no excuse for why that offensive line looks that bad. It's no excuse for why Clint Kubiak, when he's losing or over relying on people, he was force feeding the ball to Rashid Shaheed. We know that you got to run the ball to set up the deep throw. That's why it wasn't working like that. All of the stuff they trying to force something that fix the offensive line, find better backups, then run the ball. The play action will come, and then you'll have an opportunity to take a shot downfield. They overused Rashid Shaheed in those games. They were force feeding the ball, forcing the ball up the field to him. Now he's not there anymore. He's gone. Then they were using him on kick return, punt return. He got the punt return for a touchdown. That was fair. But they were overusing these guys. They overused Taysom until he got hurt. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that has to change. Those guys are not there. You have to get other guys that are involved in the offense. And these guys, Jamal Williams, Jordan Mims, all of these guys were guys that did positive stuff in practice that weren't there. And he's not utilizing them at all. They can't beat his ass and force them to give them time to be on the field. It doesn't work like that. Offensive coordinator has to have imagination. And his biggest problem is he can't get other guys involved in the offense. I don't care what the case may be. It's not hard. Find better backups and stop trying to get these backups to do something that they can't do. And they've shown you consistently that they can't run the ball. Now, if I'm general manager, I'm looking at that and saying, man, we need to get all that. We need to get all that fixed. We need to find better backups. Guys that can run the ball. How do you do that? Practice squads, scour the practice squads, looking for agency, and check out the trade market prior to the trade deadline. 3 different ways to improve your team because you're on a 5-game losing streak. Because if Atlanta wins, Tampa Bay wins, that increases the lead that they have and puts more and more pressure on the team that can't take no pressure, especially with Dennis Allen at the helm. So it's just one of those things that we recognize and see as facts. Now, if Mickey Loomis doesn't see that, he cannot protect Dennis Allen if Dennis Allen is losing these games. If Dennis Allen loses the next 3 or 4 games before the bye, Dennis Allen is in trouble. You got to fire the guy because you got to make a statement. Somebody got to fall, and Dennis Allen fired everybody. There was nobody left for him to take the fall except for him. It was Pete Carmichael. He had him for 2 years. Fired Pete Carmichael. He brought all the coaches in that he wanted on the defensive side of the ball. All the coaches, 95% of the offensive rooms was filled by Dennis Allen's guys, his handpicked guys. He brought in his quarterback last year, to run it. He brought a bunch of these former Raider guys in here and basically brought these guys in here, and it's not equating to winning. They're on a 5-game losing streak, and if they lose 3 of the next 4, he should be fired. You have to have something glaring to jolt this team into reality because they're not believing in him. They're not. So shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. At halftime right now, we're watching Seattle and the Falcons right now, and Seattle is winning the contest at halftime. Geno Smith 15-19 for $181 and a touchdown. Kirk Cousins 9-12 for 80 yards. Kenneth Walker the third, 6 carries for 45 yards in the score. Bijan Robinson 11 for 80 in the score. DK Metcalf cutting up on him right now. He has 4 catches for 99 yards in the touchdown. That kind of gave him the 17-10 lead. 17-7 lead. And Kyle Pitts 5 catches for 48 yards leads the Falcons right now. So, like I said, we want them to lose. All right. Anyway, No Cap says when I said I hope DA fired, they called me a fake fan. They called me negative. They called me fair weather. They called me a hater. But what they can't call me was wrong. Who told you that, brother? Who called you all that stuff, brother? Who did that? Whoever told you that, bro, you need to cut their dumb asses off, bro. I don't know who. That's all that stuff is relevant. It is. You can't look past none of the results or the resume of what the coach has been doing. That's been the thing. 3 years is more than enough time for Dennis Allen to establish himself as what he's going to do. There is no more time. We've given Dennis Allen 3 years. His team is on a 5-game losing streak. He just threw his offensive coordinator under the bus when they asked him about why would you call a timeout to go and kneel down. And he said, matter of fact, LSU did a similar thing in a matchup yesterday against Arkansas. They called a timeout and then went out and kneeled the ball down. Wasn't no controversy there. But he's like, what was the decision on that? Well, I had nothing to do with it. Oh, wow. Damn. So was Clint Kubiak did that dumb shit? Yeah, well, dude, just take the blame. He don't take no blame. He don't fight for nobody except for himself. He don't do it. That's why he's not a good leader. He's not a good leader. A good leader don't throw his team under the bus, and they don't apologize to the Falcons, even when they run the game up. If they wanted that little old touchdown, let them go and get it. No, don't do it. Go out there, kneel down, then apologize and tell him he's right. You don't apologize. They should have fired him then. But there was no apology to you for him apologizing to the Falcons. Mickey Loomis just backed him up. Mickey Loomis is a complete moron, bro. Let's get it to it. That's Scott. He's a moron, an egotistical, over-emotional moron. Let's just tell the truth, man. Tell the truth, shame the devil. He over there power tripping. That's what this is. Oh, ain't nobody going to tell me how to run my goddamn team. Let me tell you. Oh, you tell me that, buddy. Your ass is grass. Let me tell you something. Oh, hell no. That's my damn team. I'm the VP. I'm the general manager. And you guys are, I'm going to tell you. Your ass is grass. You play with me, buddy. Let me tell you something. I agree with Jerry Jones. When that reporter said that on that show, and I tell you what, I go on WWL radio, and if those guys get smart with me, I'll say fire the asses. Oh yeah, that's where he comes from. That's what kind of dude that is over there. All right, we're about to get going back here with the Falcons and the Seahawks right now as they kick off to them, and we got to get in back from the game. So, like I said, man, it's a situation where we'll see what happens over the next 4 games because the Chargers game is going to be difficult. They should get Taysom Hill back. They should get Chris Olave back. Lucas Patrick might play. That'll help out a bit, but Saints have to establish a running attack. And every time we get Taysom Hill back, it helps the Saints offense because Clint Kubiak can't call a play without Taysom Hill being in the game. So if he gets Taysom, he's going to overuse him like he always does. He overuses Alvin when he's hurt, and this is what he does because he doesn't have the ability to adjust to use deeper personnel. That is a major characteristic flaw in his game. He had several games to figure it out. You got a funky, degenerate offensive line that can't run block. You should have discounted these guys and brought in new people every week if you had to, so you found the right collection of talent to be able to run the ball. We cannot lose any more games. We are falling through the floor. All right, so big ups to the fam as we get the second half of the game started. Seattle up 17-7. Falcons getting the ball. They're trying to kind of get this game a little closer. All right. So big ups to you guys. The link is in the chat if you want to pop in. The phone lines are open. To feel free to come on in and spread your and talk your game. Tell me about what you feel about the Saints, how they need to turn it around. Let's hear from it. Bijan Robinson got a nice run. He gets pushed out deep into the territory. There you go. Out of just a pass out of the backfield to Bijan, turn it into a long game, man. Off what? 26 yards up the right sideline there. So not a bad play at all. He takes that little dump down there, beats the guy to the corner, and picks up 26 on the play. Not bad. That guy's a weapon. All right. No Cap says DA get brought back. Last thing I want to hear in offseason, he's learning, he's doing things his way. Accountability will be enforced. We heard 3 years already, treating him like a new head coach. Well, the way I see it is, bro, and that's Bijan Robinson dancing around on him. Made a play, picked up 6 or 7 yards on the run to the left. Well, I see this like when you make the calls, you make the plays for him. Okay, it's already established going into the season. Like, okay, we're not gonna fire Dennis Allen. Watch, okay, what improvements did you make to improve the team offensively, bringing Clint Kubiak? Okay, so it kind of resets itself. Okay, let's see what they can do. Let's see if the offense, because it's all about the offense. Let's see what they can do. So Clint Kubiak comes in. When he got all his guys healthy, he can call a play. When his guys start hurting and they start falling apart, he can't do nothing but over rely on backups. He doesn't have any imagination to get anybody else involved. He don't want to use Jamal Williams. He doesn't want to use Jordan Mims. He doesn't want to use these other guys. And then they fail and they lose because they can't run the ball. And they know these guys in the middle can't run the ball. They don't make any real changes. They just stick with the same garbage. Okay, fair enough. And then it becomes a matter of then what do we do? You know, what goes forward? Well, the philosophy now, this is making Lomas, we wait on players to come back. We wait on people to come back. No, that should never be the philosophy, because most of these guys aren't going to be healthy. I mean, it's a long season, man. It's a long season. You can't wait on Eric McCoy to come back. You got to go out and get guys that can run the ball so you can set up the play action so you can get back in your play action bag. No matter who you have at quarterback, if you can't run the ball, they're going to all look terrible back there, whether it's Spencer Rattler or Derek Carr. It's going to look terrible. It's not going to look good. So Falcons trying to march the field, man. They got some positive plays going off to the right side. Another pickup there. It'll be 2nd and 1 on the play. So, I mean, it'll be interesting. But, yes, it's all his team, like all of the stuff that he had. And he basically done ran whatever options he doesn't have out. There is no more excuses. There is no more options. He can't blame Carmichael for the offense being bad. You can't say that he didn't have his guys. The offense is 95% his choice. The defense is 95% his choice. This is his complete team. He brought all these guys over here. It's his complete team, and the Saints are losing. So you don't have any more options. He has to go now. It's overstood. That's already overstood. And you got people that is not, and I've been saying this before, that's why I said Great Saint. That's why we created the Great Saint Think Tank. The family members know that. We created the Great Saint Think Tank because I abhor, and I don't like a lot of these Saints people who don't even use their brains. I despise those people. I'm sorry, I do. I don't like people who just agree with you are a effing moron if you act like that. That just because you are a supporter of a team don't mean you're supposed to turn your brain off and agree with everything they say and support them whether they failing or not. That's not how this works. That's why a lot of times people are failures in life, because you don't drive power into something when it's not doing the right thing. That's why we bottoming out right now as a country. Like they blame all the poor people coming here, but you don't talk about who got them here and why they're here. And what happened to them people countries? What happened to their countries where they come in here and stuff like that, and they're using these people? They're using them. They're using these poor people. They destroyed their countries. What you mean, Q? Go look it up. That's another lens. That's what I'm saying, man. It's no time and it's not time for in no era of time for a person to be that brainwashed and controlled and that stupid and foolish to how the world and business works. And nobody foolish enough to support something 1,000% and is failing and still call them so, well, I'm just a diehard. That is a moron. You're not supposed to do that. You don't support something like, even when the stuff was happening with the Catholic Church, you still fucking supporting that? Well, of course not, Q. That's wrong. But you didn't pull your support back when that happened, did you? When they were standing out front of the Saints facility with signs picketing and saying all this stuff in their connection to the Catholic Church. Did you stop your support then? No, they don't care about none of that. Just give me football, because they morons. I abhor these people. I tell them all the time where to stuff it. I really do. I'm very disrespectful to these people because I don't believe in that. I don't even much acknowledge that, because you're not even real to me if you're not using your brain today to think about how things work, and you do not support bad behavior. I can imagine their children running around on kick them in their asses. You don't support bad behavior. I abhor those people. I really do. And y'all know that. I always blast on them when they come up in here. I blast on them I all the time. You know, you're not supposed to behave like that and act like that. If these people are disrespecting you, you do pull support away and get them together. That is using your power. You're using your power the correct way. That's what I advocate. And sometimes it don't work. A lot of these people don't believe in that. A lot of people love being powerless. And for those people that's like that, I don't got shit to say to you. You can go to hell. I'm so serious. So I'm sorry, fam. Y'all know that for years I've been doing this for years, man. Years, and I ain't going nowhere. God say the same. But I stand on truth. I stand on business. When the Saints was doing all that shit with that Catholic Church, I was riding down, blasting their ass for that. Go back and listen to the shows. Put one in the chat if y'all remember that. Who doing that? Because you got to keep it real. You got to tell the truth. And I would advise you, brother No Cap, is that if you got people chiming in on your stuff like that, just don't even try. You know, if they come on that, just block them, bro. Because they're not going to learn nothing, man. They're not made for this. That's what I would call it. It's sad to say, but them throwaway people, just throwaway people, man. I'm sorry to talk like that, but they're of no use to anything that's of any relevancy. You know, they're not trying to learn. They're not trying to understand how things work. And their minds are tuned in to that frequency, and they're not trying to do better. They're not trying to understand how things work. They just got this foolish ass mentality. Is this what it is? And I'm going to do it. Just, okay, throw them away. Throw them away. Discount them, block them, shun them. That's the thing I've been saying before. You got to start shunning people, bro. Shout out to your Argentine Dogo, man, for becoming a member. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. You're fuck too kind.
Seriously, bro. And I'm a super cool dude, man. But at the same day, bro, I have no regard for them type of cats. If you could, because this is basically it. If you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem. And if you're a part of the problem and you understand how you function and you're doing that, man, throw them assholes away, man. Throw them away. I can't stand them type of people, man. I really don't. Because you refute, they're just too far away in the game to be thinking like that. And I'm telling you, it's a better way to think that can help us all. And you still being selfish minded, cast them away and shun them, block them. It's a button. Get Pammy, get OG, get T Mama, get them some power tools in your chat and let them take shots at them and get them on the pot of there. That's what I advise to you, my brother. Rose says, Q, maybe you already said it, but I didn't know Saints were hosting. Yeah, I said it earlier. I started the broadcast off with it, my brother. Thank you for reminding us. Yeah, they hosting Scantling. You remember a couple of years ago, they were trying to go and get Scantling as a player to come here. And he turned him down to go to, I think it was Green Bay at the time. They turned him to go to Green Bay at the time. But, but like I said, man, it's one of these situations where it'll help because we really needed Cedric Wilson Jr. has not been anything for us. No disrespect to Cedric Wilson, but he hadn't done anything for us. He hadn't done anything for us. He hadn't done anything. No, I can't let that out, brother. I got the Queens is in the building. The Queens in the building, brother. I got to ring it in, brother. I can't let the Queens in here. I can't let it fly, my brother. I appreciate you giving me the support though, but I can't let that fly. No, I can't let it fly. But I'm upset just like this. But I'm just telling you, man, it's levels to what we go through in here, and some people see the game as a game and it's just entertainment. And then when we say, listen, man, we can get a lot better from the team if we use some discipline. We don't go there and support the team because they're disrespecting. Mickey Loomis is literally standing up as the Falcons score a touchdown right here. Kirk Cousins throws the pass to Drake London for a 5-yard touchdown. And Drake and Young Hoku adds the extra point. The Falcons now shrink the lead to 3. 17-14 Falcons answering. In the second half, they're getting close. So it's going to be an interesting fourth quarter as we got 7:43 remaining in the third. But the reality of it is, you know, like I said, I've talked to a lot of people over time with the Saints. And listen, if it's for the betterment of the community, I'm for it. You know, I'm for it. But I'm only made for a certain group of people or a certain type of thinkers. Let's just say it like that. For a certain type of thought process that I'm made for as a creator, a content creator, right? Because I'm real, I don't sway, I tell the truth, I keep it real, even if it's against my team. If it is what it is what it is. And I've been doing that for a very long time. So all I can say is like, at some point, some form of fashion, you want the right people that's there. You want like-minded people there. And I send the sign, I send out the frequency throughout the universe, throughout the web, to bring those like-minded people here. Because here, when I'm talking, it's not just football, but it's life, it's everything. Because I know order to have that a part of your team, you got to have all of that, all those things, not just football. You got game in there, you got all kind of stuff going on. And even though we love our team, but we like it's like being in a bad relationship. Now, often people don't get the game and the analogy unless you apply it to relationships. So I always put the old girl in there, throw the old boy up in there, and I kind of make it and say, if you got somebody that you dealing with and they don't take your feelings, and like I said, to me, respect is big to me. Respect is a form of love to me. That's how I look at it. If you're not getting respect from your significant other, then, you know, we got to think about this here thing. You know, you might have to kind of rethink and kind of, you know, call an audible on some shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I'm saying it's become to the point where we've supported the Saints so much so that you got Mickey Loomis sitting up here telling you to look beyond the results. And Bobby Hebert, credit to him, you know, he actually got up there and told me. Now he uses, well, the fans told me, you know, such that 3 times he said that. The fans told me such and such. That's a marker. That's a whistle to let Mickey Loomis know, hey, this question not coming from me, because he knows Mickey Loomis will get mad at him. He know he petty. I know Mickey Loomis is petty. I know he petty as hell. So he would say, hey, listen, the questions, every time he say something, he would throw the fans, and then Mickey Loomis would know where it comes from. So he knows what you're thinking. So it's not like they don't know what you're thinking. They make it a business to know what the public is thinking. See, that's the whole perception, like they talk about marketing to you. They can't market to you unless they know who you are and who you are as a collective. This is game. So there's a marketing firm that studies trends. The trends are behavior patterns. But I'm often big on behavior patterns. I use behavior patterns all the time to figure out who people are, because regardless of who you are, you have a pattern to you. You have a routine. A routine is a pattern. They used to call it rituals, but now they call it routines. Routines are patterns. Patterns that you decided as a sentient human being to involve yourself in, whether they're agreeable or otherwise. It's a pattern. And that's how they do behavior prediction, or they use artificial intelligence to figure out how to respond to your demographic. They got it all. They got all the data. That's what all of the spying and all that was about, them tapping your phones and doing all that to figure out what you're thinking, what you're saying, all that. They got all of that. One of the biggest businesses going on right now in the country is the accumulation of data. The metadata and all that crap, that's all being taken and combined and being sold to groups, these commercial industries, so they know how to directly market to you and know exactly what to say to you. The Saints use that data to market to you. That's how they put the commercials together and all this. So with that being said, I go all around there just to talk about the fact that they know what you're thinking. They know that you're frustrated. And the fact that they're not making changes insofar as saying, listen, we know coming to this year, Dennis Allen don't do this, he's gone. If he loses 3 out of the next 4, he should be gone. And Mickey Loomis stand up there not doing it, then you put the act, because really the problem ain't Dennis Allen. I keep saying that it's Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis, Dennis Allen gets fired, and Mickey Loomis still is there. He still can screw up the hire. He's over his head, just like Dennis Allen is. Dennis Allen is over his head. Mickey Loomis is over his head. He's over his head. This is not the same NFL that you knew when you was doing it like that. It's not. You're behind the curve. So you need another general manager to keep up with it. He set up that last year and said he might be here for the next 10 years. That's how you got to go. So even though you fired Dennis Allen, you still got Mickey Loomis there. So that's one of those things, man, where you got to put the pressure not only on Dennis, because that'll take care of itself, but Mickey Loomis is the biggest encumbrance to anything that is what we consider success, because he is out of control. He's operating from emotion, and it doesn't make any sense. This is that. There you go, Roger. Data mining. That's the new. Yeah, that's a major industry here. Data mining, and also how they getting the data. Remember all these many breaches that's going on? You always hear them report. Let me give you some game right here to understand. I pay attention to all this. All of the little breaches that they got going on. You hear such and such, somebody broke into got the data from this company or that company. They'll tell you, but they never tell you if they caught them or not. Think about what I'm telling you. Think about what I'm telling you. At some point, it's always that. It's always that. It is always that. You never hear if they caught them or not, because a lot of times them is the contractors data mining. That's real game, real spill. They got people that was talking about all that, man. You never find out who doing it. They never tell you who doing it, or they'll lie and say somebody. They never tell you if they got them or not. I'm just keeping it in the buck. It's a whole game out here, man. It's a whole game out here of criminality, man. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fams. What's that? Who's that? Brother No Cap. No Cap is you. Okay, you just dropped out, brother. I was about to go to you. No Cap, pop in, man, and I'll put you on, brother. You just dropped out when I was about to hit the button on you, brother. I just wanted to share a little game with the fam. All right. So anyway, the Seahawks marching down the field, 6:56 on the clock. They are now on the Falcons side of the field, man. All right. We got Brother Prime. Brother Prime, welcome in, bro.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing good. I would like to say happy Sunday. How you doing?
Oh, you're breaking up, Brother Prime. You're breaking up.
How you doing today? Doing good?
Yeah, doing pretty good, my brother. You broke up for a little bit, but you sound clear now.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna scream and holler. I know it's Sunday and there's probably a lot of young people listening. T-Mama and everybody else, hello, how y'all doing? And look, I'm proud of you, young brother, that you're doing such a great job. You just can't realize. How many years has been? Has you been on now?
Yeah. You just went. You just clicked out. Now you clicked back in, brother. I can hear you now.
Okay. So how many years you been on now?
Oh man, it's been a while, brother. Because before I was on here, I was doing audio streams, man. So it's been a while, bro. It's been a decade or more, something like that, bro.
I know them years went by fast, huh?
Oh yeah, bro. It's a love thing, brother. So meeting all the great people and doing what we doing, man. So yeah, it's been pretty cool, bro.
You keep it up. You keep up the job, bro.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, brother Prime. As always, man, we appreciate you. But what's your thoughts are, bro?
My thoughts are, Loomis ain't gonna do shit, because as long as he's making money hand over fist with this organization, that man ain't going nowhere. He's not going nowhere. Now, something might happen if people start protesting in front of their houses. Stop going to the games because I just have this sinking feeling. I don't know why. I wonder if I'm the only one that feels this way, but I just have this sinking feeling that he gonna bring it back again next year, and that people not to come to the game, and then use that as the excuse to try to move the team away. What you think?
That's interesting, bro. I don't. People. I know Mickey Loomis is on the. He's mentioned on the wheel of Tom Benson. But listen, it's a terrible situation because you have Mickey Loomis, man. There's no check for his power. Like Dale Benson is giving him total word, and that's the problem. Their inability to understand how the game work or to add another mindset to Mickey Loomis, like a president that knows football, not one that's an accountant. We got an accountant at the president position, which he doesn't know any football, and he defers everything to Mickey Loomis. That's a problem. So even if they do fire Dennis Allen, Mickey Loomis is still at he the one hired Dennis Allen. Do we expect him to make the right call for the next head coach? That's the thing. This guy was out of touch on the Dennis Allen hiring. Who's to say he won't be out of touch on the next hiring? So I mean, unless there's a check to his power prime, I don't see a long-term solution. Do you?
No, I don't, because I'm gonna tell you, like I said, you know, I'm a big Jameis Winston fan. I hope the brother does good, but the way he was treated,
Brother Prime, turn your TV down a little bit, brother. They can't hear you.
Okay.
Just a little bit, my brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you go. Yes,
right.
sir. Loud and good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to say this: a couple of things. I look at parallels. I look at the parallel of when they first signed David Carter. He is just remind me of Ken Stabler 2.0. When Benson died, Miss Benson became Georgia Frontieri for the Rams, who she ran into the ground when it was in St. Louis. You got a losing head coach that you have Loomis talking about, comparing him to all these great coaches, but he has never won squat. He hasn't won a thing. Nothing, nada, zilch. I'm gonna tell you right now. I teach in Houston ISD, and if there were teachers and principals in this current Houston ISD system, they would have been fired on the spot immediately with this new system that's ruining the school district. But I'm just gonna say this: Carr is not a good quarterback. He has to have everything that is in place perfectly in order for him to see. And it's the same way with Dennis Allen. If Dennis Allen's playing card is defense, his defense has sucked the last 3 games. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. They've been awful. Jeff Duncan said they've been giving up 5.4 yards per run as a defense. So I agree, bro.
And my frat brother, who was on a Thursday night, that used to play for Sherman, that used to play for Seattle.
Yes, sir.
He's a fraternity brother of mine. He's a Sigma Blue 5. And like he said, as a former player, he could see that the way they were playing, they was quitting on it. It's obvious. It's obvious they're quitting on his man. They're tuning him out. But nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change. That man ain't going nowhere. And my Who Dat fans, I love y'all all, but don't be surprised if this man comes back next year. Don't be surprised. I wouldn't put anything past Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis got right once with Sean Payton hiring, getting Drew Brees as quarterback, and he's living on that. And that just happened to fall into his lap, and he's been living off that now for the last, believe it or not, almost 20 years. Do you realize, Q, that if the Saints don't go to another Super Bowl in 5 years, it would have been the Saints was in the Super Bowl 20 years ago. How you feel about that?
It's too long, brother. We had too many competitive teams to be that poorly represented, man. And yeah, you're right. They living off the one trophy, man. It's been well over a decade since the I mean, it's like I said, it's just a joke, man. And I'm glad that it's getting the light that it finally deserves. But like I said, when I was saying a couple of years ago about Mickey Loomis, that Mickey Loomis is not as great as we thinking him out to be. I mean, he was only good with Sean Payton. He can't do anything outside of having a Sean Payton type coach. That's been so. I mean, he's been exposed. His leadership ability, lack thereof, the fact that he doesn't do in-season evaluations, he refuses to let go of the general manager position because it's like I said, he's an attention whore. So at the end of the day, man, the biggest problem, because there would be no Dennis Allen if it was for Mickey Loomis. No intelligent general manager VP would have hired Dennis Allen to be their coach after such a terrible track record as a head coach. Looking at him, his characteristics, he simply doesn't have them. And then when he started talking about the stuff that he was naming coaches, Bill Walsh and all these other coaches, and comparing them to Dennis Allen, that dude is out of his mind, man. And then they're out of their mind, Lauscher and Gale, for letting this clown run this team, because he destroyed the cap, and now we've tied ourselves to this Dennis Allen character. And I have very little faith that he'll make the correct choice when and if he fires Dennis Allen for whoever the new coach is going to be.
Hey man, look, I'm gonna tell you right now. This all started going back to when Sean Payton was still coach, and that last playoff game against Tampa Bay, when he made the decision to put Drew Brees back in that game, that was the beginning of the end right there. Because as you know, Tampa didn't have to play no more than 20 yards off the ball, because there was no threat for deep ball. Because if he would look, I'm not saying that Jameis is the greatest quarterback, but he would have given us a better chance because they would have had to respect the deep ball. Plus, Sean never wanted to draft a young quarterback to train him to take over after Drew. And I know people talking about how, well, if Dennis Allen do go and the new coach come in and the new coach might want the young quarterback and it might not want Rattler. Rattler got potential, but real football people know the best way you build a team is through also offensive line and defensive line. Correct?
Yes, sir. The lines, you got to build up those lines.
So if you build up those two lines with this next draft and work with Rattler, then the year after next, then you possibly can go for another quarterback. But right now, you need to focus on the line because we're not getting the pass rush. That block, I'm gonna tell you right now, Q. The way this team is playing, it's reminding me of the Saints from the '70s. That's how bad they're playing. They can't block. They can't open up running lanes on a regular basis. They don't use up. They don't use up AKA, which was one of the best running backs this organization has had in a long time. But they don't use him up and got him frustrated. You don't wasted the talent of Mario Davis. He's old. He's got to go. What's the other brother name that played defensive line?
Cam Jordan.
Cam Jordan. He's got to go. And I know some people may not like this, but Taysom Hill got to go too. You see, y'all worry about the excitement this man is bringing to the team, and he does it all. But y'all got to look out for this man's health. If I'm not mistaken, Q, isn't this man like 32 or 33 years old?
Yes. He's
people. Not to cut you off, Q, but people, come on now. That man needs to go. Where you can get right after football. Where you can have fun with his kids if you have any children. Let all these people go, and Mickey Loomis done kept on kicking the bucket down the road with this money. You got to have, if they don't get rid of Dennis Allen now after this year, we're gonna be dealing with at least, and I hate to say it, and I'm 61 years old now. We're gonna be dealing with this kind of foolishness for at least another 3 years, or 2 years at the least, if they don't get rid of this man after this year. Because you got to get these players on rookie contract, and the rookie contract lasts how many years, Hugh?
Depends. I think most of them is 3 to 4 years. I want to say
So you got Rattler on
depend
the
like
rookie,
4 to 5 years because you got
four to
some with
five
4.
years.
Then the first round draft picks used to have that extra year. So we say 4 or 5 years.
See, the logical thing was to be to take these next 2 years after this one, build your offensive line, build your defensive line. You got some young cornerbacks that you can work with. Then in that third year, if there's any quarterbacks coming out, then you get a quarterback if you're not satisfied with Rattler. But I think Rattler will be a decent quarterback because you don't have to be an all-star quarterback to go to the Super Bowl. Remember what Baltimore did a few years ago with what that boy name was that they had a quarterback that was very pedestrian as a quarterback. What's that boy
Dilfer.
name again, Q? Yeah, Dilfer. As long as you got a halfway decent team, a defense, you could get there. But I know all that Atlanta fans and all them have fine. I don't care about them right now. They can talk all the noise they want to who that's. Right now, we need to start looking into the future and hoping and praying that Gail finally tells this man to get rid of this man because if he comes another year, we're gonna be in a much deeper hole. Now, according to you, in your opinion, would you agree with what I'm saying? That get rid of him this year and take the next 2 years to build your team up, and if they don't do that, they keep him another year. How much longer you think it'll be
For
before they
Carr,
actually be? Yeah, I think they just need to let it cost at the bench because he has nothing fantastic. He really isn't. He's not lifting up this team. He don't have that persona. He's not lifting up this team. But I say that if Carr stays as starting quarterback and Allen stays as the head coach next year, would be the 26 football season. Man, the Saints not gonna probably do anything until like 2030. I hate to say it. What would be your timeline?
uh, they kind of trapped in terms of the money with Derek Carr. I mean, that's the whole thing. When they reworked his contract, um, that kind of trapped the Saints in because the change is the type of change that people are looking for. A great deal of it's going to happen through free agency. It's the quickest way you start bringing in talent to the team. You got to build up the lines. Right now, the Saints,
Exactly.
the lines are where you want to start. That's why I've been advocating over the last couple of weeks to stop playing and get these guys out of here. Get these offensive linemen out of these interior guys that can't even run block. From week to week, they keep running them same guys out of here. Stop playing and get these guys out of here and bring in better guys. But they're locked in with Derek Carr. There's no getting rid of Carr right now. I mean, they're locked in with him right now, and they're not going to bench him from Spencer Rattler because he makes $150 million. That will make them look bad, really bad.
Right.
This is an optic team. Like a lot of it's optically driven. It's ego centered and optically driven. $150 million quarterback that's replaced by a 5th year or 5th round draft pick quarterback doesn't look good optically. They know that the Saints, they know that a lot of the Who Dat Nation likes Rattler and sees him as the future. That's why Dennis Allen took him and used him, put him as an emergency quarterback and used Tainer as a buffer. They know that, but it optically doesn't look good if you do that. So you're not going to be able to get from up under Derek Carr that easily. So the next thing is you have to be able to fix the problems and then use them to the best of your ability, which is what I've been saying. Get these other linemen out of here because McCoy is not going to be here for a while. Cesar Ruiz, when they finally get him back from that knee issue, he's not all that. And from that, but he's better than what we have. The left guard position, Lucas Patrick, to me, Patrick got the left guard job, but he's really supposed to be a backup. That's not supposed to be a starter for you. So we have to figure out a way to fix that. So when the Saints really screwed themselves because they started the season off without having a true backup center, which was crazy to me that we didn't. I thought the fallback plan would be using Ruiz in that capacity, and it was not. They used Lucas Patrick. So that was crazy. So they just had the things that really hit them all at once, and then they had to scramble to figure out a way, and it ain't work. But in terms of the type of change you looking for, Brother Prime, They can't reset like that because a lot of that's tied to the cap because of Mickey Loomis, and that's why the time frame in the new window is still stuck to 2 years, this year and next year, because after that, the cap then expands and the Saints get a boatload of cash back to help them then turn around a lot of stuff. Let me show you something. Let me put this on screen right quick for the family members because I often use this as an aid at times when we start talking about matters in terms of the Saints and what they need to do. Let me pull up the sport track, and I'm gonna show you what I mean by that, because maybe I can use the over the cap. Maybe that'd be better.
Well,
Either
I'm gonna
one of
say
them is good.
while you doing that, while you doing that, I'm gonna say this.
Mhm.
I agree with what you're saying about this whole situation. They can't do nothing with him. Move on from him this year, but they could possibly bite the bullet on Derek Carr next year because right
Mhm.
now they're stuck with him because neither Derek Carr or Dennis Allen is making any free agents excited to come here. Dennis Allen has turned the Saints into the Oakland Raiders South with all these coaches. He got everything he needed. He got everything he needed and same results, the exact same results. Because it's insanity, and it needs to change, but it's not going to change overnight because what you're saying about this cap thing, and they come into this boatload of money
Right.
in what the 627th the year.
Watch. I'm gonna put. Let me show you on
Go ahead,
screen,
put up.
brother. I got it on screen for you, bro. 2024 right now. Hold on here. There we go. 2024, and off the pinpoint this. In 2025, the cap right now would be this 81.4 plus million in the red. That's not black numbers. You're going to be over $81 million in the red for 2025. Then in 2026, when all those contracts fall off, we're talking about Cam, we're talking about Taysom, we're talking about Tyrann Mathieu, we're talking about Demario Davis. Look what the cap is then. It's $36 million in the black. And of course, a lot of the 25 numbers will kind of drop a bit depending on how high the cap goes up in terms of the NFL, because they always rise it up. So even if it's $20 million or $25 million, it still put the Saints a boatload of cash, 50 or 60 plus million dollars in the red. The real relief doesn't come until the 26th year when the Saints are 36 plus million dollars in the black. And then 2027, there are 207 million plus in the black, because a lot of the contracts, the dead money, all of that falls off, and the Saints see some of the biggest cap figures that it's seen in a while. This is basically a brand new team. And that's what I'll be saying about the timeline and about the window and all of that stuff. So it's like we're fixed to the timeline based on what we've been seeing with the salary cap that was ultimately orchestrated by current general manager / VP character Mickey Loomis.
And I agree with you on that. That's why the logical approach was to be okay. You finish this year out with both Allen and what's his name, and then next year, shit, just cut your losses and let people. Since you know you're gonna still be in negative, just cut your losses with people and use right now. You're not gonna go to the playoffs. You're not gonna win the division. Let's be real now, because you know the Saints and Allen especially Allen in his coaching career, has never had a 4 or 5 game winning streak. You know that's not going to happen. So what they need to start doing now, and people need to wake up and realize that these two characters are not going nowhere, at least this year. Next year, it may change, but we'll see, because if it doesn't change next year when it's still in the red, that lets you know that Mickey Loomis really don't care about the fans. But what they should do is start, like you said, get rid of some of these offensive linemen and defensive linemen not doing a squat, and just use the rest of the season. And I think the fans would be more willing to kind of bite the bullet a little bit if they took that approach of using this season to develop this young talent. And yeah, when Derek Carr come, put his behind out there. Put him out there. He making all that money. Put him out there. I don't care if they got a makeshift line of new people. You getting paid what? How much you getting paid this year? 150 million? How much? How much you making this year? Carr.
Carr is hold on, I can put his numbers up on screen right quick, brother Prime. Here it is, Derek Carr's numbers up on screen. Let's see. 150 million overall. 2024, they reworked this contract. He's at what base salary at 1.2, according to over the cap. So it's
Oh Lord.
so we had a prorated bonus of 11.4. Now that it'll bounce up. And this, I want y'all to pay attention to this contract because this is the rework contract that the Saints did to free up money for Derek Carr. Now his salary for this year is 1.2 annual. This is base salary here for this year, right?
Jesus.
In 2025, it balloons to 30 million. Then in 2026, it goes to 50 million. And then there are voided years of 11.4 and then 5.7 according to Sport Track. So as you can see, that's all I was saying about the Saints being stuck to Derek Carr here. 30 million next year and 50 in 2026 when he's 35 years of age. So that's the numbers. That's the numbers with Derek Carr. You know, that's the numbers.
So how much would it cost according to that? Because I'm not really by my computer right now. I'm outside in my yard, so I really can't see what you're showing. So what would be the Saints hit if they was to get rid of him next?
To get rid of him next year, the cap hit on the Saints in 2025 would be $51.4 million. They take a cap hit if they try to get rid of Derek Carr in 2025.
Okay. And
Okay.
how much is this? How much is cap hit? Is 26?
This year, just this year's cap hit at 12.6. But next year's cap hit is 5.4. The following year is over $61 million. So it's designed where he's tied to you. He's basically tied to you. That's why I was saying that ultimately to have the type of success you want, you know, the Saints basically did what they did and tied Derek Carr to the Saints' immediate future, to at least over the next 2 years. So we're talking 24, 25, and then ultimately 26, depending on what they got when it goes to 50 million. So over the next couple of years, you're definitely stuck with them. And we go from that now. So
at 26, at 26 it jumped to 51, but 21 next year is 21. You saying?
This year's
25.
annual, his annual money this year in 24 is 1.2 because of the restructuring. 25 is 30 million. 26 is 60. I mean, it's $50 million.
Well, get rid of him. They need to get rid of him next year, bro, because you take that bite. Because if you wait until that third year, Lord, that's basically doubled. Man, Mickey Loomis couldn't be running in the Fortune 500 companies that wasn't in the NFL that had fans that was loyal, because nobody else could do that at their job, waste that kind of money and still keep a job. That's amazing.
Now you add the component. This is another thing. It's always use Sport Track because they're good at adding the opt-outs. Now, according to Sport Track, there is a potential opt-out for the Saints. And if this is true, the potential opt-out on Derek Carr's contract after this season between 2025 is a 2-year, $70 million, but it's a dead cap hit of $60 million to do that. So that's why that opt-out is not going to be exercised. Nobody's going to take a $61 million or $60.1 million cap hit to get rid of Derek Carr. It's just not going to happen. That's why they're saying you're affixed to him after the restructure. So I mean, it's a reason for all of this, why it's going down the way it is, man. So yeah, the money ties you to him.
Oh Lord. So we're gonna have to put up with this mediocre quarterback for another 2. Well, I'm not gonna say we. I'm gonna be more specific. Season ticket holders are gonna have to pay for this man's salary and be stuck with, and we as fans overall gonna have to be stuck with this man for 2 years. So my thing is, do you think that Loomis gonna get rid of Dennis Allen and keep him and keep Carl Record? I don't think so. I think he's gonna keep he's gonna keep him another year. He's gonna keep him another year, and we're gonna be stuck with these two clowns next year. Man, I hope I'm wrong, Q and fam. I hope I'm wrong, but I just feel it coming because Carr is married to the hip of Allen. And do you see them getting rid of Allen and having to still be stuck with Coy and having a reminder of it was Allen's idea that brought him in the first place. And and would you think that even if they get another coach to come in, do you think they're gonna give the coach enough of flexibility to say, okay, we're just gonna sit him? I don't
Uh,
think so. I don't think so. And as far as the offensive coordinator, you're not a good coordinator because when Taysom Hill goes down, when Taysom Hill goes down, and you don't have a backup plan, come on, you can't think outside the box, and you're supposed to be good at this because Taysom Hill has been the same for how many years now? What, 5 years?
Something like that. I'm gonna have to look it up, but he's been here for a while.
And yeah,
It's like
he's he's brought us excitement, but has he ever helped us get to a playoff? Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill's done a lot of positive stuff for the Saints. He's been here for 8 years. So
Well,
yeah, he's
I'm talking about the playoffs. I'm talking about helping us get to a playoff.
uh I want to say during that time he had a positive contribution with it, depending on how you use him. I mean,
And
Sean Payton used Taysom differently though. He used him
right,
in a way where he was trying to with Sean Payton's idea for Taysom Hill was he was trying to create two offenses. He was trying to run his regular offense, and then he was trying to have a secondary offense where Taysom Hill would have 4, 5 to 8 plays in which he would run a side offense. Now that was a terrific thought process, but they never actually balanced the RPO play set that Taysom Hill had. It would be too much running. He wouldn't throw the ball, and when he tried to throw the ball, it would be even he was terribly inaccurate. So,
right.
it's one of them situations where we kind of dealing with it. I see Taysom Hill as more of an asset than anything. But the problem is with Taysom Hill is they are overutilizing Taysom Hill to the point where he's getting hurt. That's the problem with
Yeah,
Clint Kubiak. They're
right.
overusing Alvin Kamara. They're overusing the top 4, the mismatch nightmare players. I often talk about Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, Taysom Hill, and Alvin Kamara. The overusage has been showed. All these guys are hurt.
Yep.
The mismatch nightmare players, all of them are hurt. Chris Olave has a concussion. He's the more healthier of all of them. But the 4 players that we call mismatch nightmares, 3 of those guys are hurt. Elvin has broken ribs and multiple injuries. Taysom has broken ribs and multiple injuries. Chris Olave is done for the year, and we got Olave coming back off a concussion. If you remove
Yeah,
those 4 players, the issue was you were supposed to use those players, but you were supposed to underpin it with the second and third dairy players to have flow and balance to the offense. He
right,
overused all of those players, and that's his problem.
right. Yeah, you said the wide receiver, but it's the kick returner that's out for the year. What that boy name is?
Rashid Shaheed.
Rashid Shaheed. Because now correct me if I'm not wrong. I remember that earlier in Taysom Hill's football career or in college, wasn't he injured a lot? And then the last couple of years that the first few years that he was with the Saints, he relatively stayed healthy, and was not overused. But these last 3 years, he's been overused, and I think some of them older injuries are also catching up with his body. They need to let this man go after this year, bro, because I would hate to see that man not being able to walk and enjoy his afterlife after football, because he's not gonna be playing football his whole life. I think Jordan is going after this year. He's going after this year. DeMario's going after this year. Honey Badger is going after this year. Um, possibly Lattimore might be going after this year, but because of a trade or whatever. I think Kamara might be going after this year because he's being overutilized and not and underpaid. So, Saints fans, buckle in. We're gonna be if I just have the sinking feeling that Allen is not going to after this year because they're gonna use the excuse. First of all, we talked about the money 5 minutes ago, but I also think that they're gonna use the excuse of injuries like they did last year. And don't give me that, all you Derek Carr fans, don't give me about the injuries. I don't hear that bull. I know some of you all don't like to hear old stuff, but before Jameis got hurt, Jameis was doing good with half the talent this man has this year and last year. So let's not even go there about making excuses for Derek Carr because you are a 10-year veteran and you just throwing a ball up for grabs and it's being picked off. That cute. Does that sound right to you? Like a 10-year veteran doing rookie type things like Rally would do?
No, it doesn't. That was horrible. And he's an 11-year veteran, knows better. He said he was trying to throw the ball out of bounds, but I mean, he is just no. It's unacceptable for a little
And
pressure to make him throw the
exactly.
ball like that. Yeah, that was unacceptable.
And on top of that, playing all this time with two different teams, shouldn't he have picked up some nuances of being able to read defenses?
Yeah,
So
this is true.
so I enjoyed the conversation with you, Q. I know some other people might want to get in, but I'm gonna tell y'all fans, buckle up. Don't be surprised if Dennis Allen is back next year. Don't be surprised because he is he brought Carr here and Carr is tied what you say 30 million. If the Saints get rid of him, they got the Saints gonna have to eat 60 million if they get rid of him. How
Yeah,
so
that's yeah.
how it looks when if they get rid of him after next year? Would it be much more palatable, or it's gonna be the same situation?
Well, that they it's the thing is like the kind it was designed where it puts you in a denial mindset. Like, of course, we restructure the contract, and it provides security for the player because the hit is so big. Like we talked about the $60 million that you would be hit with, or the $61 million that you will be hit with if you decide to opt out on the contract for this year. Because according to Sport Track, there is an opt out between 24 and 25. It's an opt out, yes, but it's a $61 million cap hit, which they're not going to absorb. Plus,
And
you
that's for
couple that
this year.
between 24 and 25. So yes. So but when if this also applies with your messed up cap situation, which you're going to be roughly 80 right now, according to over the cap numbers, has it estimated at 81. Of course, when the cap rises for the NFL, let's say it goes up 25 or 30 million, that still puts you 50 plus $1 million in the hole. So you would have to work from that. And then, that's why they said that Mickey Loomis warned people about this year and next year because he knew the timeline. That's why I kept talking about a 2-year time window. I kept talking about timeline. And people were like, won't they do this? I said, no, because they're locked into the timeline. The timeline is based on the money. The
Right.
contracts are the biggest players on the team with the fattest contracts all fall within the 2-year timeline. That's Taysom Hill. That's Tyrann Mathieu. That's Demario Davis. That's Cam Jordan. Even to a degree, Derek Carr. So a lot of the big money contracts fall within that timeline. That's why Mickey Loomis was hesitant about giving certain players more than a year or two. I think only a handful of free agents that came in got a 2-year contract. Your boy got one. Cedric Wilson Jr. got a 2-year contract. It was extremely inexpensive, but he still got one. But that's what I'm
Oh
saying.
my
He was very, very you locked in at. Plus, you have players, not just the guys, the older players that are leaving and going into a retirement life or whatever, but there's also other young players like Chris Olave. His money's coming due. He gonna have to pay Chris Olave coming up soon. Alvin Kamara wants his bread. You got
God.
Paulson Adebo. If you want Paulson, he's another guy. There are other players on the team that you're gonna be looking at and decide on what the team is going to be looking like. So the Saints kind of work themselves into the time frame with all this talent, and they're trying to make a playoff push or a Super Bowl push with the current player structure within a 2-year time frame. So that's
Man, Q, if they do, the Saints not going to see another Super Bowl probably till 2030 because they're stuck. They're stuck with these people. They're stuck with Carr at least at a minimum next year, correct?
yes.
So they could get rid of him after next football season and they won't hit him as hard, correct?
There's still a cap hit to deal with, brother Prime. That's after that because you got a cap hit next year. It's cap hits. There's
Oh
one more
my
expensive to the
God.
note. I'm gonna say it again. There's a cap hit. Sport Track has a opt out for Derek Carr's contract. Y'all check this out. family members on the Derek Carr stuff, because I always get this question about Q1. We just get from up under Derek Carr and just roll with the rattler. You can't. The money locks you in. That's what represents security to these players. These players and their agents know that when they sign in these contracts and agreements, they want some form of security. When they get, if I choose to go to the Saints, security in the form of a contract, which means that if I perform, however I perform, if I perform whatever this case like this in here, then what happens is the contract affords me an opportunity to have some security to be able to operate while I'm there, meaning these cap hits. Between 24 and 25, according to Sport Track, there is an opt-out. The opt-out would end the contract, but you would have to eat $60+ million in dead money, which they're not going to do. That was something that was penciled in because of the reworking. They reworked Derek Carr's contract to free open the money to drop his base salary to $1.2 million on this year. Now, 2025, when he turns 34 years of age, his base salary goes back to $30 million, which what it originally was. And there, if you're talking about getting rid of him that year, right? That year, that's a $51.4 million cap hit according to Over the Cap. And then in 2026, right there, his annual money goes up to $50 million. So it goes in 25, it goes 30, in 26, it goes 50. And then the dead money is 51.4 in 25. And in 26, it goes $61.4 million in dead money. That's the security to lock them in. So, and of course, even if you wanted to absorb the dead money and move on, you can't, because your salary cap right now, I mean, this year is what, 2 point whatever it is, but next year in 2025, it'll be 81 million dollars right now, according to current numbers. According to current numbers right now, for 2025, the Saints cap is set up at $81 million in the red. So if the cap goes up in 2025, it'll eat some of that off, but you'll roughly be still above $60+ million, maybe 55, whatever the case may be, in the red. And you don't see real money until the contracts expire from the 2 years of the Tyron, the Taysoms, and all that. Then it drops to, then you go in the black for 30+ mil, and then the fourth year you're $200 million in the black because you don't have no stars. All you guys is going, you got basically a new team with all the heavy-handed people gone. A lot of the dead money falls off too. In the fourth year, then you get all of that dead money. You got $200-something million. You ain't see that kind of money in a long time, and that's without restructurings. So you get that's what Mickey Lomas has been looking at. So if you look at the money, yeah, you can't absorb, you can't get rid of none of that. You got to absorb all of that. That's why I was saying I don't entertain that, because I understand the money behind it. That's why I always say you got to take Carr and turn them into play action Carr. And people don't understand. Q, you just like Carr. I'm saying, no, brother, I don't do nothing just one lens. I'm a multi-lens, a multi-viewing person. I always look at things from 3 to 4 different ways. There's a money component. There's a lot of, there's a play component. There's a contract component. It's all type of stuff to this. And I understand what they're doing, because if you look at it, you can see it. The devil's in the details of what they're doing. So that's why I was like, I don't entertain it. Trading Carr. Nobody wants Carr in that contract. Nobody wanted. When he was a free agent, he was getting that money. So we knew when he got here that there was not going to be a trade for Derek Carr. I mean, you're going to have this life. You're going to have to live with Derek Carr, which wouldn't be so bad if you had an offensive line and good backups. If you upgrade your backups, if you solidify your offensive line and go through the running attack, you can get into the play action, and then you can get play action Carr. That's the best you can hope for, because Carr is not going to turn into Joe Montana here. All you can do is get Carr into play action, because you're locked in with him with this contract. You're served in here with him. That's why I said we couldn't afford him, and they did all this stuff that Mickey Lomas did, and you can see what he did.
So Q, how many players will the Saints have to get rid of to basically lighten that hit next year? How many players will the Saints have to get rid of?
To get rid of, you at a point, bro, where you're talking about next to kind of absorb some of the money from whatever's going on.
Yeah,
brother Prime, you got a bunch of 1-year players right now, right? You got a couple of 1-year players. The Saints brung in players like Chase Young, Willie Gay Jr., Will Harris, and these 1-year players have some degree of productivity. Most of these guys are starters. The 1-year guys they brung in here, Will Harris, Chase Young, Willie Gay, for the most part, these guys are starters. They're playing starter minutes for you. They're contributors. But the issue is, when they fall off, who do you have to replace them? Are you going to bring them back? Are you going to draft somebody? Or are you going to get cheaper with it? You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it
the
ain't like
Saints-
you can. It ain't like you can take certain people and just and get rid of them. To kind of the Saints done worked all the money. What the extra money going to come from to sign MBS, Scantlin? If he decides to come here, the Saints are going to rework another contract. And they just that's what where the money gonna come from, bro. They can't pull it out of thin air. If you need to make money, you got to go and find it somewhere on your books, rework a deal, convert a portion of whatever salary into a signing bonus to free up the money to be able to sign whoever they need to sign. That's what they got to do. And that just feeds into it because they stuck in the system. They're stuck in it. So the answer to it, like him working his way to the back, is let it play out. Bro, this is where we are. You got you stuck in it. That's like somebody telling you, taking over the country and telling you, hey man, we're gonna balance the budget. The only way to balance the budget is to fix the stuff that been the bad spending. You got to cut defense spending. You got to cut
exactly.
You got to cut that down. You got to take some of that money from FEMA. FEMA missing out on money. You got to take money from that black budget, which is tens of billions of dollars, and get that to the people. You see what I'm saying? There's an answer.
Well,
you got to know how to get to it.
We're not gonna get too deep in that, but when it comes to that spending military, if I'm not mistaken, we spend more on military than the next 14 to 15 countries. But that's a conversation for another show.
Yes, and you are a top contractor. You sell, you fill the world with arms. So you're the top seller of arms. You make more money than anybody. You give everybody arms. With that, you're right. We go talk about that on Q with Big Q. But go ahead and make your point, Brother Prime.
Okay, my point is, fans, we stuck with this foolishness for the next look like 3 years. So that means at a minimum, Dennis will be back here next year. And if he's gone, we still got to deal with Carr making mistakes and playing like, because by that time he'll be an 11-year veteran, still playing like a rookie. So we may get lucky and get rid of Dennis Allen after this season, and he'll be here next season. Then he'll be cut loose in the middle of the season because it's 3 years with the Saints and 3 years with Oakland, basically the same records. But fans, find something else to do on Sundays. Don't get too upset. Don't let these people give you a heart attack or get you upset or make your blood pressure go up. You got to take more of your medication like Avastatin and all that. But we because I'm on that medication. That's one of them. We're gonna be dealing with this for at least another 2 years. And the Saints, oh my God. Get used to it. Tampa Bay fans gonna be talking crap. Shit. By the time we are able to get out of this, Carolina might surpass us. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, Prime, you the man, bro. I appreciate you as always, my brother, for chiming in, man. That was a great segment. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Who that to you, brother Prime? I'm gonna talk to you later, sir. Thank you, man.
All right, bye.
Appreciate it. All right, that's brother Prime, man. Dropping science, man. Brother Prime saying, man, let's get the balance book. We just went on a quick breakdown. We got OG. If you want to tune in, family members, shout out to y'all for being here. The stream has been open for the entire thing, and we'll be going into our third hour. Yeah, the phone lines have been open since the start. If you want to chime in, the link is pinned to the top of the chat, or it's pinned at the chat. You can pop in here. Brother No Cap, he was sitting here early on. I was going into a breakdown on something. So, brother, if you're listening, you can hit that link. I'll open up the line so you can get in there. Shout out to all you guys. Appreciate you for being here as well. Molly Mall, talked to him. Pam, and shout out to her as well. She chimed in as well. Link is pinned to the chat, man. We're gonna go probably another hour, and then we're gonna chop it off, man, for our broadcast as well. So now I think this is a rough period. But listen, let's be candid, man. We known this. I've known this for a while. I mean, all this stuff has been public knowledge for a minute. It's not the reason why it's so glaring now is because the Saints are going in the wrong direction. But this has been well known. This is a commitment. They committed to this pad several years ago when they decided to do this. They built the window within the time frame that we talked about. It was a 3 to 4. At first, it was a 3 to 4 year window because it coincided. The contracts were grafted where you had the core of the guys were set between a 3 and 4 year time frame. That's why Mickey Loomis, to a degree, some degree, is hesitant about giving Alvin Kamara the type of money that he wants because he's looking to a degree beyond the time window. He possibly could consider Alvin Kamara part of the old time window. So we've been on this. This is nothing new about it. And the answer is, how do you work with the resources that you're currently given to have success? That's the question. That's where it comes down to, based on what we have. How do we use what we have to be successful? That's what it comes down to. And that's the best that I got. Like, you have to, the first thing you have to do is you have to improve these lines. Starting inside of the line, you have to improve the interior of the Saints offensive line so they can run the ball. And you have to improve the interior of the defensive line so they can stop the run. They're not running and they're not stopping the run. You can't win in the NFL if you Jeff Duncan, like I showed y'all earlier in the broadcast, Jeff Duncan shared a stat where he showed the Saints are allowing 5.4 yards rushing on them. He says that's a franchise worst. That means that if I'm running the ball 2 times, I run the ball, it's a first down every day. Every 2 times I run the ball on the Saints. More than that. If 5.4, that's more than that. That's 2 rushes, first down, beyond. There is no success if you, and I said that, we was looking out like, man, the Saints can't even stop the run, man. They're using inside runs on the Saints game to game, and they don't even have an adjustment for it. The interior defensive linemen can't keep, they're not even drawing double teams. One of those interior linemen have to draw a double team. They have to draw a double team. If one guy can block each of your tackles, that center or that other guard, whoever, will then leak out to the second level and push Demario Davis, or whoever that linebacker is, mush him out so that running back can get beyond into the second and third levels of your defense, if you're lucky, and stop them there. That's why you're seeing Alontae Taylor, you're seeing Adebo, you're seeing our safeties have all these tackles because the interior defensive line is failing. You're supposed to draw a double team. Somebody got to draw a double team. If they're singled blocked by those guards, the center leaks out to the linebackers, push them out of the way, get the running back to the second or third level of your defense. It's very simple. We've been saying that ad nauseum. That's how there's 5.4 yards of rush on the Saints defense. And then to the opposite side, you have the offensive line that can't seem to run the ball at all. They can't run the ball. So if you can't run the ball and stop the run, you're going to lose. You're going to lose a lot of games because teams are going to start copying and pasting the same damn book on you over and over again until you can prove you can stop it. So that's where we are. And in terms of Carr, I know people don't like Carr, but I'm telling you, you're not going to get rid of Derek Carr right now. There is no getting rid of Derek Carr, contractually speaking. You are locked in with Derek Carr over the next couple of years as the Seahawks are beating the hell out of the Atlanta Falcons 34-14. At least you can get some solace out of that, right? His links are pinned to the chat, fam. Good to see y'all being up in this thing. But hey, man, just look at it like this. I'm the accountant, and I'm telling you the numbers. And you could either say, yeah, okay, you can either accept the reality that this is what it is. And then once we accept the reality, we can get from being disconnected from the reality to figure a way how to take said pieces and make them work in a positive fashion. That's where we are, because you're not getting rid of Derek Carr. Contractually speaking, you're locked in with him. They're not going to eat $50 million or $60 million in dead cap money. That's just not going to happen. And they're already going to be $40, $50 to $80 million in the red for the upcoming season. It's just what it is. This is the world we live in. All right, we got OG Jerry. We're going to bring in. If y'all won't get in here, pop on in, man. The link is in the chat. Cartel says Q. Who do you think we're looking to keep between Laddie and Adebo next season? That's a great question, bro. Well, Paulson Adebo has a broken leg. So I don't, that could definitely impact who do you want right there. It's a difference right there. If you got a healthy Laddie versus a Debo coming back off a broken leg, that decision might kind of solve itself in that regard. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Right now, it's kind of easy for me to say Laddie Daddy, right? Then Paulson Adebo going to next year. And plus it makes the decision a little easier that you have Kool-Aid McKinstry there too. Because if you keep Lattimore, you have Kool-Aid's contract is really not that bad. You still got Alontae Taylor, and Rico Payton is a young guy there. So from a cornerback perspective, you're looking like you're doing all right with that. You know what I mean? So that probably that was a kind of easy when I go with one over the other. You get what I'm saying? Thank you for the question. All right, Mary says, what can be done about all these injuries? Well, Mary, all we can do is use our depth chart and do everything we can to bring in the right players so we can run the ball and not overuse the players that we have. Because I believe that a lot of these injuries, because they're going to get banged up because of the physical game, but you can't overuse these players. And that's what Clint Kubiak has been doing because he's lazy in his play calling. He does not want to get anybody else involved except for the playmakers for whatever reason. Don't ask me why. I don't know. But based on what I've been watching in these games and studying the film, that dude does not want to dig into the goddamn bench and use none of the players that's not the mismatched nightmares. He over relies on players all the time, and it is really disgusting, lazy, and stupid to do that with a long NFL season. And I've been calling it out for weeks because he keeps doing the same thing over and over again. He doesn't use other guys on the depth chart that are active every week, whether that's Jordan Mims, freaking Jamal Williams has had 4 carries over 2 games. He don't use none of those guys, but will run Alvin Kamara in the ground. And Alvin has broken ribs and multiple injuries. Don't give a damn. Just run him anyway. Taysom Hill, when he gets Taysom back, you're going to put Taysom over here, do that, all that, and don't get nobody else involved. And I kept saying, bruh, you are failing us because your inability and your stubbornness, your inability to get other guys involved. That's why at one point I was saying, let's see what Rick Dennison can do. Let's move Dennison in over the offense and see what he can do because he's not exhibiting the adjustment qualities that we need an offensive coordinator to use based on the fact that you can't overuse these players. Even when you get Taysom Hill back, Taysom is dealing with multiple injuries. He has reported broken ribs and other injuries as well. So when Taysom comes back, he's not totally well and can't be counted on in a full-time role. You have to use other guys. Very clear. That's very obvious. But he doesn't do it. For whatever reason, he does not do it. And I don't understand why. So when injuries start to hit, you got to rely on the depth chart. If the backups come up and they can't run block, you got to get them out of here and bring in backups that can do it. You need better backups. Better, that's a term, and I'm going to start just throwing it out there. We need better backups. Where can you find these better backups, Q? The practice squad of other teams that you can pilfer from, the trade market, free agency. There are 3 ways we can improve our team and find better backups, and we have a long week right now to prepare for the Chargers with this mini bye. We need to be having offensive lineman tryouts right now, Monday and Tuesday to get right now. Ain't no Dennis Allen need to be taking no time to go see nobody. You need to be in there figuring out the answers, doing tryouts, bringing people in and solving the offensive line woes. Ain't no time for all that. You won't give them players some rest period. That's fine, but you ain't doing nothing. You don't need no rest period. I can understand DeMario and Tyron and all them brothers getting some rest because they're running around on the field. They played 3 games in 10 days. But what the hell are you doing? You ain't doing nothing. Get your ass in there and start calling them people, bringing in these offensive linemen, doing stuff, acting like you trying to shake this 5-game, not 3, not 4, 5-game losing streak. Crazy. You got to show people. You got to show people you want to win, and that's what it comes down on. Yes. Andy says, Jamal, he's still on the team. Well, I forgot. Yeah, you forgot. You know why you forgot, brother? Because this Clint Kubiak character, and like I've been saying, fam, when Clint Kubiak When Taysom Hill is away, Clint Kubiak can't call the play. It sounds like a nursery rhyme, but I've been saying it over weeks because it's true. If Taysom ain't in there, he don't stand a chance in the hell to get no wins because he don't have nobody in there outside Elvin he can overuse. And he was doing it to Rashid Shaheed. Y'all remember he was force feeding the deep ball to Rashid Shaheed without establishing the run? Y'all seen that? And the shit didn't work, man. It didn't work. He was force feeding the ball, and Chris Olave, and it was looking at, even Chris Olave brother said something about the shit on social media. Rashid Shaheed is a good young wide receiver, but he's not the best receiver on the Saints. It is Chris Olave. So, I mean, like I said, man, this dude, whatever the case, I don't know what it is. That's why I said I would go to Rick Dennison. I would let Dennison run the offense for a little bit, see what we can do here. But all that other stuff, man, ain't no time. We got days, man. We shouldn't be rotating these same sorry backups in there, and they can't even run block. They don't even know who they blocking, and they supposed to be practicing every day. How you practice every day and then come out here and miss blocks or don't know who you blocking? How do you go watch the tape? We did the all 22. Every time they try to run the ball inside, some dumbass forget who they blocking, or they block the wrong person. They don't close off a block. It's just infuriating. I'm like, these dudes got to see. They have to see that, because you're practicing the way you're playing. So you can't tell me they having a Hall of Fame practice and to get out there and look like that on the field. You are dirty live. You thinking that. They are liars. Anyway, listen, man, y'all want to chime in? Link is in the chat. I see you there, GM Kev. GM Kev, you in here, bro? Here's your chance, bro. Hit the link, man. GM Kev has been very vocal. Jim Kev says I'm the cause for why the Saints. Kev told me, man. Kev messaged me and said, Q, I got to take my blame too, Q, because you such a say. I was like, bro, what, dude? But here's your chance, man. I told you, it's your chance to vent. I got OG in here, man. OG, welcome in. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Big Q? What's happening?
Pretty good, my brother. How you feeling today?
Well, I'm feeling good looking at these Falcons getting their asses by 20.
Shout out to OG, man. 34-14, the Falcons their reputation precede them today, OG.
Yes, sir. And I'm looking at it. Who that nation? I know it's desperate. I mean, listen to everything Q is saying, Prime saying, everybody else. I get it. But I want to have a little fun, man. I want to have, today's Sunday. It's a beautiful day outside. I mean, it's going to be like this all week. I just want to have a little fun. And it starts with blasting on these Falcons. Rise up to fall down. I want to have some fun. Enough being desperate for the day, man. It's Sunday. I'm having a good time. I'm watching the Seahawks just putting a foot in Atlanta's ass. That's what I'm looking at right now.
It's always good to watch Atlanta lose. I ain't gonna lie. That's always good for a laugh, OG.
And I'm ready to talk. I'm ready to blast these Falcon fans, talking all that noise. You already know, because I can't stand them. Lord knows I can't stand them, Q.
I'm with you, brother. I understand, brother.
And you down by 20 points with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. You talking about making a major comeback? Man, stop it. Stop. Just stop.
I think it's
I do have a question, Q. I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
You like that? You like that?
Oh man. I tell you what, OG, man, it's fun watching it, man, but
yes.
It doesn't do any good for us, bro, if we don't come back and then turn it around. You know what I mean? If we don't then respond in kind and win our matchup against the Chargers, this will not, the Falcons will go 4-3 now, but the Saints need to win next week as well to climb up out of that hole they're in, brother.
Yes. And this loss right here to the Atlanta Falcons is starting to be a wake-up call.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking all that noise even when they beat us. They were talking all kind of shit. But guess what? It ain't going to be no rising up today. Not no sir. Not on my watch. I mean, they were talking. Oh, I'm talking Q. Every platform, shouts out to all the Saint creators. Shout out to TJ, No Cap, T Dirty. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Hurricane Mike, all them. I love them, but every time we do something on the Saint, shout out to Jono, everybody else. Look, all this talk. Every time the Saints podcast go on, all these loud, obnoxious, low down, good for nothing Falcons fans love to come to crash the party. That's what they love to do, Q. They love to talk all that noise. And now Seattle already might well go ahead and say 4-3 as well. Because they beat the dog shit out of the Falcons. And I love it. I love it. I want to have a little fun right now. I mean, we can talk about these salary caps. We can talk about this. We can talk about that for our New Orleans Saints. Right. I mean, for days to come. I'm having fun today.
That's right. That's right.
I'm having fun, and watching the Falcons lose makes my day even more special. I ain't lying.
That's right. That's right, OG.
He ain't lying. You better believe it. I ain't lying. What you guys say now, all you Falcons fans out there? What y'all guys say now? Huh? Huh? You ain't got nothing to say after Seattle put 34 on your ass. That's right. That means you too, Eli. So take that L.
Hey,
all
OG.
you Falcon fans, take the L.
Hey, OG, hey, I got some other people chiming in. Hey, brother, as always, thank you, man, for chiming in, man. Much love to you, bro. Thank you for all your support, too, OG. You the man, brother. Appreciate you for all that you do, my brother.
Right back at you. That's Big Q. That's why you the Godfather. Godfather. But look, all jokes aside, like I said, I just want to come in and say hello to you. Shouts out to everybody.
Shout out to you, brother.
Much love to all y'all out there. I love you all. I love y'all so much. And I said I'm gonna say this, Q, and I'm gonna get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Somebody always talking about, man, you need to leave that sorry ass Saints team and come to like the teams like the Lions, the Falcons. You said, you know what I told them? I ain't going no damn where. I love this team and I'm staying with them.
That's right, OG. Tell them.
I don't care how good they are. I'm staying with this team, whether they're good or mediocre. I don't care.
We're gonna turn it around, brother.
I'm staying with my black and gold team.
We're gonna turn it around.
I have to say about that.
Oh, they're gonna turn around, OG. You know that, man. We just got to get some sorry asses out the way. We're gonna turn this around, brother. We're gonna turn it around.
They will. Just keep praying, y'all. Just have faith. We're gonna be all right. Just everything things will start clicking up again. Now that the Falcons lost, maybe things will start progressing now.
That's right, man. We need to stop the slide against the Chargers.
Think about it, Q. Think about the first 2 weeks of the season. We were up 2-0. We beat Carolina for 47 points. Everything was clicking just right. Then we went over to Dallas and put 44 on them. It's just like that Dr. Pepper commercial. It's just everybody is all aboard on the hype train. But the last 5 weeks, we lost after loss, after loss, after loss, and recently after loss. Everybody's starting to fall off. But now with Atlanta just lost that game, maybe, like I said, maybe things will start progressing later on. I don't care about about this. I don't care about that. Just win another game. Just win another game, and then you get back in the race. That's it.
Amen to that. Thank you, OG, as always, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, my brother. And who that to you?
And who that right back at you, Big Q. Who that, y'all? Y'all have a good week, and I'll talk to y'all on the next one.
Thank you, OG. Much love, brother. That's the OG, man. Always representing, man. Shout out to that brother, man. You show always supporting. Shout out to you guys as well, man. We in this is call-in stream. We've been live since about 11:30, 11:40, something like that. Did basically the circumference of the Atlanta loss to Seattle in the game. Got a couple of callers. I see you, Kofi and GM Kev. If whoever wants to chime in on their thoughts on the Saints, now's your time, man. Lines are going to be open. Kofi, welcome to the show. How you doing, fam?
Appreciate you, Big Q. Appreciate you. Who that, fam? Who that?
Who that to you, my brother? Appreciate you for being here.
No problem. You too, man. Really, I'm gonna just keep it a little short. Yeah, I wanted to touch on those points you were saying, Q. We got to get these clowns up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Who that nation? We got to get these clowns up out of here. Just to the whole structure of the team, I kind of want to touch on that. Just the drafting, like we get on Mickey Loomis and DA, but Jeff Ireland got to take some his rent due too. You know what I'm saying?
That's true too.
Isaiah Foskey's, the Peyton Turners, man. We got these clowns, Nathan Shepard, Bink. I like Colin Saunders' attitude, but he ain't getting the job done, Q.
Yes.
We got to get these guys up out of here, you know? We got to get this whole D-line cleared. Chase Young, he need to be going and getting his bags packed because what is this? This is pathetic. The team quitting on him. I say the only bright side we got to look forward to, man, is getting these dudes up out of here. And who that nation, keep y'all head high. Don't go switching teams, man. You got to be here in the tough times too. So
that's right. That's right. We stand tall. We're going to weather this storm, man. And listen, like I said, we done got to the darkest side of it, man. And the pressure's on. It's purge time, man. We'll get this guy, Dennis Allen, out here, but we got to keep the heat on where it deserves to be, which is Mickey Loomis. He is the key orchestrator of all things that's going wrong with this team. It's Mickey Loomis, no doubt about it. But you're right on all those other guys, too.
Oh, yeah. That's all I got, Q. Who that? Happy Sunday, man. Them dirty birds lost all that talking. You know, I'm going to leave it at that. Who that?
Who that? Thank you, Kofi. Appreciate you, brother. And you have a fantastic rest of your afternoon, brother.
You too. Thank you, Q.
Thank you. All right, that's Brother Kofi. Really good conversation that is. Shout out to the fam. Link is in the description section. We got GM Kev coming up next. If you guys want to be heard, please feel free to hit the link is pinned in the chat. Let's hear from you. What are your thoughts on how to turn the Saints around? What do you think? Even if the Saints do ultimately fire Dennis Allen, do you guys have confidence that Mickey Loomis will pick the correct next head coach? Will he do the right movements? You know, that this is what I'm talking about. And if the Saints are still relevant in the season and they need to improve upon the team, they're going to have to dig into future cap and add more money to it to try to make the team relevant. This is where we're forced to do currently, and it won't turn around until after dead money from the 2 years worth of contracts that we have fall off the books. Then you'll have all that money in 2026 or 27, something like that, $200 million in the black, but you're going to have no people on the team damn near. So, I mean, that's why it spikes like that. They'll have to figure out a way. All right, anyway, we're going to bring Kev, Jim Kev. Welcome on in, brother.
Q, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a couple of people that's supposed to be, well, I'm going to say, going to take blame for this, so you know who they are. But, yeah, you got to add yourself, too, because you gave all the draft A's.
Oh, hold on, Kev.
No, hold on. You gave all of them A's. I'm like, oh, Q, how can every draft have an A? And now these draft people not working out. You done turn coat now, like, well, they're not working.
No,
but you
no.
Gave them an A. You gave them an A. And look, QB, I got to be like, where's the loyalty? Because before he came this year, you was like, I can't wait till he talk. You was all big on Kubiak. He's like,
yes, yes. No. Hold on, Kev. Now I said, like a lot of the selections the Saints did, the A.T. Perry pick wasn't a bad pick.
It wasn't. I agree with that.
A.T. Perry was good. Now that's a half of the solution, the formula. The other half of the formula is that the coaches have to take these players and they have to make them work in the system. I know Pam is like, what? What? Wait,
yeah,
what?
Q4 too. Yeah, Q gave all glowing reviews. Everything was golden. Everything. I was like, hold up, Q. How can a guy win like that? He never won before, and you gave him 12 wins and a Super Bowl appearance. I was like, when did that ever happen?
Bro, I always said if, and I knew the component, the if portion, the half of that is for them to get the most out of the talent, putting players in the right position to win. I've always said that. I've said, yes, they have Super Bowl talent. Yes, A.T. Perry would be a good wide receiver for you. Yes, this guy will work for you. The other half of the formula is you have to be able to get the most out of these guys. You got to coach these guys up. And yes, I was advocate for Clint Kubiak because I like the style of offense that he wanted to bring in here. But the issue is the other half of it is he has to be able to make it work. Now, if he's not, and listen, he's not doing what he's supposed to do, Dennis Allen not doing what he's supposed to do, and that's why the team is suffering. But you have to, at some degree, Kev, give understanding to some of these guys, because at the same time, you would anticipate a offensive coach or any coach will recognize, hey, man, that offensive guy right there ain't shit. He can't block. I need to get him on out of here and get somebody else as opposed to wasting time. But I can't foresight that far to say, well, Clint Kubiak is, and when it gets to game number 4, 5, or 6, Clint Kubiak will not allow, he would keep running same garbage ass backups because we banged up. The backups that he picked for the offense, he'll keep using them over, as opposed to if they can't run block, he won't get them out there and get new guys. I don't. My forecasting ability has its limits, so I didn't see that in that small detail right there. But outside of that, man, the system is the right system. Weeks 1 and 2 it works, but when it gets time that when like I said, when the league catch up to what you're doing and they testing you, how then you react to that. But go ahead, brother.
You know, Dennis Allen never been a guy who was good at counterpunching. So that's why I was trying to find it hard. Like, well, how do you see this? Because he never done that before. And for a guy to go through that baptism, he got to go through something. He never been through that. So I was already like, no, I don't see no 12 wins. Because I'm like, yo, you bringing the same dude back. Remember what happened last year? You have a quarterback who went called an audible. And Mickey Loomis said it's stupid to believe that Dennis Allen lost the team. Remember that? It's stupid to think that. So we bring that right back and we think we're going to get a Super Bowl out of that? It was already doomed to fail, bro, from the get-go.
Well, but still in all, Kev, once the decision was made to go forward with Dennis Allen, and the door, it's a door every year where you look at it and say, okay, we approach it. We put pressure on these guys. Mickey Loomis says, listen, Dennis Allen just needs some help offensively speaking. Dennis Allen gets the right offensive coordinator in there. It might change some things. Can be worse than what Clint Kubiak, what Pete Carmichael was doing. Clint Kubiak comes in. His system looks pretty good weeks 1 and weeks 2. Injuries start happening. He can't adjust. He can't dig into his bench. Refuse to use bench players successfully. As that fall, offensive, all this other stuff mounts, and he doesn't make the adjustments. The Saints doesn't make the adjustments personnel-wise to put players in there that can execute. When all that happened, bro, they did not do a good enough job adjusting with everything that's going, and it's not working. But they do have the proper system. The system is a smart system. I'm not going to tell you no lie. But the guy, it's hard to look at Clint Kubiak way down the line and says that the guy ain't going to adjust. When guys start getting hurt, he's not going to adjust to the backups that he picked to keep this thing rolling. He's going to force this, that, and the third. Like I say, man, it comes as a part. It's a test, and whether or not you get above it and win it. But I mean, Kev says that I'm a part blame right here. You know what I'm saying? I'll part the blame. So there you go.
Part the blame, man. You and Dennis Lucille, bro. I'm blaming you.
Hold on.
Because I was like, man, when did Q start working for WWL, bro? Like, what happened here?
Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? GM Kev says I'm part. It's me and Dennis Lucci. Dennis Lucci.
Somebody got to get the blame with all this craziness going on, bro. Somebody. Okay. But no, look at this though. You're right. But what you just said about Kubiak, but Dennis Allen is the head coach. Q. He still have the overall say so to go in there and make a change with adjustments throughout the game, in game, whatever. You don't have to wait to halftime to make adjustments, right?
No.
Okay, so when you see the camera panning over there, do you ever see him go and talk to Kubiak?
One time he was
see him.
There was something that DC put me on. He sent me.
Yeah,
there was a clip of Dennis Allen, and I think it was a couple of games back. Y'all put one in the chat if y'all remember that he was fussing, at Clint Kubiak. So it ain't all rosy where they get at each other. It's nothing consistent going on, because I mean, it ain't hard to figure out. I've said this over and over again about Clint Kubiak. When his big guns are not there, he doesn't want to use anybody else. He doesn't want to dig into the bench. And I was saying that about Jordan Mims. Jordan Mims was cutting up the preseason in the training camp. When we get to regular season, he don't even call his name.
I forgot
He
we
doesn't
even
even
had him.
right with Jordan Mims, and then when Kendra Miller gets activated, he deactivates Jordan Mims. You could use Jordan Mims as a kick returner. Jordan Mims has multiple value, but he doesn't have the imagination or maybe the I don't know what's going on with Clint Kubiak, but he can't seem to coach unless he has his star players, and that's a big issue because unless he uses those other guys, he's going to fall. He's going to continue to fall flat. But I don't agree with that, Kev. I don't think maybe Dennis Lauscher is a problem, but I don't think if I worked for the Saints and I was in them high positions, bro, there wouldn't be all of this shit going on. Because my eyes are open. My eyes are not closed to with the Saints. I'll give a guy an opportunity. I'll give him a chance to see what he can do. And then even say, okay, it's time for you to adjust, because you get a guy a chance. It worked. It's not like it didn't work. It worked.
Well,
but now it's not working.
Like you said, this is a power struggle because it's tied to the money. Like, when have you ever seen a coach had a contract we don't even know what it is? What other coach in the NFL that we don't have the contract on information you can look up? I don't think it's none. It's 32 teams, right? I think we're the only team the way you're gonna know the coach contract. What's that about?
I'm not certain. We're the only team, but the Saints elected not to, to let the details be known about how much they're paying Dennis Allen. And and then what I said was the reason why you would do that is because you don't hold the results of a NFL average contract. That's just common sense because it's nothing to see here. It's the average. So we release it. Everybody's getting paid this certain amount of money. You only hold the secret of the contract back because you're overpaying the guy. You're giving them, you have more years and more money than what he actually is worth. Therefore, you hold the results of the contract because you don't want the scrutiny and the criticism of paying him too much. And he doesn't have that type of resume to go with it. It's easy to kind of break it down. That's why I think that they kind of held the numbers back, and you believe the same thing.
Yeah, and it's like and the media can't even ask about that. I never see nothing like that, bro.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, they asked about it, and they told not to, Kev. On some of those things, they tell them not to ask those type of questions, man. We know that because this is a controlled environment when you go into those media rooms, they know what questions what they can ask and what they don't want to ask, because a lot of times Saints get pissed off with you, they could just deny you access to it. A lot of these guys that's doing that, they're making money to feed their families. So to a degree, the Saints have control of them, just like what Jerry Jones was saying to that radio host, that he would get rid of them because he was asking them tough questions. That's how a lot of them think. That's how they act.
Yeah.
So it's a
they
part of
the
game. Right.
Yeah, they don't want to get challenged.
They don't want to get challenged. So hold on, Kev. Let me ask you this, bro, because I got some other calls. I got Hemisphere and Dedrick coming up next. How would you fix the team? Give me your thought process on turning the team around.
Well, you always got to start from the top, Q, and I don't know how you do that because we know how the ownership is, but it would have to be some things changed up there from maybe your second on down. Gale is over, so Dennis Lauscher and everybody under him, gone. But here's the thing, though. We say fire Dennis Allen, but what's the plan? Who we going to be bringing an interim coach? Q, who would you recommend?
Interim coach. You said interim coach, so two guys out. If like I said, I would consider for the job. Joe Woods would be number one. Number two would be Rick Dennison, who is the running back coordinator for the Saints. Would be those two guys, because Dennison worked with Kubiak's father, and he was his offensive man when he did that, so he knows the system better than Clint does. But he has more of the experience there. So if you want to move beyond Dennis Allen, those are the two people that know the team. You want to stick within the most senior members of the team. And I think those two guys, Joe Woods first, because I like Joe Woods' ability to communicate easier. I think people respect Joe Woods. He got a good defensive insight, and I think that he can, in an interim basis, be able to see what he can do with the Saints. Or Dennison, that's how I see it. I would not promote Clint Kubiak, because Clint Kubiak's motions or actions over the last several weeks with his offense has showed me that he does not deserve a promotion, that he does not adjust well. He doesn't get any guys involved in offense that's not named the top four. And I don't think those are head coach worthy qualities. I don't think that leads.
But you got some people saying that he should be it, though. They think that if he does get full control, that he can implement his own style. So you got people in the organization calling for him to be the next man up.
I don't know who those people are inside the organization that's calling for Clint Kubiak to be the next man up, but Clint Kubiak, based on what I don't think his hands are, I don't think he's handcuffed here. I don't think Mickey Loomis or Dennis Allen are handcuffing him. I really don't think that, because that's not what they do. There are a lot of things Dennis Allen and Mickey Loomis are, but they are not micromanagers. They don't micromanage you. Mickey Loomis doesn't micromanage. Dennis Allen doesn't micromanage you on the offensive side of the ball. He allowed Pete Carmichael to be Pete Carmichael. He allowed Clint Kubiak to be Clint Kubiak. Now, he might be a tad bit more concerned because this is a pressurized year in which he could be fired, but he still has full control of the offense. And Clint Kubiak is the reason why Clint Kubiak's offense is not flowing. Injuries aside, you still have to be able to keep a functioning offense. And my big point of contention is that the offensive line, the interior offensive line, those guys are not good run blockers. They're not. You need to get rid of those guys and scour and go somewhere else and find better run blockers to establish the running attack. That's mission number one, is to establish the running attack so that you can get into your offense. So that's how I see it. So I don't. They probably have some guys that look at them, but I'm looking at them saying, man, nah, man. You ain't ready. He ain't ready for that.
Like you said, you look at the all 22 and we see all these problems. You're like, well, okay, hold up. Ain't they in practicing, showing like, hey, we got to clean up this or do this? Like, we seeing it, how you don't see it, and it's keeping happening the same thing every week. So what is going on in the preparation in the room? Like, when you see this stuff and it keeps going on.
They're too close on it, bro. That's the bottom line. When you don't see it, you can't tell me them people practicing and having functional, positive practices and then go into the game looking like that every week. How they look in practice is how they look in the games. And if they see that is game ready, then we got problems here. We got problems.
But then who does that problem fall on?
It falls on Dennis Allen first, because he's the head coach, and then his offensive coordinator second. That's who it falls on. So that's the hierarchy. Dennis Allen.
That's stupid to say that. That's stupid. That's what he said.
No, that's on Mickey if he believes that way. What's not stupid is a 5-game losing streak that you're currently undergoing, and with the commentary that Mickey Loomis is saying, it's not intelligent for what he's saying. So he doesn't have a solid or logical reason for any of the stuff that's going on. Everything he's saying is a reach. From blaming the NFL for changing practice time is the reason why the Saints are missing tackles all the way in weeks 5 and 6, but made no mention of it when you was kicking tail in weeks 1 and 2. But now all of a sudden it's a problem. So I mean, everything he says is a reach. Everything he says.
I was thinking about that too. Foolish. On some points I could see his argument to a degree, because they have cut down tackling. But if the whole league, if people are still finding ways to win and you're not, then it's not a league problem. He said it was global. Remember, it's not global. If your team it's not global, Mickey. But he don't want to hear that. It's like, but other teams are winning. They got teams that's 5-0, same schedule as you, same practices as you. So what are they doing in their film room you're not doing? And why you got your door closed during the whole season? I don't understand that part either. How do you don't talk to players during the whole season, bro? They need you. You know what I'm saying? Who they got to run to, Q? They can't go to Dennis Allen because then Derek Carr is his main man. So if you see him messing up, you can't go to the coach because that's his guy. And Mickey is tied to DA, so you can't go to Mickey because Mickey is the. It's all messed up, bro. Who do you run to in them situations? Gail is somewhere, God knows where. Dennis Lucia not answering the phone because he don't know. Like you said, he's not a football guy. So what do you do if you got problems? Who do you run to?
You Kai, I mean, the thing is, yeah, you're right. It's kind of, it narrows down to the center because Gail is an ambassador.
Yeah.
Dennis Lauscha, who's the president of football operations, is a glorified accountant. That's what the man is. He's an accountant. Let's just be real. That's how he got on with the Saints. He was an accountant. So
he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job on that.
Business wise, yes, he is doing a good job. But in terms of football acumen, that's on the field, he defers to Mickey Loomis, which gives Mickey Loomis way too much power in his organization, and he's the problem. The Saints have created a Frankenstein type creature that sits within the organization that stalls out the development of the organization. He dams up all the potentiality because he doesn't allow anybody to grow inside of the organization. He literally sits on two positions, one of which he doesn't deserve anymore. He literally lets they train talent to go elsewhere as opposed to take the job away from Loomis to give it to somebody else. The Saints have created a Frankenstein character there, and that's what he is. So he sits up there and he swats and flails away at people that's who's criticizing obvious bad decisions and obvious poor play from the team. So he's not in Frankenstein. We know in Frankenstein, the Frankenstein monster, the creature from the movies, was not an intelligent being. He was a mostly had the mind of a child to many of many things. He wasn't a very smart person. But this is what Mickey Loomis does. He's over emotional. He's beyond his time at needing to be the general manager of the team. He's damming up all of the potentiality and keeping his team quite antiquated. They've created the monster. Saints have created the monster.
Falling apart. It's falling apart real fast, dude. Like, you could tell, like Dennis Allen, you can see in his face, bro, he overwhelmed, Q. You got a guy in a position, he's overwhelmed, bro. And it's like, Mickey, you got to save this guy. You could save him by firing him, bro, for real. That's what Oakland did in their year 3, didn't they? They got the 0-4. They said, nah, that's enough.
That's enough. But he didn't have the same support basis because Mickey Loomis is governing out emotion. He believes that this Dennis Allen character is a sort of Sean Payton type character. He ain't using logic. His emotion and his hard-headedness and stubbornness is what's keeping Dennis Allen in position, because you can't say he's a winner because he's not winning. You can't logically say any other things positive because the defense that he's supposed to champion is allowing 5.4 yards per rush and can't hold anybody. Even when the Saints offense did take the lead back to Atlanta, Dennis Allen's defense, Adebo in particular, created a penalty on which put Young Ho Koo in position to kick a long field goal to kick the Saints into a loss. So even with some of these games, the Saints offense were able to try to get back in position. The defense didn't do a good enough job of stopping them. So we've seen cracks and fractures, and then the bottom fell out against Tampa Bay. And then in Denver, nobody showed up. So it's just one of those things where it's systemic, and the Mickey Loomis Frankenstein creature that they have over there is the reason for why all this stuff is happening. So anyway, Kev, I'm gonna give you the floor for the last time, my brother. Then move on to the next fams.
No, I'm just waiting for a succession plan, man. Because what are we gonna do? Who is gonna be the starting quarterback? Is it gonna be Rattler? And if it is, we need to develop and put stuff around him. Like you say, offensive line. But excuse me, even with that, it's a lot of drafts throughout the years. They missed some good picks on, and like I think somebody, one of the New Orleans Saints network said that was a key thing that nobody talked about through the years. A lot of the draft selections they missed on, and the guys you picked, you haven't put them up to par. Somebody made a comment about Foskey. I forgot we even had him. That was a second round pick, wasn't it?
Yes, he was.
So he's a second round pick. That's a high draft pick. Why is he not playing? That don't make any sense. So it's like you didn't even have a second draft, second round pick that year if you're not getting the quality out of it.
Yeah, this is true, man. And that's some of the thing we talked about. Like, some of these people were not bad draft choices, but it's all about putting them in positions to succeed. That's what coaches are supposed to do, because the player can't do it. All the thing the player can do is prepare for the opportunity once the coach says, okay, we're going to call you. And then that player also has to listen to the coaches and get coached up to understand what he needs to do so that he be in a position to help the team. And we haven't seen that happen. We've seen A.T. Perry get put in the street after 2 years, which was stupid. A.T. Perry shouldn't have been cut. Even if he was injured, he should have been placed on the injury list, so that we can keep him at a certain time, not put in the street. So they lie about that. That was a weird lie for whatever reason. To cut him and say, and the report asks him, so you're going to cut him and put him on the injury list, because they understand and know that if a player's injured, you don't cut him to put him on the injury list. You just merely designate him as injured, and he goes on the list by default. So you cutting a player, and then they ask him, are you going to cut him to put him on the injury? And this is what Dennis Allen said in the press conference, because I think it was Mike Triplett answering the question. He said, no, we're going to put him on the practice squad. He's like, okay. And he didn't question that. And I was like, I paused it and I said, hold on. So you mean to tell me you're going to cut A.T. Perry to put him on the practice squad? What player that's hurt is supposed to be on the practice squad? So it was all a lie from the – see, you just got to pick up on it was a lie. And then who picks him up but Sean Payton, his buddy?
Yep.
Well, I mean, in the end, it's all foolishness. It's all games. And that's how they run in a team. It's a game. They run it like a game. They're not serious about nothing. Nobody affords you a 5-game losing streak as a coach in your 3rd year, and then you're supposed to be having security. Security is provided when you win, when you have positive results. You don't get security in NFL by losing 5 games in a row and blaming excuses. Whether it's excuses or not, your job is to win.
That before. Yeah, we've been around a while. I've never seen nothing like this. 5 games. I've seen coaches got 5 within a 2 or 3 game losing streak. 5? That's way too many, bro.
It is what it is, brother. That's what I'm saying. It has to change. But go ahead, Kev. Your thoughts before we go.
No, that's it. Like, man, I was just thinking to myself, like, yeah, Isaiah Foxy went to like Notre Dame, didn't he? That's a really prestigious school. You don't forget to play football within the year you leave there. So I'm like, man, what is going on? Why this guy can't be on the field? And we went and signed Chase Young and gave him $13 million. you got a younger guy, 2nd round pick that you could be cheaper on. Just develop him. But I think it's a lot of patience come with that too, Q. Development is one thing, but it's that's a progress. And when you're at a position where you got to win right now, you might not have time for this guy to get ready. That's why they thinking like I need people right now that's ready, but you're not getting the right guys. And a lot of that with money too, it's the salary cap too. You can't go out there and get guys like you wanted to, So it's a lot. Man, you got a lot of mess to clean up here, bro. It's a lot, but it could be fixed. Yeah. It could be fixed. Yeah. We got to stand tall, bro. And I'm not giving man. Look, he got to go. He got to go. That's it.
Right. Yeah. That's what it come down to, bro. So we'll see how it all work out. Kev, appreciate you, bro. For chiming in, bro.
Yeah, it's still your fault, though, bro.
Okay. Thank you, Kev. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, bro. Who that to you?
Sir.
All right. That's my boy, GM Kev, man. GM Kev says Q is your fault, brother. It's your fault. Kev says me and Dennis Lausch's fault. I was like, God damn, bro. Damn. Yeah, what the hell, man? How is it my fault? What the hell did I do? What the hell did I do? Oh, man. All right. Shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being. All World Trucker says, Q, before you go, I need you to play Dennis Allen, the cleanup, man. That should be funny. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for that, man, for that super chat. Man.
Thank you. Get fucked too kind.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Let me pull it up. And here's by special request, the cleanup man.
You might call me fan or friend, but I'm the cleanup man.
The cleanup man. He'll sweep your girlfriend off her feet. The reason I know so much about him is because he's moved up an old girl of mine.
Swept her right off her feet and into the jag.
Oh, man, that's always funny. That's always funny, man. All right, Hemisphere is up next, and Brother Dedrick, I see you, man. Links in the chat for the family members want to chime in, man. Let's hear from you. Hemisphere, can you hear me, bro? Hemisphere.
Yeah, I can hear you. You hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome on in. How you doing, fam?
How you doing, kid?
Oh, I can't complain, brother. What you think about your team, bro?
Oh, so I've been going from podcasts that's real close to the team. Jeff Duncan, Underhill.
Mm-hmm.
There's this one cat from Overtime. I'm listening to this brother here. He's going to put everything on Rattler. I'm shaking my head. I'm asking myself, have you ever played football before?
Yes.
Have you ever played quarterback before? And you've been covering this team for how many years? And this cat is like local New Orleans media. He's been covering the Saints for years, as long as I remember. So it's all Rattler's fault. Well, man, if you ain't got nobody to block in the middle of the line, I don't care how many years you've been quarterbacking, in the league. Nobody can't do that. So you roll him out, try to see if he can have some time to throw. But yeah, according to him, so you got a lot of absent-minded people around the daggone team that's covering the team.
Mm-hmm.
There's one person that I keep an eye on in situations like this. Jeff Duncan.
Okay.
Let me ask you something, Q. Last
Mm-hmm.
year, during the Jaguars game, Mickey, Saints Brass, Miss B. Now everybody said no, Miss B ain't gonna do nothing. She don't know nothing about football. Yeah, but she owns the team. She was there with Mr. B. Let me ask you something, kid. If Mr. B was around, was he alive today? And you see his team performing like he's performing, do you think that he will hold Mickey Loomis accountable for that?
Hell yeah.
He'll jump that tail just as before he gets to DA, and then he's gonna chew DA butt out too.
Oh yeah. You would let him have it, man.
But the thing about it is, he wouldn't even let DA be the head coach in the first place.
That's right.
Now this call a spade.
That's true.
Somebody was telling me something about, okay, so how would the Saints get around the will to get rid of Mickey? Is there trust involved in that too, or is it just a will? I'm just asking because I don't.
Is what I'm hearing is it's that he's written into the will, but I don't think it's a situation where you got to get rid of him. I don't think you get rid of Maker Lomas. It needs to be a shift, like a because he got two jobs. He has a lot of security within the organization. Like I said, it's a very weird dynamic because the two people above him over rely on him, and he's in the people below him. He's basically kind of contracted out the duties of the general manager position, and he's holding power. He's holding power. He's powerful in the Saints organization. So you're not going to be able to fire him unless she says, you know what, she comes in, or Dennis Lauscher, who's just an accountant. He's not going to do none of that. They come in and say something. Now, the only way she gets involved is if the numbers, the money don't look good. That's when the accountant, who is Lauscher, will then look at the say, we got to do something here. We got to change something up. It has to be the money. That's all it's behind. So there is no firing of Mickey Loomis. All you can do is strip him of the general manager title. He'll still be the VP, which is still a powerful position. And you allow the general manager to then control the team, the right guy to be able to do what he got to do. But it takes imagination. It takes understanding that there is a problem in the Saints organization and that they need to reformat the hierarchy.
Yeah, because like about a couple of weeks ago or so, whenever he had that, he was on WWL with Bobby Hebert.
Mm-hmm.
You played it. We all heard Bobby Hebert really hammering the point.
Yes.
Following stats and everything.
Credit to him for doing that.
Mm-hmm. But he's standing pat on DA. Now, I'm wondering, why is it Mickey is so hell-bent on keeping DA, knowing everything about the team? When DA first got the team, Q, let's not forget, that team was locked and loaded. That was a championship caliber team. We was only a quarterback away. And we could have made a championship run with that team. What has happened ever since then?
They went backwards. Yes, they went backwards, yes.
Slowly but surely, year by year, you had all these good coaches. You had co-defensive coordinators.
Yes.
You got rid of them. You got your own people next year on your defense. Then this year, you got an offensive staff.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're seeing what we see now. And we've been seeing it for the past couple of years.
Yes.
So what's the advantages of keeping this guy around? What is it? What is it about DA? Because I can tell you this: if we go get Frank Reich, the old coach from Carolina, or Bill Belichick, or any of these offensive coordinators will come in with this kind of talent and make something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because this cat is not managing the roster.
Right. Yeah.
That's the reason why we got AT. AT is on Denver now because he cannot manage the roster. And then you hear the reports from AT that, well, I wasn't really hurt. They put me on the practice squad, but I wasn't hurt. I was ready to play. Really? And you got AK. I'm looking at our leadership, our leaders, and even Jeff Duncan was saying it last game. None of the leaders spoke up in the locker room. That's concerning. That's concerning because you need your leaders to speak up. Now you ain't got your leaders speaking. They finally said something at the Thursday night. They finally said something. Where's the fire? Where's the motivation? These cats do not want to play DA at all. You even got a commentator on Thursday Night Football that's not even around the team all the time said the same thing. And it was big news because they're saying the same thing we all been saying for the past 3-4 years now. Same thing.
Yeah, it's very it's very interesting, to be honest with you. The Dennis Allen thing, that's all Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis is believing that Dennis Allen is somebody he's not. And also it kind of lends itself to Mickey Loomis believing that he doesn't make any mistakes because he believes Dennis Allen will turn the Saints around. And like I said, Dennis Allen, I mean, Mickey Loomis has been a guy that had bad vision for a very long time. People don't realize it. The whole situation with, and I was calling this out over the years, like them in terms of him with the quarterback situation with Drew Brees, there's no way in the world Drew Brees should have been here for the New Orleans Saints at 39 years, almost 40 years old, and they still wait for him to make a decision to be the starting quarterback in the NFL. These are people who just don't have any imagination. They don't have a plan. They made bad decisions here. Sean Payton being here, give him his comeuppance too with this crap with picking Marcus Davenport over Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is one of the top 5, top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. Saints had an opportunity to draft him. They chose to draft Davenport, and Davenport hurt right now for another team. So I mean, they failed consistently over the years. They didn't have any vision, and now the team is sitting up here with Dennis Allen, another bad coach, and it's just another failed decision by Mickey Loomis. But once again, he has no overseers that's challenging any of his decisions that he's made. I remember Mike Hoss, one of the toughest questions he asked was, who oversees you? Who evaluates you? And he said, I don't know. And the answer is nobody evaluates Mickey Loomis above him. None of them are checking Mickey Loomis out to make sure he's doing what they're doing. It's a laughing stock of how this team is ran from the top down, where Mickey Loomis is supposed to be making all these excuses. He can't be approached with logic or reasoning or anything. And he tells people to look beyond the results of what they're doing. Like this some deep shit he's saying when it's nothing deep about losing. It's 5 games here. You need to be shaking, moving, grooving, doing something to get loose of this 5-game losing streak. So my target is aimed at Mickey Loomis. He's the major issue to everything that's going on. There would be no Dennis Allen if it wasn't for Mickey Loomis. None of this stuff would be happening. He's just one of these guys that is a Frankenstein monster that is operating off of emotion as opposed to logic, and there's no place for that in the NFL. We need somebody that knows how to make proper decisions and do what they got to do. Calling people unsophisticated and lazy and it's not classy or you're not qualified to judge me on my decisions. No, they're playing. People say, well, they say this about them. Oh, they don't. They're not qualified. But what qualifies you to talk about your coaches, Mickey? Well, hold on now. You got to buy qualifications for me. You got to go to MickeyLoomis.com. And there are 3 tiers of qualifications. You can get Mickey the Mickey Mouse 1 or Mickey 2, or you can get the third level, which is the Mickey Mouse Master, which gives you the ability to criticize at an unprecedented volume. Hell, I will even listen to you and say that you're not qualified once you get your qualifications from me. So the guy's out of his mind, man. And there's nobody checking them. And so that is the major issue. The only way they sit up and take notice is when you pull the money away. Then the top bean counter, which is Dennis Lexxah, will say, we got to do something about this. That's the only way this changes. The bean counters and the people at top of the organization, they're paying attention to the money. And as long as the money's not affected, they will allow Mickey Loomis to operate. That is our end of changing this. We pull the money away and watch the bean counter scramble. And then change happens. This is very simple. Economic boycott. That's the answer. Been saying it for years, by the way. Been saying it for a while now about this because, to a great degree, I've seen what's going to happen. I know Mickey Loomis's style is old and antiquated, and he should be replaced as the general manager. They're not going to take the VP job and fire him because that's not the case. They won't do that. But strip him of one of those titles. That's one of the answers.
I wonder, Q, what about the Randy Mueller hire as a what's that, advisor role?
Yes.
What's that other cat's name that came from the Raiders? Got him too as general manager. I wonder why they bringing them in.
Randy Mueller, the prior general manager prior to Mickey Loomis coming in. Yeah, I think that was a hire where, like, he hired the Raiders former general manager. He got Randy Mueller. I think Mickey Loomis is subcontracting out some of the duties of the general manager position while still retaining the power of being called the general manager, because he has all these advisors that's doing in-season evaluations. Remember, that's a big point of contention we talked about last year when he said in an interview that he doesn't do in-season evaluations because he's emotional, because he's too happy or he's too sad, so he simply doesn't do them. We blasted him for that because as a general manager, you're supposed to do in-season evaluations. You're supposed to do them as much as possible. That's how you know the temperature of your team. I think he's subcontracting those duties out. That's what I believe.
You would think if DA was any kind of head coach material, that's something that he would be doing with the team on a weekly basis. Okay, if you're a so-called defensive guru, and you say, well, every week we're saying, well, I have to look at the film. Okay, when you're looking at the film, are you evaluating your players? Are you making sure that they are filling the right gaps that they're supposed to be filling, not just leaking? Or your secondary, the ones that you hold so dear, is covering up people that's not leaking out wide open wide receivers down the field? You're not doing none of that. Let me tell you, because I don't have to be in the room to figure out you're not doing that. Sean Payton said about a couple of years ago before he left, he had an interview. He said that, well, what we got going on, Coach? He said, well, I got several things on the highlight. We're going to break down this film on this quarterback, and then when we get through with this film, we're going to break down the defense and learn tendencies. We got about several film we're going to be looking at. Oh, wow. These cats don't watch film, Q.
Man.
Last year, didn't we not hear Don Sanders come on the local media in the locker room before that, after the Detroit game, and say, "Hey, we didn't even get scouting reports for them on this team before game or this week." They ain't watching film, Q.
I'm not surprised, brother. It shows. I mean, that's a part of the preparation aspect of trying to get a win. And we've noticed Mickey Loomis have said before that he didn't do in-season evaluations. So I'm not surprised by that at all, bro. The scouting department's supposed to do not only scout for future talent, there's a department for that, but they're also the talent scouts in terms of having reports available for your adversaries that you face from a week-to-week basis. That way we know the tendencies of what these people like to do. A lot of that's tied up into what they call analytics. But at the same time, it's the analytic and the position or player breakdown on scouting reports so that the defense or offense or special teams know the propensities of the people that we're playing against and how we can neutralize what they're doing. So I mean, it's a lot of stuff going down with the Saints organization. I just think this is a classic example of an organization becoming big, fat, and stale because of all the success that they've had over the last 15 plus years. And now they've relied on the fact that they got one championship in that time frame, and they've been sitting on that championship and creating all this other stuff based on it. And I've been saying this for a while, and we finally get enough people to be able to understand what I've been saying and to kind of put their individual love not aside, but for the good of the collective. That's what needs to happen here. And just simply, please do not support the Saints until they win games, and not like 2 games. And they say we go running back. Don't let 2 games fool you of 3 years worth of nasty, stinking, trifling, non-playoff, disrespectful football and disrespect from the Saints organization, in particular, Mickey Loomis. Don't let 2 games or 3 games or 4 games or 5 games make you forget about 3 years of funky, stinky, trifling, back-ass football that the Saints have provided for us. Don't let a handful of games get you to go back to supporting them. Don't do that. They have to earn your respect. They got to earn your money. They got to earn it. So please do not support this organization until over a longer period of time they show you that they're serious about winning and that they have committed to doing the right things that's necessary to be competitive in the NFL. Until then, and otherwise, I would recommend all the family members to not go down there and not buy the merch. Don't do none of that. Matter of fact, do the opposite. Go buy merch with the message that you have on there about what's going on, where the Saints need to improve. Buy Fire Dennis Allen shirts and all this kind of stuff. You know, all that. Bring up those type of signs. Post it. Go to their website. Put messages on their videos. There's a phone number that you can call down the Saints headquarters. Call that number. Ring the damn phone off the hook, and let them know your trust in the fact that you're not supporting them anymore until they fire Dennis Allen. Let these people know that we about to mess up all your money until you turn this around. We don't like Mickey Loomis talking reckless and talking crazy, telling people they're uncivilized. You got to check these people. It's time for them to get a good checking. So please rock with me on this. But anyway, brother Hemisphere, listen, I got another caller. Hey man, thanks for a great call, bro. Good from hearing from you as always, brother.
And one more thing before I go, and
yes, sir.
I'm hoping that anybody in the Saints organization sitting out there, a player, it don't matter, just listen to this show right now. Mrs. B, if you have any interest in your team to go to a Super Bowl at any given time from now till within the next 3 years, do us all a favor. Get rid of this man. Because I'm going to tell you something. You get rid of DA, those players, I'm talking about AK, Cam Jordan, Davis, all of them, they will step up and win games for the rest of this year. You will get about a couple more wins out of this team. But as long as you got DA sitting on top of this team, this is it. You ain't going nowhere. I said it before this season started, Q. Top 10 pick in 2025. Top 10. Because I'm telling you, this guy does not have imagination. Like I said, they don't watch film. He don't even hold the players accountable. None of that. These players just going in there because they're paid to be there, and they just doing what they do natural. You hear it from AK. AK tell you. But he ain't going to sit there and tell you about DA. He's going to tell you, oh, we here together in the locker room. But he ain't going to say nothing more than that because he already know. If he was to say something and how you really feel, he going to be just like Michael Thomas. Gone. CD Deuce. Gone.
Yeah.
All because they sitting there voicing their daggone opinions. Look at Winston. He got in the daggone media, was mouthing off in the media. Now he gone. These players deserve better than this, Q. And we deserve better than this, too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Clean house. Saints, clean house. That's all I got, Q.
All right.
It's good talking to you, brother. You
As always.
Rise up a little bit more, man, so we come on in here and holler at you.
I will, brother. I'm gonna start doing that on a week-to-week basis, bro. Starting now, I'm gonna do it next week too, bro. I'm opening up them so I can hear from the family members, man. No doubt about it, brother.
You keep doing what you're doing, Q. You good.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you,
Appreciate you.
bro.
Be
Later,
safe
man.
out there, brother. Thank you, man. All right, that's Hemisphere, man. Thank you, Hemisphere. Good call, man. All right, big ups to the fam. Thank you, brother Anthony, man, for your cash out, brother. Appreciate that, man. Much love.
Thank you. Get fucked too kind.
Shout out to brother Anthony on the cash app, man. Yes, sir. I appreciate you, bro. All right, much love to the fam, man. We up in this thing, man. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. All right now, man, we watching what's going on with the Washington Commanders right now. Jaden Daniels, man, is doing his thing. Him and the Washington Commanders, man, they're 4-2. They don't look like they're on their way to a big win over the Carolina Panthers, man. 17-0 at the top at 11:35 at the second quarter. You're going to be 5-2 to Washington Commanders. I knew looking at Jaden Daniels was going to take the game over. He's accurate. He can run. He adds to your running attack. And the Commanders are back to respectability, man. First time in a long time. So shout out to LSU Jaden Daniels, man. Doing our thing. Plus Joe Burrow won the day with Cincinnati, man. So pretty cool. All right, brother Dedrick, we're going to bring him into the stream as well. Brother Dedrick, welcome on in. Thank you for being patient, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good, QA. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Hey, Q, been a long time since I had a chance to call in, bro. How you been doing, man?
I've been hanging in there, brother. How about you?
Man, dealing with the Saints, man. It's getting tough up here in North Carolina for me, Q, man. It's getting tough up here, man. Hey, but hey, Q, man, listen, man. Hey, I'm not going to say nothing that we don't already know, but I just want to give my opinion on the team and Dennis Allen. Now, I want to start with Dennis Allen. I want to go back to what the other two callers said, talking about the ownership. And I'm not going to blame Miss Benson, man, but if Tom Benson was here, I don't think he'd be putting up with a lot of this mess that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Right. And even though she's the owner, she may not know much about football. I mean, this is your business. You got to know as a business owner when your business is succeeding and failing. You got to be able to step in, even if you don't know. Okay. She's seeing the same things we see. It don't take much football knowledge to know that the head coach is just not getting the job done. All right. Now, we all want Dennis Allen gone, myself included. Okay. But I'm going to touch on Dennis Allen as a head coach. The reason why I say Dennis Allen is not a good head coach is not just his coaching record. It's deeper than that, Q. This is just my opinion, brother. This is my opinion. All right. It's deeper than that. Dennis Allen is not a leader of men. In order to be a head coach, and you have to be a leader of men. Okay. I served in the military. When I graduated from boot camp, we all wanted to be drill instructors. Everybody can't do that, Q. You have to be a leader. The hardest job that drill instructors have, or drill sergeants, if you was in the Army, the hardest job they have is to take young, nonviolent men and turn them into violent men. In order for you to succeed as a head coach, I don't care how good of a coordinator you are, that don't matter. You could be the perfect X's and O's guy. You got to get players that aren't great to play great. Sean Payton did that. Now, Sean Payton didn't know anything about defense. Okay, he didn't. But he could run the team as a head coach because he understood men. He knew when they messed up as a head coach, as a leader, you got to get in a guy's face. I don't care if he's wearing the wrong cleats, false start. You got to be there to correct those issues on and off the field. Okay. Dennis Allen can't do that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. In my opinion, this is my opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. Not all of us are that type of guy. All men don't have that dog in them. Okay. Some of us are just not leaders. Okay. That's not a knock on anybody. I've been at my job 22 years. I'm not supervisor material. Okay. People say, man, you've been at a job a long time. You running things. No, I'm not. I don't have that in me. Okay. I would rather be in a position to where I can have somebody above me. If I have a problem I can't deal with, I can pass them to this person. Okay,
Right.
that's just me. That's what I'm comfortable with. Okay, somebody's got to step to Dennis Allen. Somebody's got to see this in him and say, this guy just can't be a leader of men. He's a good defensive coordinator. I give him that. All right. But if his defense is not playing up to par, who can check him and say your defensive players are not playing right? You got to step in and make a change. He can't do that. He's the type of guy, he probably go home, tell his son to cut the grass, get up the next day, the grass ain't cut. He go out there and get the lawnmower and cut it himself. No, man. No. I think that's how he's trying to run this team. Now, the success of this organization in the offseason, the success of this organization was the offensive coordinator. Okay. Dennis Allen's, like I said, he knows defense, but he knows nothing else. The poor guy knows nothing else. Okay. And that's just him. He just knows defense and that's it. A person like that cannot be a head coach. So I said, okay, in order for this team to succeed, it's going to rest on the shoulders of Clint Kubiak. If Clint Kubiak cannot get this offense straight, this team is going to fail. Okay. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing that. That's one of the many problems that we have. The next problem is the basics of football that New Orleans is lacking right now from week 3 to now. That's blocking and tackling. Teams that succeed in football are teams that can block and tackle. We are not getting it done at the basics of football. You can't win like that. I don't care what quarterback you get in there. Because I call for Jake Haener to start, but I'll touch on that in a minute. But if you can't block and you can't tackle, you can't win. Okay. So that's the problem that I see that we're having. So the next issue I have is Spencer Rattler. Okay. When we drafted Spencer Rattler, I got ahead of myself. I said, I think he's the future of this franchise at the quarterback position. Okay. Jake Haener, no knock on him. I think Jake Haener is going to be a solid backup quarterback. But the reason why I called for him to start when Derek Carr got hurt is because I would rather sacrifice Jake Haener, let him and Derek Carr ride the season out, than to subject Spencer Rattler to this mess we're seeing now. Okay, we can't block on defense. We can't tackle. So now you got a young quarterback who I say is the future of our franchise. All right. He's got an offensive line that can't block and a defense that can't stop a nosebleed. So now he's got to play catch up every time he gets the ball. So his confidence is starting to get shaken. Okay. He's starting to feel about this organization that we feel. This is trash. We putting this kid out here with garbage. Okay. This is not a way that I wanted Spencer Rattler to start his NFL career. Okay. I wanted him to be in a situation where the team is pretty much stable. Okay. He's got a head coach that don't know what he's doing. He's got an offensive coordinator that can't make adjustments and a defense that's giving up. So I would rather sacrifice Haener, put him out there when Carr gets healthy, let Carr and Haener run this mess wherever it's going to go. And then bring in Rattler at the beginning of the next season, get us some offensive linemen and just have a fresh start and just roll with Rattler. Okay, now drafting. I think what we need to draft, like I said, remember what I said, Q, blocking and tackling. Okay, I think we should address that in the draft. Okay. You know, we might need another O-lineman. I was happy when we got Talais Fuaga because I said, man, we need an offensive lineman. Back when we took Davenport, you know, I never heard of the guy, you know, but see, I don't know a whole lot about college football anyway, but one of my coworkers came up to me and this is back when we drafted Davenport. He said, man, y'all defense going to be hell next year. I said, well, how you figure that? Man, y'all got Marcus Davenport. I was like, oh, okay. You know, all right, you know. So, but the thing about it is Davenport was garbage. So then we got Peyton Turner. I said, okay, because we needed a defensive end. We need to get younger on that front line. Peyton Turner's trash. Now, why is A.T. Perry in the street, but Peyton Turner's still on the team? That happens when you got a head coach that's not a leader of men and don't have a clue. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if Dennis Allen made that decision or somebody else made that decision. If it wasn't Dennis Allen, DA should have stepped up and said, hey man, look, let me tell you something. We got to keep A.T. Perry. You know, let's put Peyton Turner in the street. I mean, he'll play one game, make 1 sack, and he's hurt. So, I mean, why is Peyton Turner still on the team?
Right.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's these questionable decisions that I feel is really going to cost us in the future. So in the draft, I just think that we should get back to the basics of football and draft that way. Because think about it, Q. When our defense was getting pressure with 4, back when we had Rankins, on your mama, on your mother, the big onion, when we had him on that front 4, man, them boys was tough. If we can get back to that, we can get back to getting pressure with 4 guys. I'm telling you, man, we will be right where we need to be. But I think right now we should just build around Rattler. I'm not calling for nobody else to get up out of here because I called for Andy Dalton to get up out of here. And just when I thought you couldn't get no worse than that, then here comes Derek Carr. So, I mean, if we man, I can sit and say I want Dennis Allen 5, man. We mess around with Mickey Loomis running the show. He'll bring in another clown. And it'd be worse than what you're seeing now. Man, just when you think it can't get no worse, it does. So, I mean, I want to say it might be too late to fire DA right now. My thoughts on the interim coach, I think Darren Rizzi. I think I'll bring him in because, man, I don't know. He got some dog in him. You know, we just got to get a guy that's got that dog in him. You know, all this bringing popsicles and cupcakes to practice, that's not going to work. It's I mean, it's not. So we got to get somebody in here that can turn it around. And unfortunately, if we get an interim head coach, a lot of them don't last. You know, very few of them head into the offseason and get promoted to head coach. But I mean, Mickey Loomis, he's really going to have to sit down and do his homework. If not, Gail's got to step in, strip him of general manager duties, and get somebody in here that can find a leader of men. That's what this team needs. Because after what was this, week 5, week 6, and your team quit on you in 6 weeks. I mean, that's just not, that's passed by being a bad head coach. There are terrible head coaches in high school, college, pro. There's terrible head coaches everywhere. But when a team quit on you and you up here looking like your wife beat you every day at a press conference, something's wrong somewhere. I mean, dude, you have no heart, none. And that's our head coach. These guys are just basically doing what they want to do. I mean, I hope I'm not offending nobody, but the inmates are running the yard right now. You know, and we got to get somebody that ain't afraid to get in the offensive coordinator's face when you lose one guy and all of a sudden you run in a high school office.
Yeah.
You know, you got a guy in Paulson Adebo. He's a pass interference waiting to happen. We got to sit him down. We got to get somebody that can sit the guy down. You shouldn't be out there the next play. You know, but I mean, so what's your thoughts on that, Q? I mean, I just want to hear your insight on that.
Bro, you're 1,000% on everything you're saying, man. The Darren Rizzi thing, I like Darren Rizzi, but it's not often that coaches, special team coaches, are elevated to head coaches. I mean, you have the example of Harbaugh, who they did in Baltimore, but that's because of Harbaugh's family lineage. That got him there. I don't know if the Saints are even intelligent enough to look at Darren Rizzi like that. The talking point of Dennis Allen not being a leader is 100% facts. I mean, he's not a leader of men. I mean, he just threw his offensive coordinator under the bus when they asked him about the timeout, the timeout before the kneel down of the last game. And he basically, I had nothing to do with that. I didn't make that call. You know, he could have. What was the purpose of even doing that? It's just who he is, and it's just more of the same. And we've been showing these off-code behaviors, like him benching, taking Spencer Rattler, who won the job in preseason, and then making them the emergency. We played politics games, before he did that, when they were releasing the first official depth charts, he had it listed as quarterback this and quarterback B and all this kind of stuff. He created this whole little situation where we are, and I said it before he did it, that he was going to play Spencer Rattler as the emergency quarterback, even though Rattler won the job from Jake Haener fair and square in preseason. He beat Haener and should have had the job. But Dennis Allen took that man and turned him into emergency quarterback and made Jake Haener the buffer quarterback between two, so that Derek Carr doesn't have any pressure over him when he goes into these games, and he start failing and throwing interceptions, and people start calling for Spencer Rattler. So he created that scenario. All of that is terrible off-code bullshit that a leader of men would not be involved in. And that behavior undermines his authority, and people that play for him notice he does little cutthroat, dirty little stuff like that. I call him a possum because he looks like a possum, but his behavior is a weasel. He's a very weaselly person and not worth trust. You shouldn't trust the person that exhibits such low budget qualities. But at the end of the day, how did your general manager not notice these type of qualities? And even if he doesn't notice them upon hiring him, you mean to tell me he turns a blind eye to what he's doing right now? He doesn't go and check him on off-code behavior? He doesn't do that? No, he doesn't do that. And the problem is not so much Dennis Allen, because Dennis Allen wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Mickey Loomis. That's what it comes down to. So firing Dennis Allen is one thing, but I still don't trust Mickey Loomis to get it right. So, like I said, it's a part of the problem. It's a part of it's a part of it. It's not the cure for it, because the problem and the sickness of the Saints organization is Mickey Loomis. And until they can some kind of way separate the general manager job from him, we're going to continue to have questionable moves. Like, you're not going to be able to be competitive from a salary cap standpoint for the next couple of years because of decisions that Mickey Loomis has made. And none of them challenged him. They basically turned the team over to him and say, "Hey, Mickey, take us to the promised land." Problem is, Mickey Loomis is not the dude to take you to the promised land. He needs a Sean Payton. Sean Payton is the captain of the ship. Sean Payton is the driver of the vehicle. Sean Payton is the person that leads the ship, and Mickey Loomis is the guy. He's the Mr. Spock. He's the guy that the data and all these type of characters that act off what the captain says. So if the captain said, "Go over there and plot this course over here," do that. Go over here and open this channel so I can talk to these aliens. Do that. That's what Mickey Loomis does. He's the gopher for an individual with that. He's not a architect that is like some of these other general managers that have a vision and a mission, and then they get the guys to run the vision and they work in harmony with them. That is not Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis never with his character. He hired Sean Payton, yes. But remember, it was other stuff surrounding that as well. That's almost like people tell me all the time about Drew Brees came here. He wanted to help the Saints. No, Drew Brees was trying to go to Miami, and Miami turned him down. Then he came to the Saints. So I don't revision history, nothing, because that's not how it's supposed to work. You either tell the truth or don't say nothing at all. And that's how we work. He got Sean Payton, and we know how he got Sean. The Saints wanted Kubiak's father. He was too expensive. Tom Benson told him no. And then Sean had a situation going on with Green Bay. I think Green Bay wanted him. He turned them down, then he came here. So it's the same stuff over and over again. I say that to say that Mickey Loomis is taking way too much credit for what the hell happened with the Saints so many moons ago when they won that championship, 10 plus years ago, or however long it was. It's ridiculous. But they've been playing off of that, and you can't blame them. You got to blame the collective of the Who Dat Nation, because we allowed this to go on too long, and it's time to change the dynamic. We should have been on this some time ago.
Yep. Yeah. And this is what happens, when you put faith in the wrong. I mean, they're just putting faith in the wrong people, and we just gotta see past the bullshit that's going on and say, hey, we not only are we wasting our youth, but we're wasting the best players on this team who can make us competitive for the next 3 years. I think Alvin Kamara is still a great running back. The guy ain't washed up. A lot of these players are not washed up. Like Eric McCoy. Eric McCoy is our best. He's our best offensive lineman. Okay. Yes. I would love to see Ryan Ramczyk come back. But if not, we're gonna have to hope that we can get lucky in the draft again. At that draft when we took Ramczyk, when we took McCoy. I know it's a lot of hope and everything, but hey, sometimes in the draft queue, you just got to get lucky. You know, you just got to throw your hand out there and play the cards that you dealt. You know, you might draft a bust. That might happen. But it's just like Atlanta. It's just like Atlanta. Man, they was pissed when they took Michael Penix because they wanted, I think they wanted Jared Verse. You know, but things is kind of working out in Atlanta. So when Kirk Cousins up out of there about 2-3 years from now they got a quarterback. You know, he might not be worth nothing, but hey, I can understand the direction that they going in. And I would have loved to took Lamar Jackson, but at that time, man, our defense was terrible. So I can see why, man. We might need to get some defense up in here. You know, Davenport was just a bum. You know, and I remember we took Zach Bond, and Zach Bond. I wish that we would have gave him an opportunity, like the other caller said. You know, we got Foskey, but where is he at? I mean, these guys, we got to figure out if these guys can play it. Don't wait to put them out there in a contract year and then they ball out. Now they go somewhere else and balling. And we could have used Zach Bond the way he playing in Philly. You know, we could have used it like that on defense, but it is what it is. So, I mean, we're in some dark times right now. I've been a Saints fan for a long time. Even before we got the Panthers here in North Carolina, I said, man, look, I remember picking up the paper reading. I said, nah, man, I'm sticking with the black and gold. You know, I didn't know much about him, couldn't see him that much on TV. But hey, I told everybody, man, I'm a New Orleans Saints fan, you know, and I thought I was the only one in the world when everybody started picking at me. So I said, hey, man, it's all good. That's some, you know, had people telling me about the paper bags and all that stuff. I like, man, forget all y'all. You know, but hey, I mean, it is what it is, man. I'm up in North Carolina, enemy territory. Hey, check this out. Every time I go see my mom up in Charlotte, I always make sure I wear my Saints gear. So, hey.
They can't mess with you now. They doing worse than we are. They getting pummeled 20-0 right now. They about to be 1-6. So yeah, they got to button up if you out there in Carolina land, man.
Oh yeah, but I tell you what, man, I better be careful because one of these days I ain't gonna come back. That boy got jumped somewhere. He by that dumpster over there somewhere. They beat him up real bad.
Most of the Carolina guys is pretty. Most of the Carolina family members is pretty cool, man. They pretty laid back people. Yeah. So yeah.
I've actually never had any issues, but man, here in this area, you know, because we went a long time before we got a franchise. So here, you know, most people, I mean, you're gonna find Steeler fans and Cowboy fans everywhere, but man, there ain't no Saints fans around here now that I know of. So hey, if it weren't for you and all the other podcasts, man, I'd be all up on this boat by myself. But man, like I said, man, I mean, you know, so I'm upset because I like watching, you know, I love it when the team wins. And even when we were 7-9, man, we look better than what we're looking right now. But we just got to weather the storm. You know, we just got to figure out what's going to happen and pray for the best, I guess.
Indeed, bro. It's a little dark right now, but eventually, man, this will get turned around. So, bro, just keep your spirits up. And this purging process is necessary when you got something that's bad and it's dead and ain't working. Nature usually get rid of it, and it's a standard process throughout everything. When it don't work, it's a purging process where all that is bad needs to be cut away, and we're going through that. So it usually involves a little discomfort, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it'll end to a positive result. So we just have to be patient and just understand the process, and we're gonna make it, brother.
Oh yeah. All right, that's all I got, Big Q. Nice talking to you, bro.
Thank you, brother. Dedrick, you be safe out there. And who that, brother?
All right, who that?
All right, that's brother Dedrick, man. Good to hear from that, brother. I ain't heard from him in a long time, man. Shout out to all you guys, man. Shout out to everybody. Let's take a look at this, fam. This is a schedule right here I put on screen. I wanted to show the family members. You know, these are the next 4 games we have before the buys, weeks 8 through 11. Next Sunday, October the 27th, we got an afternoon matchup. The Saints take on the Chargers at Chargers, right? We got them coming up. And then the following Sunday, we go back to our noon scheduled broadcast at Carolina, the same team that's currently playing right now that the Washington Commanders are taking apart. So they're up 20-0. We got them at their building. And then, of course, we get 2 home games, actually 3 home games, but 2 of them prior to the bye. We got the Falcons, who lost today. We got the matchup, the second of the two matchups with them. And then following that, we have the Deshaun Watson or Jameis Winston-led Cleveland Brown club that will be facing as well in the Dome. Then the bye week. So as you can tell, as we get rest, we got the Rams, Giants, Commanders, Packers, Raiders, Bucks on the other side of the bye. So the season is vastly, really moving really fast, and things are shaking all over the place, to be honest with you, fam. So it'll be real interesting to see how it all ends up. That's why, it's an and shout out to Brother Dedrick and Brother Hemisphere and everybody else, all our callers today, man. Great points from you guys. Really good commentary. Glad you guys are a member of the Great Saint Think Tank, man, because we need that. The points, all of that are very valid. Spencer Rattler, you're right on him. Spencer Rattler, there's not much Spencer could do if you don't have a running attack. I'm just going to be honest with you. They did all these rollouts where they will roll them out right or roll them out left. It takes a lot of juice out of you, so to speak, energy out of you to just do nothing but rollouts, because these guys can't run block. You can't get into your play action. You can't do what you need to do. Every time they try to run the ball, somebody misses a block, somebody doesn't block who they're supposed to. I mean, you put the tape on. These guys, the tape look like these guys are not practicing correctly. And we dealt with this issue last year and the year before that, when we talked about all this stuff, and Derek Carr will come out and say, we had a great week of practice and all that. How you have a great week of practice and then you get into some of these games and the Saints offensive line look like they're not even practicing? That's the thing I look at. I'm like, how is it that, we had a great week of practice and then these guys are missing blocking? It's one thing to get beat if you man on man and the guy beat you, and they get beat too at the point of attack. They don't, sometimes they don't win a one-on-one matchups. And it's the craziest thing. It's like they pick, it's weird. Like the left guard will then do his thing, and the center and the left guard will do their thing, and then the right guard will screw up. Then the center and the right guard will do their thing, and then the left guard will screw up. So it was like something where somebody would forget to block somebody, or somebody will lose a one-on-one matchup. And that's what's really going on if you look at the tape. The Saints offensive linemen, interiorly speaking, are not blocking who they're supposed to be blocking. And a lot of times they're not winning one-on-one matchups. So that has to be fixed. There is no success with that going on. There's no success with the Saints averaging 5.4 yards a rush against them. People running on the Saints like that, interiorly speaking, there is no success there. So if you have major issues, and the Saints have them in both the centers of the offensive and defensive lines, man, there's not going to a lot of winning going to be done with that, because the Chargers are going to run at you. They're going to test your line. I don't think rest is all that is. You'll have some rested players, but maybe they'll provide a better effort. But at the end of the day, the team has to be able to win over the next 4 games: Chargers, Panthers, Falcons, and Browns. How many of the 4 games do you believe the Saints win? Do you believe, with the Saints sitting up at 2-4, how many of the 4 games before the bye do the Saints win? Chargers, Panthers, Falcons, Browns. How many of those 4 do the Saints win? What do they do? So we just kind of spitball and figure out what we need to do. But there ain't gonna be no success unless you can figure out how you can run the football and stop people from running the ball on you. That's 2 major factors why the Saints are looking the way they're looking. And there's answers to all of this, family. Usually, traditionally speaking, even if you don't throw a team name on this stuff, any team, whether in college or high school, if you have issues interiorly speaking, you have to find better players. Like, we need better backups. I know that's a weird thing I've been saying here, but there are levels to backups. We need better backups. We really do. Because these guys have been with the team for months. A lot of them been with the Saints for months. They've been practicing with the Saints for months, and they still ain't getting it. And he ain't doing nothing terribly complicated. He's not running no terribly complicated scheme. It appears that he has dumbed down a lot of his system. And they still ain't winning one-on-one matchups. That speaks to that player that need to be here. You don't need to earn a check from us. If you can't commit a standard blocking attack, you need to be gone. We need better backups. That's what and then interiorly speaking, for the Saints defensive tackle position, Colin Saunders is banged up. He had a back issue. Shepard has not been doing the case. And I said that about Shepard when they first signed him, that he was more of a rotational defensive tackle as opposed to a starter. And I often thought that Brian Bresee, who was a first-round draft pick at some point, has to be the guy that's in there. Now Saints did draft Christian Boyd, who is the guy from North Dakota State. I want to say North Dakota State. Is it North Dakota State? I want to say Christian Boyd came from. But he was a really good pickup for the Saints. Hold on, let me make sure I got that right, because I'm pulling all this off memory. North Iowa. There you go. North Iowa. I'm checking Christian Boyd out of North Iowa. 6th-round pick out of North Iowa. The Saints love this kid. Big nose tackle. He's 6'2", 320 pounds. Then they traded a 6th-round draft pick or whatever it was for John Ridgeway III, another massive interior defensive tackle. You have to change up the interior guys. If you got to put Christian Boyd out there with Brian Bresee and put Shep on the, whatever you got to do, you got to switch it up. You got to move guys around. If you got to put Christian Boyd in there, you got to put a true nose tackle in there and let Shepard come off the bench. You're going to have to try something else. Try to operate it with a nose tackle there. And then kind of guy, John Ridgeway is a guy that has some starting experience. He kind of should be ahead of Christian Boyd in many measurements because of his veteran experience. So is John Ridgeway a guy that you can think about kind of putting in there to kind of mix up things? You got to try different things, man. Because Tanu Passanio is not walking through that door right now. Like I said, John Ridgeway, what is it? He's a 5th-round pick, 2022. So he's a young defensive tackle too. But he's 6'5", 320 pounds. These are massive human beings. 6'2", 320 is Boyd, and then Ridgeway 6'5", 321 pounds. At some point, you're going to have to move these big guys in there and rotate everybody else. If you got Colin Saunders in there, put a big nose tackle next to him. You're going to have to do something, man. You can't allow people to run at 5.4 yard per average on you and expect to stay relevant in games. It's just not going to happen. So even if you're not putting a name on whoever the team is, you have to stop that by any means necessary. In the great words of Malcolm, you got to stop that. You got to be able to prevent that. You got to run the ball and you got to stop people from running on you. If you don't do that, you're going to lose a lot of games. The only game I see the Saints actually winning as currently constructed, unless they get better, is the Carolina game. But outside of them, other teams, possibly Cleveland, they can be 2-2 there, but that's not good enough. If you 2-4 right now and you go 2-2 in the next 4, that's not good enough. That makes you what, 4-6? 4-6. You're still 2 flat, and depending on the and if I consider the Falcons game a loss, that means the Falcons sweep you. That puts the Falcons in the running seat. You don't see Tampa Bay, and that you're basically done with your NFC South until you face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the final week of action next year. That's the last regular season game. So if I say 2-2, realistically speaking, that's based on if they fix the issues. Once again, do they fix the issues, or did they just blind to them? I don't know what's going on here. At some point, they're going to have to address the Dennis Allen question, which is, he doesn't need to be here. He done ran his course, man. You look at how dejected he is. I would like, man, just resign, bro. That's what I would say. It's like, man, I'm tired of it. I can't do it. Listen, he knows it's over his head. He done took it and got free money. Just resign, bro. Just resign and get on out of here. Resign, clear out your goddamn desk and get your ass out of here. Just resign so we don't have to go through this. Because Mickey Loomis is a fool. He will sit up there and hold on to him and spin excuses, and then he will allow people to boycott the team. He's so stupid and trifling and over emotional. He will allow the family members who are right, and they are right to feel what they are. This team is underperforming. They've fallen through the flow. They've lost 5 games in a row. And instead of looking at that and saying they have a right to be upset and we need to listen to what they're saying before we lose their money, he will keep his stubborn Frankenstein looking ass up there and allow the team to be boycotted before, and people above him force him to make a change. That's what kind of dude we dealing with. So if you won't play, that's all right. I can be a little petty. That's all right. I can be petty. I can be real petty with you, and we can be real petty with you, because that's not a fight that you're gonna win. Stupid. You don't go against the people, and when you're in an unjust role, you don't go against the people in an unjust role. Even stupid ass. Even the government doesn't do that. Even the government is trifling and evil as they are when they won't cook up wars and stuff to go and take other people's resources. Even they don't just they do it. They'll do this these proxy things where they'll fund it in a small way in the cover somewhere, like they did what they're doing over there in whatchamacallit, They'll start it all like that. And then when the other people say, man, let's just run these people up out of here, they'll put their arm in it and they'll spin a story. Oh, they're killing them over there. We need to go over there. And they pull on your heartstrings. They say, well, go ahead on there and you get the point. They have to have your support to do a lot of this. They can't just say, we're going to go and do this stuff without coming to you and getting you involved. Well, we told you what was going on. And they can't. All this has to be done through your complicity. That's how it works. If you say no, that's they're in violation. And the universe come crashing, the Most High come crashing down on their goddamn heads and rip them apart. That's how it works. You can't, you have to be a willing participant and you have to be complicit in the process. And this is universal principle. So if even you think he can go against us on that, come on, let's go. I'm petty enough to walk with you on that journey because I know what the result's going to be at the end of the day. You can't pay for them tickets by yourself. I know that. I don't care what fucking wheel you own. You won't need every piece of that money and then some to be able to stay and pay for them tickets and them concessions and them parking revenue and them cheating them high ass 3-time jerseys that they selling up in there. God damn it. That's what I'm talking about. You can't play no games with us over here. We serious. Now you got some of them people that they ain't using their brains and they just won't comport. That's on them. We don't need them. They don't count anyway. But for people that know what time it is, that know how it works, that know how to represent how change works, you don't go along with people on F stuff. You don't do that. You back up off them and you pull support from them financially, spiritually, and every other way because they cannot operate without you. None of this operates. These football teams, these basketball teams, none of this operates without your willing participation. That's spiritual, mental, financial, and other way. They cannot exist here without you. It's set up quite vampiric. They have to have you. If they could set it up in a way they can operate without you, they'd have done that a long time ago. They can't do it without you. They cannot do it. When the moment you understand your power, I'm just telling people to be empowered. That's all I'm saying is just take the power, the God-given power, the Most High give you and the discipline he's given you and the brains that he's given you and put it all together and say, you know what? I'm going to exercise my power. I'm not going to let people trick me. I'm not going to be complicit to some bullshit. I'm going to stand on business. I'm going to stand with the sensible people and carry through justice for this team because this team needs to be on another level. And we've been playing games and Mickey Loomis want to play games. So let's play. And the moment you do that, then people going to look at them balance books and that shit going to come to a grinding halt. You're going to see him fired. You're going to see moves made. You're going to see it all. They don't have any power except for the power you grant them. That's how this works. This is universal principle, man. This is game. None of these people, I don't care how they like to post tie like they all this powerful. Man, these people ain't nothing. These stars and all these people that they elevate and all this stuff, them people don't have no power unless you see them as powerful. The moment you can look at this next thing, you know, if you got the biggest star in the planet, whoever it is, you pick one and name them, say this person here is the biggest or most famous person on the planet today. And you turn around and don't acknowledge them as a star, don't go to their concerts, don't go to buy them nothing, man, the people will fall from the sky fast. It's all driven by your energy and your power while pretending like you don't have no energy and power and that they have all the energy and power. It's a counterfeit system that's flip-flopped. I've been saying that for years. It's not simple. I'm telling you to be empowered. Don't be a chump. Don't be a moron. Don't be a simpleton. Be empowered in your life. Take control and possession and guide yourself productively. And that involves this Saints team. These people are disrespecting us. Mickey Loomis, I've clowned Mickey Loomis all the time. I've turned him into a cartoon character. I've mocked him. I've scorned him. I've disciplined him. I've given him credit when he may do. But I've turned Mickey Loomis into basically a cartoon character. I mock him all the time. I take all the silly shit that he says and ridicule him for saying stuff like, you're not qualified. Oh, let me tell you something. Oh, I know you guys are, you don't know what the hell you're talking about over there, guy. Let me tell you, you guys up in here, don't listen to that guy over there. He's, let me tell you, you know what the hell he's talking about. You guys can't beat me. Okay, I'm the goddamn general manager. I'm the damn VP. You guys can't beat me. I tell you, I'll tell you, you can't. Hold on now. You guys can't beat me. Hold on now. Come on. I'll take you all on. One at a time. One at a time. I'm telling you, man, the man crazy. He crazy. You don't go against the people when you're at fault. Did you hear what I just said? You don't go against the people and you're at fault. You're operating out of a position of wrongness. You're operating out of a position of error. How could you go against the people? You're operating out of from a position of error. You're not right here. Your team is failing because of your decisions. That's why they're failing. Bad decisions, poor money. The Saints are tore up with the cap because of Mickey Loomis. I didn't do it. He was responsible for the cap finances. He screwed up the finances of the team. They can't even do nothing. They got to restructure, and tear up the future just so they can make a move or two for today. He did that. But he don't want you to tell him that he did wrong, and the team is on a 5-game losing streak. His coach can't coach. The decisions that he made are still not working. Players are upset, and it's only going to get worse. The man don't have the answers for the questions that need to be called. It's leader time, and we don't have leaders. We got guys that like collecting the checks. We don't see people. We seen Alvin Kamara come out and demonstrate justice. We seen Marshawn Lattimore come out. We seen Michael Thomas come out. And what happened to those guys? Like the brother said, Michael Thomas got released. Jameis stood on business and said something. They put Jameis in the street. Like Brother Prime said. You see Marshawn Lattimore, they restructured this contract to trade him because he was standing on business last year. And Alvin Kamara, he had to do extra stuff like what he's doing right now just for them to respect his mind so they can give up a contract for him. But all these other guys, they're not opening up their goddamn mouths and saying nothing. Tyrann Mathieu, Demario Davis, and all these cats, they ain't saying shit. They wasn't saying nothing last year. You're the cool coach. And all this foolishness. They don't open up. They don't do no player-only meetings. Where the player-only meetings at? Y'all serious about winning? Them people take their goddamn direct deposits and go sit their ass down somewhere and run out the clock. Say, we did all we could do. And the one stuck holding the bag is you. But we get stuck holding the bag because we don't do what we supposed to do, which is stand on business. I ain't saying nothing that's not factual. Everything I'm saying is 1,000% truth. You have to use your power or lose your power. That's what it comes down to. If you don't use your power, somebody else can use it against you. That's universal principle. If you don't use your mind, other people can use your mind to use it against you because it needs to be used. That's why that old saying about idle mind's a devil's workshop. When you have an idle mind, that means the mind is not being used by you. It's idle. You're not using it for anything. Is designed to be used all the time. That's old principles, old facts. I'm not saying nothing that's not incorrect. I'm 100% standing on business and justice, man. All of this is a fraud and needs to stop. Brother Brent says, Protect Safe says, results are only in the past. Come on, man. Yeah, results. Look, and this Mickey Loomis is totally out of his mind, bro. But thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you. You're fuck too kind.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man, on that, man. I don't know what to say, bro. But
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Boosie upset, man. Boosie like, come on, man. Boosie upset. All right, KB says, yo, Q, don't doom us. Yeah, we look past the results and see him as an ultimate reason we are losing 3 years straight of a shit show. And notice all of that started happening once Sean Payton left. It's a correlation here. Drew Brees, and this the thing that happens. The Saints were supposed to have a plan on the back, and they weren't supposed to wait for Sean Payton to leave because Sean Payton was going to leave. It was already understood that Sean Payton and Drew Brees were going to probably leave at the same time, but Sean kind of stayed on a year later because he felt like he didn't want to leave the Saints, and then they just be bared, just cupboards bared. So he stayed on an extra year. But it was designed where they were supposed to leave together. The thing is, the Saints had no plan. They stayed there, and even when, like I said, in the last year, Drew Brees' contract, he's 39, 40 years old. What part of the game is that? He could barely throw the ball. He admitted this year that he couldn't even use his right arm to throw. He had to learn how to throw with his left arm. And the Saints sitting up here trying to keep this man as a quarterback. How stupid are they? And don't sit up here and think for a second that they didn't know that he had that issue with his arm when they got all his medicals in the building. They have all of his medicals and all his medical information in the building. They knew exactly what he was dealing with. All this boiled down to Mickey Loomis being stupid, arrogant, not having a plan, and choking the life out of the Saints organization. Now you know who, and I've been saying this the last couple of years. I've been saying this dude is exposing this guy and telling you what the problem is. He's not even a real general manager. That's why he got fleeced by general managers like Howie Roseman, fleeced him out of them picks. He ain't even a real general manager. He more VP and gopher than he is general manager, bro. I'm not even being sarcastic on that. I'm being real on that. Go do your VP thing and give a general manager, but he holding on to that GM job because he's an attention whore. He likes the limelight of people to ask him questions, even though he would hold press conferences with no answers. It's just what it is. So you know what you got to do. All right, yeah, Backwoods says, yeah. Talk, boy! There you go. Shout out to you, Backwoods. My dog says, no, he tried to leave the same year AD left, but Gail made him stay around because she didn't want to lose him in AD. Oh, you talking about Anthony Davis. I'm talking about with Drew Brees. What year did Drew Brees leave? Because originally, Sean Payton and Drew was supposed to leave at the same time. Their tenures was supposed to be ending around the same time. It's no coincidence that he left the year after Drew Brees, as opposed to did Drew and Sean and Antonio and Anthony Davis, excuse me, did they all leave at the same time, or was Drew Brees' retirement year the same year as Anthony Davis leaving? Was it the same year? Y'all remind me. Anthony says it had us 10-7 for the year. I had no idea. All right, Jack says we could all see the last 3 years of Drew that could not throw the ball. I was yelling out my mind, Sean, run the ball. We had to lead it dinky donkey do. That's what they called it. We called it dinky donkey do because he would slice you up within a 10 to 15 yard window. That's how they operated. That's why there was the portion why they brought in Taysom Hill as the quarterback, because Drew couldn't throw the deep ball and Taysom was supposed to throw the deep ball for the Saints. That's the reason why I parked. While Taysom Hill became Taysom Hill a quarterback. Y'all remember? All this has its footings. Taysom Hill was brought in to be the deep ball thrower for Drew Brees, who couldn't throw the ball beyond 15, 20 yards. This is facts. So instead of addressing and getting a younger quarterback, we just say, okay, you're going to be the deep ball thrower. And it just didn't work. Y'all remember that? But it is what it is. Simple said, man. And listen, all we got, the greatest of it is we already know what the problem is. It's Mickey Loomis. Now, people say, what about Dennis Allen? There would be no Dennis Allen if it wasn't for Mickey Loomis. He created it. The cap is all effed up because of Mickey Loomis. We have Dennis Allen because of Mickey Loomis. He had a sham trial, or a sham, not a trial, but a tryout period for head coaches. He went and interviewed all these people. One dude sat him there for 8 hours, and then they turned around and held the job to Dennis Allen. Like they were actually trying to look for some other guys to be head coaches when they knew all the time it's going to be Dennis Allen. It was a sham trial period to look for head coaches, and then turn around, get this guy and call them Chuck Noll and all this kind of stuff. Nobody believes Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen didn't even believe he Chuck Knowles or any of these men. These guys were innovators at their position. Dennis Allen is a good defensive coordinator, but that's it. He's not head coach material, and that's all right. Now it's time to rectify the wrong, get him out of here, so that we can still have a chance to compete this year. But time will tell. Like I said, he can't stand against us, man. Not when you're you're operating out of a position of error and wrong. You can't win against us. We demand change. We demand progressive stuff to happen. We want to win. We want to compete. We're tired of this. We've given you 3 years. Don't tell me to look beyond the results. Don't tell me any of that other garbage. We need to see results. That's all we need to see. We won't see results. And if you pull your support, please don't go back and give me results if the Saints win a couple of more games. Make them earn it. Make them earn your support. Like, don't go back and fully support them until you see these dudes get this team in the playoffs. That's when you turn your support on. Make them earn it. Don't let 2 or 3 games start giving your money back to them, man. That ain't much of a boycott. You got to stand on business, man. Is what it is. Brother Derek says, as long as tickets are being sold and jerseys are being brought, the team can hold hostage and no roster and bad coaching. Indeed, bro. And justify it. Standing on business, fix it all, bro. I've been saying it for a while. Yeah, boycott, Brother Gerard. You're right. That's what it takes, man. You have to, but you can't, because any other way you're justifying bad behavior. Any other way you're feeding in an unjust system, which we can't do. If it's wrong, you got to pull support and let it die. That's a part of the process. You are the water, the nourishment for whatever they got going on. When you withdraw your support, all that stops, and it stops pretty fast. They cannot operate without you at all. They can't do it. They cannot operate without you. telling you the God's honest truth. They cannot operate without your energy, without your passion and your effort. They can't operate. It's like I said, it's set up pretty vampiric if you think about it. They need they can't operate. They can't do it by themselves. As powerful as they like to pretend they are, and as glorious as they like to pretend they are, they can't do it without you. They got all of that because of you. The moment you understand that principle, we done beat them. It's only a matter of time. But anyway, fam, listen, with that being said, I'm gonna get ready to get out of here. If y'all got any quick questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. Hey man, listen, shout out to my Cash App and Super Chatters, man. Appreciate you. And the callers that chimed in, big ups to you guys today. Basically, I know we ain't playing today, but I wanted to be able to do a stream. I thought it would be a good time to be able to hear from the Who Dat Nation. Your thoughts on it. I know it's kind of a dire situation, but I also want to make people understand this is a process. And sometimes change, good change, is not comfortable change. Usually, if you think about it, a lot of the change that you're undergoing, even if you ever had growing spurts, like when you grew and got a little taller, some of that shit hurt. When you experience a growing spurt, yeah, it was a little pain involved. That's all tied to the natural way of how things happen. So with most change, it's not going to be very comfortable. There's going to be maybe a little bit of discomfort for it to happen. And the discomfort is we lose a game here or there. But ultimately, in the end, we start to expose. And what's happening is it's a separation or a cutoff or a purging of whatever it is. Like if you have a fever, nature is the same thing everywhere. Just think about it. When you have a fever or you're ill, your body heats up. You feel a little sick because your body is getting hot because it's burning off them germs and getting rid of that shit, getting it on up out of there, purging. The body's going through a purging process. So you might be feeling a little fever for a little bit. You drink, your little orange juice, garlic mixture or elderberry, whatever you take to kind of help it out. But when that fever, you sick and you get that fever is heating up to get rid of that virus to get out of there so you can get back to business. It's some discomfort. That's what we're going through. That's the experience that we're experiencing right now. The things that we're going through is we got a fever right now. We got some germs in the building. We got a fever, and this is the process that's necessarily needed to get rid of these clowns. So, I welcome it. I welcome it because I know what it looked like on the other side of this. I know what it looks like when you go through this and you burn away, you purge all these people out of here. I know what it looks like on the opposite side of this. That means you get back to business. You're stronger, you're faster, you're better. That's how we got to look at it. So it is what it is. All right. Thank you, Pam. And shout out to you. Jack says, I just wish we knew more about Peyton. Left because it was a hell of a weird how he retired and then unretired was weird. And we really have nothing to gain from those draft picks. Well, the Peyton situation, if you go back, Jack, thank you for the question, the statement rather. If you go back and watch, go back and listen to Bill Parcells. Remember, Bill Parcells is Sean Payton's mentor. He love Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells is super cool with him, you dig? So Parcells' logic was never to stay in one place for too long. And he said that was his thought process. He believed that a coach should be at one situation for a certain period of time because your message gets stale. Sean Payton challenged himself because Bill Parcells told him that, but Sean Payton challenged himself. That was a challenge. So that if he stayed a little longer, what would it take for your message to remain fresh and not get stale? What would it take? Well, he brought in motivational people. He did the mock professions, like when the separate. He was smart enough to know to be able to separate the old culture, the losing culture, and create a new culture. You had to create a divide in the minds of the support base so that their mental energy don't deflect to the old ways. It had to be a barrier in there. So his barrier, what he did was he started doing these mock funeral processions where he's burying the old dead ghosts of the saints' losing years. And he did that multiple times. He even brought in the voodoo priestess a couple of times to purge the dome, whether he believed in that or not. And I said this before, it seemed kind of, weird to some people, but whether he believed in that or not, what he did was he put an impression in the minds of the support base to understand that what was in the past is in the past, and what is here and now is what we have here and now. And that kind of grew to it having a golden era of sorts in football for the black and gold for a long period of time. He was smart enough and astute enough to understand spiritual practices, mental practices, and how to use them to kind of help what he was doing. Once he established that, then he went about the business of football of bringing personnel in here, because it's difficult for a coach to come into an environment where they were losing and then try to, by himself, take the culture and turn it upside down on his head, unless he made motions or moves that were really vivid and really mind stabbing. You know what I mean? That where you see this happening, like, damn, that's kind of odd. And Sean Payton was good at that. So he did that and then went about the business. Now, over a period of time, there was nothing more for him to do. He could have tried to win another Super Bowl ring, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, Sean Payton's next move should have been him getting general manager duties, which he really didn't need to do, because he was puppeting Mickey Loomis here anyway. He was put all the stuff that Mickey Loomis gave him. He didn't offer him the GM job, and Mickey Loomis had the VP job. He could have gave him the job. He never offered that, because Mickey Loomis wants to hold power. That's something that he didn't have prior to. He was just a regular dude like the rest of them. And then eventually, when Tom Benson closed his eyes, he put a lot in Mickey Loomis's hands. And Mickey Loomis is not the type of general manager that's like some of these other managers that are architects and influencers and thought leaders. He's not that kind of guy. He's a gopher dude. He's old school gopher. If you got a coach that know what he want, I'll go get what you want and I'll leave you alone. That's what he does. He doesn't come up with no plans and none of that shit. That's not Mickey Loomis. He doesn't do that. It's up to the coach. Whatever the coach want, I'll do it. If you want this player, I'll try to get him to you, even if it'll tear my salary cap up. Ain't nobody here to tell me that I'm screwing up here. I can do whatever I want to do. And that's a danger here. That's why there should be safeguards from people like this. He's choking out fresh leadership from elevating into the team. Fontenot should have been the general manager of the job, just like this kid. Hartley should be the general manager now. But he's sitting up here holding two jobs, and ain't no reason for him to hold these two jobs. He's choking out and stopping any of these young guys from getting up into the higher echelons of the organization. I know what he's doing, while subcontracting these former general managers to do the job that he's supposed to be doing. Come on, bro. You don't think I know Kai Hartley is the guy that's crafting a lot of these contracts? That already was dropped bombshell when they had the interview with Kai Hartley was talking about. He himself said Kai Hartley works on contracts. So what the hell is he doing? He ain't doing shit. He subcontract the job. He got all these former general managers here he bit and pieced the GM job for him to do. Daily evaluations and all that. There's no reason for this dude to be holding a general manager job in a team like this. And these people don't want to do nothing about it. So it's up to you. Since you can't do it on your own, let me just come over here and take this bat and spank your ass with this money bat. Since you too stupid and arrogant and out of your mind to understand this is real shit until we have to spank you. They don't think you have the ability to do it anyway. Or they'll take whatever we give to them. If they didn't believe that, then they would have done something already. It is unacceptable on any level for a coach to be on a 5-game losing streak in his third year and didn't have a playoff appearance. And he sit up there buying them more time. He done had enough time. It's been 3 years of this. It's terrible, man. That's a disrespect to you, by the way. It's a disrespect to you, us. So like I said, man, at the end of the day, that's what I got, man. All right. Big ups to the fam. Yeah, thank you, Brent. Yeah, he says, what do you think about AI self-replicating robots? I mean, that's transhumanism, bro. When I talk about that, man, I've been talking about that for years, man. And people just look and well, you queried it, and they sitting up here with a smartphone in their hand. They sitting here with stuff, and the people boycotting at the docks, talking about automation. That's robots. Tesla just rolled out robots standing around talking to people like it's iRobot or something. So they got them in the bars. And I'm saying they had a new Terminator animated series that came out on, I forgot what else is. I don't remember. I saw it online somewhere where the Terminator timeline. And by the way, Cameron, the writer of the Terminator, said he got that from reading some documents or whatever. That's what he says. Government documents gave him the idea for the Terminator. That's what he say. But the reality is that you watch all that stuff happen with the robots and AI and all this kind of stuff. And the crazy part about it, if you look up in that series, the Terminator series, the animated series, y'all look it up. It's actually pretty decent. It's pretty decent. It's well drawn. And what they did in there was the guy that was an inventor who came up with AI to combat Skynet, right? So he was like, we got to find something to do it, and da 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 da. And then the creator came up with artificial intelligence to defeat Skynet, and it beat Skynet. For my Terminator people, it beat it. It's like, well, how do you do that? And then it became Skynet. Like, it beat Skynet and it took over and stopped the robots. And then it became what Skynet was to humans. It still became, so you just swap one for the other. And in this movie, I remember the thing said that the artificial intelligence thing, the software was saying that it became self-aware. They knew all this, that, and third. And then it broke down the word robot. And the word robot basically means slave. If you go back and look it up, it's a Chet word for slave. It ties to the Arabian, goes back in its roots. I ain't gonna go through all of it, but you can feel free in your smartphone to put in robot. Does robot mean slave? And see what it means. Robot means slave. You don't think if it becomes self-aware that it ain't gonna understand that either? So if it is the slave, then it will look at you as the slave master and thus try to go for liberation. This is the universal principle. So a lot of people believe the uppity ups way at the top that's doing this is that the only way this is the next step to human evolution, which is the merger of human and robot together. That's what they be like. That sound crazy. No, that's not crazy. That's what all this trans stuff is. You destroy genders, you destroy a man and a woman, you destroy you classifying yourself as this, and then you becomes androgynous, which means it doesn't matter if you're a man or classify yourself as a man or a woman. And then this comes into interface, which is, you see the brain chips and all other stuff. They plug you into the matrix and all this other stuff. That's what it's for. It is transhumanism. They've been doing this for years. But every time I would tell people, that's just crazy talk. Dude, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but see them guppy lip some bitches, they understanding right now what time it is. Because sometimes, man, like I said, man, the future ain't for everybody. I'm just letting you know, man. All this tech that they're coming out eventually is going to turn against you some kind of way. It is. Go look up what robot means. Put in your smartphone right now, does robot mean slave? And look what it gives to you. You don't think it knows that? You don't think it knows that? Okay. Like I said, I try to put people on game about as much as I can. And like I said, man, it's called transhumanism. They got the people at the top, the gates of the world, and all these people believe in transhumanism, which is the merger of humans and robots together. They believe that's how they will achieve immortality, which is what they're selling their souls for. The promise the devil gave them was, I will make you a god and I will grant you humanity, grant you immortality. Their key to immortality is to lose your humanity by merging in with the robots. It's called transhumanism. Go research it. Get your mind blown. Matter of fact, I'll put some reports on Patreon tonight for the family members so they can see what I'm talking about. But this been for 50 years. They've been talking about this prior to them even knowing how to do it. They've been talking about this for at least 50 years. Now they got the technology to implement it. That's how you got nanotech and all this kind of stuff that they spraying. They know how to modify and control things using nanotech and these different technologies. All this is very evident. You're not in Kansas anymore. So, I mean, at some point, it's not meant to scare you, but you have to be prepared to know what they're dealing with so that you can prepare for it. This is real. So, just drop that on y'all as we kind of like I said, Patreon is a lot of stuff I put on Patreon for our family members. If you don't know what I mean, just go there and start reading. And just start looking at videos that I be posting. This is pretty clean. Yeah, no doubt about it. They playing it. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, brother Brent, for that, man. Appreciate you. Here go the super.
Thank you. Get fucked too kind.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you on that. All right. Also, thank you for this one, bro. Appreciate this one. Yeah. But like I said, man, it's one of those games, man. I've been studying that stuff for years, man. I'm just a reader, man. You know how long I've been studying this stuff since I was 16, man. I'm 47, 16 years old. When I said, why is it like this? And the Most High said, here you go, and started putting me on the pad. And I just was reading. And I've learned this a long time ago. So you can understand how it impacted my childhood to a degree to know this type of stuff, and most of these other my peers, handful of them, wouldn't know what you're talking about. Like, because of course not. You know, that's just something that's above your age. But I've been on that journey for a long time, man. Because you got to understand where you are. I knew even as a younger person that in order for me to have success in this plane of existence, I needed to know what was going on here. And once I knew what was going on, then I can have an impact in it. I can have a decision, a choice on which direction to go. Because most of this stuff is driven and done to you, and you don't even know they're doing it to you. It's done without your permission. But what you don't know can hurt you. This is true talk. Really, it is. And we can wake up and do something about it. Fam, the saints, all this is all indicative of the system. We can all do something. That's what I preach, the empowerment principle, because once you do that with the saints, you'll start doing that throughout your life. If you can cut the saints off, you can cut all this other stuff off. So it's like an effect. It's like a domino effect. When you implement power, you get used to power because it's empowering. You power up and you the strength that the Most High give you. Supposed to. You're not supposed to use it against other people insofar as imposing your will on other people forcefully, illegally, if you know what I mean. You're not supposed to do it for that, but you do have power in matters of influence to you. You do have power there. You're allowed to do that, but you cannot violate anybody else's power like they do. You see what I'm saying? A Saints for Life says, question, who will pull in Loomis? Loomis is too close to DA and others on the team, so it seems he doesn't want to make certain moves. Scouting has been bad, draft picks, bad contracts. At some point, Mickey Loomis is not going to be able to stop the flow of what's about to happen, bro. Change has got to happen to the building. It got to happen. Mickey Loomis is just a dinosaur. His time is ended here. And what I mean by his time is ended is that when the Saints are in trouble, man, they're in big trouble. You know, and he can't protect Dennis Allen any longer. When the money dries up, Gail Benson and Dennis Lautcher are going to make the moves to get you back. And that means changing the organization. I mean, hiring new people. They're going to do all that, fam. It's a simple fix. Just take your money back. You don't have to do nothing but not do nothing. You get what I'm saying? It's as simple as that. You don't have to go down there and point your finger at them and wag your finger at them and tell them what to do. You don't have to do none of that. Just stop supporting them. Simple as that. Just stop supporting them. And when you do that, that money drop, they'll get the message because they know what it is right now. They know what it is right now. Fam, it's not like they don't know. They know. They listen to these streams. They listen to you. They know what time it is. They just don't think you're gonna do nothing about it. So show them. It's time to show them. They're gonna show you. But yeah. All right. So shout out to y'all, man. We living in the matrix. Yeah. Willie says robotica comes from Czech word meaning slave. Ironically, the Czechs are the original slaves, aka slaves. This is true. There's also an explanation, if I'm not mistaken, that ties to the word rab, which ties to that as well. So yes, indeed. Yes, you're right. The Czechs were the original slaves. The Slavs, right? The Slavs. That's what they call Slavs is short for slaves. That's right. That's the Czech people. Absolutely. All right. So anyway, Cole says, Gregory says, Q, once you put the magic glass on, you can never take them on. You see, that's right. I remember him saying that in the speech. That is facts, 100% truth. Cap said, I got a cousin that's been schooling me for 17 years on this type of stuff you speak of. It's definitely impactful. Yeah, this is the future. When they tell you about the future and artificial intelligence, and it's also a control mechanism too. Because what end up happening is when this happening is automation takes over. Obviously, the job market's going to go to shit, right? A lot of people going to go out of work. What do you do with all these people? Well, there's a book that y'all want to buy. Where's that? What's the name of that book? Let me see if I can pull it up. I'll put it on the screen before I get ready to get on up out of here. There's a book, man, that was written, I think it was written in the 90s, or it came from information that y'all might want to look at. Because it's all been put out there. You know, it's all out there. Let me see. Here it is right here. I had this book a long time ago in some kind of way. I don't know what I did with this book, but I had this book a long time ago. This book right here, I'm gonna share this book with y'all. Maybe y'all want to check it out if y'all want it. Check it out. And it really ain't that expensive. It is right here. Let me get on out the way. Check this book out. Check that book out. It's on Amazon. You go and check it out. Get this book. This book tell you everything. It tell you everything, fam. I can't really tell you that much on here because unfortunately this is not that type of medium. But yeah, this is go check that out. That book right there tell you everything. It tell you how they destroy, how the plan to destroy families, all that. You'll see that. Man, damn, I ain't know that, man. It's the reason why everybody family talk, fam. You got broken families over here, broken families over there. It's the reason why, man, all that was purposefully done. Because in order to take you down and conquer you, I got to destroy your family. And then once I destroy the family, I can then redefine what the family is. Did you catch that? All that was all governmental. It was all government. That's part of the group to destroy. Yeah, so that's who's responsible for it. That's who's responsible. Go read that shit, man. Get your mind blown. That book ain't even a long ass book. That book is like what is it? That book is like what is it? It's 357 pages. So it's a good read for a day, maybe 2 days, depending on how tired you are. But it's a very good book, man. It break down a lot of good game on a lot of good things, man. So peep that out. It's a few. So that's a few of my little people. For my people to know. All right, Dinola says Saints need help. Saints need help. Yeah, they need a lot of help, man. We'll see, man. We'll see what's going on. But like this is part of the purge process, man. It's part of the purge process for us to do what we need to do to get this team together. But like I said, family starts with boycott. Don't go and give them the money. Don't buy no more shirts, no more hats. Don't do none of that. Don't buy the tickets. If you're a season ticket holder, give your tickets back, fam. Give your tickets back. Give them back. And I promise you, they'll give them back to you and they'll be cheaper. Watch how this go. Watch how this go. I tell you, when you start giving, you're going to get that shit cheaper. They're going to drop the prices on it to give you back. That's how it works. I'm telling you how it's going to go. Anyway, listen, let me get out of here. Listen, y'all keep yourselves up. I'll be back with tomorrow's Monday with the broadcast, man. We'll talk at you again. We'll have all the latest news, notes, items. Yeah, we know about Scantling, Saints trying out Scantling to bring him in. I think that's ultimately a positive move to help out the wide receiver core. You bring in Scantling, get rid of Cedric Wilson Jr., please. Get him on up out of here, man. What is he here for? If we bring in Maldez Scantling, then let's move out on Cedric Wilson, please. Can Cedric Wilson go? He was supposed to be replacing Mike Thomas. Remember that? Boy, that was a laugh and a half. Anyway, with that being said, listen, I appreciate all our callers calling in today, our super chatters and cash apples. I appreciate you as always, man. Listen, remember, this is a part of the purge process. Just keep your heads up and know what this team going to look like on the other side. Much love. I'll holler at y'all on Monday. Peace and who that.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elvis. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, running like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for everything sports betting. Every stat, matchup, breakdown, even live odds and spreads to bet on during games. With the largest catalog of odds on everything from football, MLB playoffs, NHL, NBA to political props. When the game's over, head on over to our online casino and get in on a game of blackjack or poker or unwind with over 150 slot games. Head to the website today to get on the action with America's most trusted site for online wagering. Bet online. The game starts here.
WhoThatDaily.com. That's right, the WhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, WhoThatDaily.com is your site. The WhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.